run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going 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 No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good morning, everyone. Welcome now to day 3 of IEM Katowice, second day of the group stages, and we are now here. It's Rainer, it's showtime. Players that historically are 50-50, 53-51 in matches. They have been trading games back and forth against each other, and, well, actually, we're about to get started very soon, but Steadfast, this is a matchup with massive implications.
Oh, it's got huge implications. These two players could not have had a more different start to their groups. We had Rainer going 4-1 in maps, 2-0 in series. He finds himself second in the group right now. Showtime, unfortunately, did not pick up a single map yesterday. He went 0-2, 0-4. So this is kind of do or die for him right now. He's got to make it happen.
Yeah, it really is. There is, especially if you haven't won a single map thus far, there is really no good way to qualify out of the group stage with that situation. But he's got a shot. You know, he was very confident about this matchup going into Katowice. He said he felt good against Rainer. Rainer, though, he said the same thing about every Protoss. We'll talk about that more, folks, as we get into it, because game number 1 is already ready. It's Rainer, it's showtime, and we're here. In the bottom right, folks, in the blue, he is for Katowice Gaming, looking incredible yesterday. It's Rainer.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left, it is D-Mauer, the man from Big. Give it up for Showtime. Showtime's just such a handsome, charismatic lad. He's a great dude. But speak about charisma. Raynor might be the most charismatic player to ever play StarCraft. He is. It's like him. In terms of like exciting personalities, it's him and MC, I think. But in terms of like overall charisma and just like swagger, actually swagger should have been a bonus stat on those cards.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you saw, but he got a really nice jean jacket type thing from Red Bull, again, one of his sponsors.
Ooh.
He came and he was hanging out with us in the green room before things, just, you know, telling us about this cool music that he's heard that came out before he was born, you know, the usual. But, you know, yeah, he's got to be one of the best personalities in the scene. He's such a great guy. But Steadfast...
What was it, like Miley Cyrus or something?
No, wow, I'm actually like, but like, wow. Like a 50 Cent album.
Oh my God, that's so much better.
Right.
Oh man, I just thought of like, I'm like, what's a relatively recent, I don't know, artist? And I wasn't anything about Raynor's music taste, but 50, that's actually so perfect because that makes me feel like such a boomer. Oh my goodness.
Now, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, but Steadfast, I do want to talk about this matchup for actually a lot of reasons. This is, so first of all, right, this is Showtime and Raynor. They've traded series back and forth. But I want to talk about the map that we got first and foremost, because New Humanity is a weird map. And I know we've been talking about it all Katowice thus far. But the interesting thing is that when I was talking to players, they expected this map to get consistently banned out against Protoss. And look at the timing here. There we go. The gold base is not going to happen. Raider's not going to take advantage of that. And he would have gotten the third, right? Taking it at a normal location, but trying to go for something a little bit out of the ordinary, it's not going to pay off. And Steadfast, I wonder. So I talked to Raynor before Katowice, and he was talking so many good things about his ZVP, about how he feels great. He's got new timings. He's got an interesting way to deal with the depth pressure, how he hasn't lost a single map against Protoss on ladder as part of his practice. He feels very confident here. So I got to wonder then what this build is, what the plan was with this forward third base.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things happening during the game, by the way. We've already got a Showtime up to 3 adepts. He's building a 4th adept. I'm really curious what this base was going to be for, this high-yield gas base. Unfortunately, we won't find out this game, but that is something we'll be keeping tabs on moving forward in the tournament. And speaking about adept pressure, this is 3 adepts getting into the main base. This is already looking pretty dangerous. There was not enough to deal with this to start off. Already 2 drones going down. We're going to see the shade into the natural. And the queens are here. And they kind of push this away, but they also block the lings from getting us around. So that's going to be quite a few drones going down. 6 drones with that Oracle now showing up as well. Is that worth it for 3 adepts? When you add in the 5 lings and the lost mining time, I think it is. I think it's very worth it.
And it's kind of funny, again, this leading into Katowice about how these maps are too small. You know, you can't just go for Oracle pressure, do something. You have to hit with adepts and Oracles at the same time. Drag the Zerg into the natural, put things in the main, whatever it is. So again, it's interesting to see that when he was talking about that a couple weeks ago, that idea has not changed, which is maybe a bit of good news, because in that same conversation he was talking about how comfortable he is feeling against Raynor, how confident he feels against Raynor going into this matchup. I guess in part because of that big brain bout series that he did win, even if that was on the old patch.
I mean, even if it's on the old patch, beating Raynor at any point, that's got to inspire a lot of confidence in you. By the way, we've got something very interesting. This might be an extremely old school build from Showtime. We're going to see if he warps in more adepts once he finishes up this couple of extra gates, because there's a build that used to be very common where you would go up to 3 oracles and pump like 8 to 10 adepts and just go. But in this case, it's actually not going to be that. It's going to be sentries warping in at the 3rd, so he's going to be looking to defend that for the moment. And he actually went up to 4 oracles right here. It's a cheeky 4-oracle build. Love it so much. Meanwhile, Robo Forge Twilight Council, I think we're going to be seeing probably charge behind this. But actually, hang on. No, what am I saying? There's no Twilight Council. My brain like filled it in. It's just a Forge.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, this looks like a Glaives build. But yeah, there's no Twilight. It doesn't matter. Adepts move forward, shade back. Lings don't get much done. The big deal is, there we go. Big deal. This 4-oracle commitment that Raynor had, or that Showtime has gone for, finding very little value because Raynor is defending everything very well. Oh, force field to save probes, I guess. Steadfast.
No, that was sorry, that was my bad. The Lings jumped on a sentry and killed a sentry in a probe, but it was 11 Lings, so I'm not sure if it was necessarily worth it. Showtime, oh, he can kill that sport, and he gets it. Oh, okay. That is really good for Showtime, actually.
Yeah, so he kills one, he forces the cancel and kills the other, but you killed it's like 3 drones worth almost as that happens as the Adepts now into the natural form. More workers go down into the natural now.
Ooh, nice save.
That's pretty sick there. Now they're not going to be able to get nearly as much, but the Oracles dive in. The Queens don't have a lot of energy here, targeting down the high energy one, and it's not going to last very long at all. 6 workers fall, 1 Oracle in the trade, but these Adepts are not dealt with steadfast. 8 workers continue to go down, more Lings get popped out, and this is a Showtime that is looking very strong. Raynor, his early game, not nearly as strong as he wants it to be.
No, and I think that's because of the 4th Oracle. It throws the math off completely. Now, we did see Showtime make a bit of a misstep right there. Trading an Oracle for a Queen is never going to be worth it. Even though he's getting some great damage done, against Raynor, you do have to be very careful. I like that he pulls back the Oracle prematurely this time, learning from that slight overcommitment he made. As I say that, he loses the 1 high energy Oracle as well. So he's lost 2 of these Oracles now. That is costly, but if we look at the army supply right now, he's kind of ready to push, and he's actually significantly ahead in army supply. He needs about 30 seconds, maybe finish up this disruptor, build a war prism. He's gonna have his blink. It will just be a pressure for now, but this is a really great start for Showtime.
It is, and it's kind of interesting. We see the disruptors here as the shot's gonna go out on the left side. Queens get very low, but they're gonna get transfused. I heard a lot of conversations about how we would not see many disruptors in this matchup anymore, because unlike in PvP and PvT, it's a kill unit, so the nerf hits a little bit harder. Force fields on the left side are going to force the Queens out. This is going to be a dead 4th phase once again. Lings look for this round, but there's just not enough of them here, Steadfast. Yes, the army supplies are starting to equalize, but when the Protoss is ahead in army supply on a push like this, even, that is the position they want to be in. So the 4th base is dead, no rich gas there. Ravagers are morphing in, but it takes forever for them to find anything. More Queens are going to start to fall, and this is before Blink is even going to be done. Biles go down, they don't hit anything, and now Blink is here. So the Stalkers, they're so much stronger on the right side, getting on top of the Ravagers. Oracles adding their DPS as well. And it's not enough to break through to Raynor just yet, but it is looking damn good.
I think you might have to belay that. This looks very much like Raynor is on the ropes right here. Disruptor coming in towards the back. Nice split from Raynor. He only loses 1 Ravager, but he can't afford anything at this point. He's going to pull the drones into the army. Stalkers are kind of trapped here, so this may end up being a big cleanup. Disruptor shot does get a couple more of those roaches. Another Disruptor shows up, as well as more Stalkers. Showtime's done it here in game number 1. We said he needed a big result to stay alive in this group, and he is showing up huge to start things off. Raynor's still trying to fight on, and the only thing that's keeping him alive at this moment is the fact that there's no war prism. But the disruptors fly on out, and they will get some small connections, but it's still more than enough at this point. Showtime blinks forward, blocks the roaches, and takes down the Italian Stallion in game 1.
Just a bunch of small things that turn into a very big result. You deny the 3rd base. You prevent that from happening. You build a couple of extra adepts, and that means the Queens can't fight both that and the Oracles. You run in. You get damage there. You just start to move Raynor around the map. And Steadfast, it doesn't matter that you have some really fancy timings against Protoss prepared for this tournament if you're never allowed to do them. And Showtime never gave Raynor the opportunity. He never gave Raynor the time to actually play the game that he wanted to play. And you know what's funny? What was the discourse going into this tournament, Steadfast? That it was a Zerg patch, Zerg maps. We were going to see 8 Zergs in the round of 8. We're at a 60% PvZ win rate right now in Katowice. It is actually pretty strong for Protoss. And yes, it's only 128 games played across every single matchup, right? It's not a massive sample size. But I think the rumors of Protoss being dead and gone in this matchup, I think they were a little early.
Well, most of the players that are doing really well right now on this particular patch are players that were playing quote-unquote honest Protoss. So when you know, double Stargate Void Ray was a thing. They weren't the superstars. We had, you know, Showtime. He wasn't at the absolute top of his game during that period of time. But now that the game has switched over to a more ground and pound, back and forth, kind of like a boxing match where you're bobbing and dodging and weaving, it's the stronger player that ends up winning a lot of the time. These players like Showtime, these players like Hero that are high micro players now like MaxPax, which is ironic because he was so good at the 2 Stargate, but he's retooled himself. Those players are flourishing. They are doing so well just across the board, but also in this matchup. So it's very cool to see.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And that's actually really the big story of this patch. You know, it's not changing balance all that much. I mean, again, yeah, ZVT 60 is 60-40 the other way, but it's not enough numbers to really say, wow, this is imbalanced one way or the other.
Insignificant balance, or
really is.
Sample size.
The bigger thing, though, is look at the quality of the games we've been having. Early games, mid games, late games, but it's all about players being active on the map, being able to do things, not just turtling up and trying to get to some late game army that, again, you know, it's not all that great. Not all that fun to watch, even if it does, you know, lead you to a victory. But folks, we're gonna have to see now whether Showtime is going to be able to repeat that performance, or whether Raynor bounces back. Remember, he lost the map to Estrella as well off a weird build before he was able to push that through. So folks, game 2 is going to be on Gresvon. It's going to be on a bigger map. It's going to be on a more standard map. Let's see if Showtime has what it takes. And on the bottom right, folks, in the blue, he is up a game here in this series for Bigot. It is Showtime.
And his opponent, spawning up the top left for Kaitza Gaming. He's down 1-0. He needs your energy. It's the Italian stallion, Raynor. So it's clear that he had something planned for that map. The fact that he wanted to take the quick, rich Vespine Geyser, and he wasn't able to do so, really is quite telling. Meanwhile, Showtime, he got to do what he wanted to do. He came in with a different approach, that 4th Oracle, that 4th pre-warp gate adept, going in with 3 adepts instead of just 2. He really found himself a nice opening. And I gotta say, it may not seem like it, but he knocked his opponent off guard. He knocked Raynor off balance, and he never let him recover. Just a phenomenal game out of Showtime. And one of the reasons why he has so many fans. Something else we got to talk about a little bit is that Showtime had one of the best results of his career after a quiet, maybe what, like 4 or 5 years at TSL 9. TSL 9, he came top 3. He took 2 maps off Maru. He was electric in that tournament. He looked so damn good. And while Raynor, he is a world champion and a multiple-time world championship finalist, we don't talk enough about how good Showtime is.
No, we really don't. And by the way, before we get into this matchup a little bit too far, I do want to point out, Showtime did not go for the hatch block. He sent the delayed scout, which means likely we're not going to see the adept play, which everyone has been talking about. Is, well, Stargate's on the way. But yeah, no,
he did that in game 1 as well.
Yeah.
He still went for the double adept and even the triple adept. I'm gonna be keeping tabs and seeing if he chrono boosts a 3rd time, because I think he might. But sorry, go on.
Yeah, but no, you're absolutely right talking about these results. Not only did he have that best result, though, he played one of the best games of the year in that late game versus Cyril. And yeah, he lost that game due to what, a neural on a Tempest or something. But when you are beating or almost beating Cyril in the late game, and now doing this, because this is how he beat Raynor in the big brain bouts as well, just never allowing Raynor to play his game and doing so much damage early on. Well, that's that's an inspiring idea coming in for the Protoss player, especially considering we know Raynor worked very hard on shoring up his early game, on making sure that it was not nearly as flimsy as it was a month ago. But look at this. Yeah, it's going to be a 3rd adept, a 4th adept?
Yep.
It's that heavy pressure.
Yeah. It's same opening as last game. So he doesn't get the chrono boost on the 3rd adept, but by just continuously pumping out units, this is something that you can play around with a lot as a Protoss player. Is how many gateway units do you get before warp gate? Really in every matchup, but I think in PvZ, it's the most impactful. And it's really neat to see Showtime going for this. Now, Raynor, he's respected this a lot more. You can see he's got 12 Zerglings. He's paying a lot more attention to this, so he's not going to get blindsided the way he did in game number 1. But this is still indirect damage. This is Showtime just spending a little bit of resources to force his opponent to not have units here. Now, the Oracle is not in position. Second one does pop out. Can it keep this Nexus alive? The answer is no. And this is already a bit of a role reversal here. 12 Lings get across the map. They force the Oracle to turn on its Pulsar Cannon. They get one. He only loses one Zergling, but he gets the cancel on this Nexus. It's early on, but this is still a significant difference between game number 1 and 2.
No, it really is. So it's a minute late Nexus, 45 seconds. The Oracles do not have nearly the amount of energy, or the second one, that it would like to have. But game 1 was, what, 3 Adepts running across the map? Now it's 5. So even as Raynor has committed more to this, we're looking at 15 Lings versus 6 Adepts and 3 Oracles. That is actually... Sorry?
No, I was just going to say, Raynor has actually spruced up his Ling count to anticipate this move. He didn't see the warping of Adepts, but he knew that there were still 3 alive, and he knew that this 5 Adept pressure was a big option. He hides the Lings, and now he gets on top of this. Oracle's going to come on in, but we are going to see, well, we'll see one Queen fall. Second one is not going to be targeted. Nice interception, though, on the one Oracle. Great defense here from Raynor. And it's 2 Queens for an Oracle, 2 Queens and a drone. Well, that's actually not so bad for Showtime, but losing those Oracles is expensive. And he took a lot of hull damage, actually. No, I think that's still good for Raynor.
I mean, the question now is how many Queens are on the map. It's still 5, so it's not a situation where, okay, 2 Queens went down, and now you can't inject every hatch and spread creep or something like that. Yeah, you don't want to lose 2 Queens, but it's not to the point where it impacts the Zerg's presence on the map and it impacts their ability to build things, which is where it gets a little scary. But Steadfast, we're seeing a different build out of the Robo, right? Game 1 was Disruptors, Stalkers out of that. There's an Immortal on the way. There's a 3rd base, so this is not going to be some sort of 2-base Immortal Sentry. And I guess actually, no, it will be Disruptors out of that. You get the Immortal to kind of stabilize, maybe because of the amount of Oracles that died. Is this just kind of be the same thing again?
It just might be, but he's going to be doing it from a position of not as great strength because he did lose one of those Oracles. He didn't get the big drone damage early. He is going to find a bit of an opening in the natural, but look how quickly Raynor responds. Pulling those drones away only loses... Well, he doesn't lose anything, actually. Wait, hang on. Next battle? Let's see. Did he lose? No. Yeah, no, he didn't lose anything. Man, impressive stuff. This is something Showtime likes to do, by the way. This couple sentry... single Immortal push out sometimes. The only thing, he doesn't have any force fields. Ooh, as I say that, 8 drones go down in a split second at the 3rd base. I was focusing on that main push, and I think maybe Raynor might have gotten caught a little bit by that too. The Lings maybe could have picked the fight there, but they choose not to. And actually, no, they probably couldn't have picked the fight. That's a lot of Zealots. So this is actually pretty great damage coming out of Showtime once again. Raynor, he is getting double upgrades. Oh, the force field. Man, that was so close to catching all those Lings. The Zealot was maybe a tiny bit out of position to miss getting like 25 Lings right there. Yeah, maybe like 15. Still, Showtime's doing a lot of things very well, but Raynor, he is still cooking. He's got his +2 melee. He's got his +1 missile. He needs to get Bane speed, but he's still doing very well in this game.
And feels bad. Showtime very easily could have gotten that high energy Queen on the right side. There was nothing to defend it, but instead, again, prioritizing a position in the middle. And there's an infestation pit going down Steadfast. Is this... It feels like it's too late to be some sort of Swarmos pressure. I guess this is just for a really quick Hive getting Vipers and something like that?
Yeah, this is probably going to be for Hive. Might be for Vipers, probably. At least a little bit of Viper play. But also it's going to be for that Adrenal Glands, that +3 melee. This is actually not the quickest Hive. Ooh, nice little snipe down here from Raynor. Showtime does not get the cancel on that cannon, so that's a pretty nice play. But if you look at the resources lost, it's been a pretty solid early game for Showtime. Still, it's going to be up to these disruptor shots to help him hold. He's got a nice stasis ward. Is there an Overseer with this? There is not, and there's none on the map. +1 melee is done. This is a bit of an anti-timing from Raynor if he commits. So I'm fine with him just kind of pressuring. Meanwhile, DT's just got warped in. Oh, okay, he's going to send... Is he actually sending him forward? I'm not sure. Oh, Zealots on the left side. They're going to find this little setup here. Raynor's creep spread, by the way, is already getting ridiculous on this left side. It's shutting down a potential base. God, this is so good so far. Nice trigger on that stasis ward.
Yeah, so there we go. Baneling speed's going to be done in 10 seconds. I do like the movement from the Zealots on the left side. I think they saw the Banelings morphing. I'm not sure. But here we go. Raynor moves forward, looks for a stasis trap maybe, but really just trying to make sure everything is set up as it needs to be. Baneling is on the right side, coming in from every position, into the third, into the fourth. But these force fields, these stasis traps are turning out to be fantastic. Banelings are not getting the connections that they want. 3 total workers go down. Archons keep the third base alive, and this is just not turning out to be what it needs to be. Everywhere Raynor looks, everywhere he looks for damage, Showtime holds on. He's supply blocked, and his third base actually took a lot of damage out of that one as Raynor tries to rotate on over. This might be something that he can kill. There's no shield battery to keep it alive. Vials, though, not really landing. Disruptor shots on the backside. Worker damage is now starting to be a thing, Steadfast. But the Disruptors are cleaning up so much of this army. But it's what? Actually, yeah, I guess Ling's in the third, something, maybe in the fourth base. 23 probes have gone down, so as good as that looks, that's still a heavy economic damage.
It is heavy economic damage, but Demauer holds. He keeps his army integrity alive. You can pump probes so quickly off 4 Nexus. I have a favorite stat I like to bring up sometimes. If you chrono boost all 4 Nexi, you can build 12 and have the money. You can build 12 probes in 26 seconds. You can repump your economy extremely quickly. And even without the chrono boost, just quad pro production is good. Disruptor shots will get mostly avoided, but they're still getting some okay connections. They're warding the army away. Another disruptor shot finds a single Baneling. Meanwhile, in the natural, we see these Lings getting deflected. I'm liking Showtime's position if Raynor can't find more. Another decent disruptor shot on these Banes. Corrosive Vials will get dodged just barely. The thing is, Showtime's doing a good job, but it is a precipitous situation he finds himself in. He could get overrun so easily with just a moment's inattention.
And the big thing we can talk about this, by the way, yes, Rainer's putting a lot of pressure on. Roach just ravages on the third, on the fourth, on the natural, but this is not a Roach Ravagerling Bane all in. He does have that hive up. We do have Adrenal Glands on the way. There is a Spire on the way as well, likely for Broodlord, something like that. So while Showtime is in a great position right now, he's holding on. Yeah, he lost those 20 workers, but again, economically a great spot. Supply in a great spot. You gotta worry that he needs to make sure that he knows what's happening next. Blink is only just now getting started. There is no Stargate, nothing like that. And there are not that many disruptor shots available anymore. Raynor may be looking to find this timing, but it looks like the Lings stasis on the ramp are enough of a force field that he doesn't want to commit through the choke.
Well, no, that was Raynor baiting those disruptor shots out 100%, using the Lings as spotting vision. Surround on this small little army on the top side, denies the 5th base, gets a few Archons. Meanwhile, there's attack on the 5th base. Oh, no, 4th base is going to get the kill on the Nexus. That is huge, and Raynor finally cracks Demauer just a little bit. He is now really ahead in this game, actually, killing that base. The reason I was saying that Showtime was in a good position is that he hadn't yet lost any of his bases, and he had kept his army integrity alive. But he just lost a few Archons. He lost that 4th base, and now Raynor finally overstresses Showtime to the point of being not crippled, but taking damage. However, we got to look at these upgrades. +3 attack, +2 shields now finishing up. Blink going to be done pretty soon. Showtime might be deciding it's his time to go pretty soon. Ooh, Oracle's over top of the army. Probe's going to get transferred to the newest base. They do lose 12 of them. That is a pretty big loss for Showtime. And Raynor, he is really starting to chip away at Showtime's defenses.
Yeah, I mean, the army of Showtime, though, is terrifying Steadfast, or at least for the next minute and a half, until these Broodlords are going to be properly ready. I don't think we even need Corruptors on the field right now. So when Blink is done, when we do have all these Archons ready, it's actually kind of crazy to see how many DTs have been warped in. Lings, they're going to find their way in. We're going to have, what is that, 1 Zealot warping in. Archons at the front. These Banelings are not getting the connections that they want. And now it's just a couple Roaches, a couple Ravagers. Banelings on the left side trying to find a mineral line. No more Disruptors are available, but he's going to be able to pull away. Running back away. Archon's not in position. Third base is going to go down. Banelings get that one as well. And how many games have we seen when Banelings kill Nexi? Specifically 2 Nex. You don't do that against Protoss, Steadfast.
You do not. It does not happen very often. Meanwhile, a Ling slipped into the main base is actually going to pick off 2, maybe even 3 probes. Actually, Raynor, if he keeps targeting... No, never mind. He gets... Still, 3 probes is very nice additional damage. And now, Showtime, he's got to know that he's got to go pretty soon. He's lost way too much eco to keep this game going for much longer. Raynor going to get in. He's going to smash through this base. The Warpins will not be enough. And we are going to see Showtime committing on the top side, Broodlords are not yet out. Archon Disruptor is pretty damn strong. Actually, wait, where is Rainer's army? It's mostly on the other side of the map right now. This could still get very interesting. Despite a huge supply lead, a lot of it is in workers. Showtime needs Rainer needs these Broodlords. And they are going to be faster, but this army is going to be much faster for Showtime. Ravager Ling Bane going to continue to move forward. This is going to get super messy. Ooh, he's not going to target down the Greater Spire. He wants to find the Broodlords themselves. Will cancel a couple of them. 3 are going to finish on up, but this might be a dead hive right here. Showtime still got a shot in this game for sure.
Yeah, Steadfast, the thing we're looking at here is Stalker count. That's the only thing that can really deal with the Broods. Yes, Broodlings have been nerfed. They don't last as long. You can actually fight them a little bit more, but you still got to deal with the Broods. So Showtime did have a win opportunity, a win condition when all the Overlords were right there. If you knock them down, no Broodlings morph, and then you get the Greater Spire. Broodlords morph, then you get the Greater Spire. Maybe that was an opportunity, but Rainer has been forced to send his army home, and defensive DTs are actually going to do a fairly good job. But how does Showtime go down this ramp? Oh, Stalker's playing on the right side. That's going to be one dead Brood. Second one falls. He gets a third. And, well, oh, there we go. He does get the third. And now run away. There's no spawning pool. There is absolutely... Rainer can't build an army. He has 5 hatches, Steadfast, and that is it. The third base is going to just barely go down, but the Lings fall. And honestly, at this point, it's all about the armies here. Disruptor shots are going to go out. Showtime can kind of replenish. Rainer cannot right now, and it is 3 Broodlords. That's the key tech. Natural falls, 4 hatches remaining for Showtime. Or for Rainer, can he get on top of these Broodlords? The DT actually, okay, there we go. Now Spore's going to go down. That's a dead Dark Templar. But the win condition here at Showtime, he just has to win with this army.
He does. He's got no chance behind this. He's got no Nexus at the third. And Rainer, he's doing a great job of keeping these Broodlords at range. He does need to start kiting with them a little bit. The Disruptor shots, ooh, he is going to get dodged here. Archon should never be getting on top of these Broodlords, but it is difficult to control all of this stuff at once. We are going to be seeing the Archons actually starting to push forward here, even though it's a big army supply lead. There we go. There's the larva being spent. The Lings coming in from the south like the Rohirrim at the Battle of Helm's Deep will put Rainer on the board in this series.
Dude, we're looking at that game. That should never have been a game where Showtime had an opportunity. But you knock down all the tech. The Zerg cannot use any of their larvae. And sometimes that does happen. So, whew. What a game. I was starting to believe. I shouldn't have been, I guess, just based on the meta condition, but I was starting to believe. And now we have to go to game 3.
I was looking at those supplies and I was thinking to myself, like, there's no way, like, Showtime can't do this, right? But the Archons were so well upgraded. They had their +2 shields, they had their +3 attack. There was no +3 melee. The Broodlords, so I think there actually was a win condition if Showtime had sniped the Greater Spire on his way through the natural into the main base. I think if he kills that and then kills the Hive, he might just win that game, because then there's only 7 Broodlords morphing. He canceled 4 of them because they were morphed in the main base. Then the 3 that finished, they're nowhere near enough to deal with that. 3 of them got sniped almost casually. I genuinely think that if that Greater Spire went down, that game is potentially very different. We'll never know. We'll never know. And Rainer was still on like a lot of hatcheries. He was rebuilding his spawning pool. He could get back up into a Ro24. And if Showtime has to recall, he's on 1 base. So Rainer had to, or well, 2 bases, but like really no mining actually.
The other thing,
that was very intriguing.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing we got to talk about in terms of win conditions, Broodlords are expensive when you morph them out of corruptions. Like in terms of supply, there were like 8 Overlords sitting under some Archons that Showtime, he got like 1 shot off, and then he did not choose to kill them. He beelined into the tech, into the main base. He thought that was more important. If he gets those Overlords, it doesn't matter if he snipes the Greater Spire or not, because Rainer could not morph those Broods. But I guess there are so many small decisions you have to make there. It's hard to figure out exactly what the right one is. And now Steadfast, we move on into Dragon Scales. That's our 3rd map. It is a map that is, people say it's not the best for Protoss. It's so hard to get that 3rd base. Let's see let's see whether Showtime has something in store, because game 3 is here. In the upper left, folks, in the blue, he won a nail biter of a 2nd game. It's Rainer.
and his opponent spawning down in the bottom right, desperate for a win. For big, it is showtime. And I believe last year he got knocked out of his group on the last day by some unfortunate, I think it was Special, who played spoiler there and put Ryung into the round of 12, which was amazing for the storyline because Ryung was replacement and he had an amazing run last year. But it came at the cost of Showtime. It's a zero-sum game. You can't have more than one world champion. You can't have more than 3 players make it through a group. And Showtime, I mean, I'm a big Raynor fanboy. I see what he does with Lings, and, you know, it's got me feeling all kind of ways. We saw it last game, the Ling run-bys, and you were talking about, specifically, I want to point it out just to highlight how good it was. You were like, oh man, 23 probes went down suddenly from 11. Where did those go down? Those were Ling's target-firing probes during the battle in the mineral line of the 3rd. That was like Raynor is playing so damn well. He is showing some stuff with Lings that is just otherworldly, but it would be very cool to see Showtime advance from this group. So I'm so torn on who I want to win this match, you know?
I mean, I just want, well, again, no caster bias. I just want elimination to happen on day 3. So, but I want to,
yes.
But Steadfast, you know, we talked about this map, Dragon Scales. It's so hard to take your 3rd base. Showtime is doing something different in game number 3 compared to the first 2. He did send that probe across the map. He did block the natural. What that means now is, first of all, the main base from 3rd is very far away, so it's a lot of mining time lost as the drones rally over. What it also means is this is technically set up for some sort of adept pressure, and even if he doesn't go for it, which it doesn't look like he is, right, with this, with the Stargate opening, well, sorry, Glaive Adepts, if he doesn't go for that.
Oh, okay.
This is going to be the expectation. I've talked to a lot of Zergs, I've talked to a lot of Protoss players on the patch on Dragon Scale. They're already talking about this as an adept map, especially if you go block the natural. So I don't know if Raynor is necessarily going to make that read, but that is that's what it looks like Showtime is trying to convince him of. Oh, hey, game 3, short map, maybe not the best for Protoss. I'm blocking your natural. Be on the lookout for Glaives.
Yeah, and, well, it is going to be the same style of opening here. Oh, nice job from Raynor. Getting that shot on the Adept is actually really big. It interrupts the shield healing, and this is actually a lot less HP that these Adepts are now going to have to work with. They're going to be a lot less effective. It will be this... Actually, hang on. Does he move out the 3rd Adept? Okay, he's waiting at the very least. He might be a little bit more careful with this 3rd Adept because by now, if Raynor identifies it, he might not want to let Lings into his main base during all this. So he's got to be a little bit careful. Oh, but as I say that, we are going to see these Adepts getting jumped on. Huge move for Raynor. He even forces the Oracle's Pulsar Cannon. That is a very big pickoff. It may not seem like it, but when you see how close these games have been, advantages in the early game go a long way.
And specifically what that does, Steadfast, it means now it's 1 Adept on the map instead of 3. It's a lot harder now for Showtime to take this base. It's already 30 seconds late. Remember, that was because Raynor got a cancel in the previous game. The 3rd base went down at 410 or something because of the Lings on the 3rd. Raynor accomplishes that by just getting the Adepts on the map, forces Showtime to take a little bit more time, and that still means that Raynor is just going to find that advantage. But here come the 2 Oracles across the map. They haven't done anything yet. They haven't taken a single lick of damage, but they're already 3 Queens of the natural, and they turn on their Pulsar beams. There's nothing there. Spore in every base. Drones are going to get pulled away, and Raynor, while his early game defense was shaky in the first game, game 2 looked better, and game 3 looking even better still. He hasn't taken any damage.
This is looking immaculate right now from Raynor. We're literally seeing him tune up during the games and adjust to what is probably a new style of playing. Maybe I've missed something, but I don't think I've seen players going for this 4 Adept before Warpgate. Or, like, it's entirely possible that I have missed something, but I do think that this is pretty big. And the fact that Raynor struggled with it in game 1 tells me that it probably is relatively new. 2 drones are going to fall here. Oh, no, the Oracle's taking... Oh, they take a terrible route, and he loses one of them. Of course, he's paying attention to the Adepts. Oh, but that's really painful. And now Raynor, good job to get the punish there on that mistake from Showtime. Showtime might have to turn on his Pulsar Cannons just to protect these Adepts, but no, it looks like there wasn't enough Lings in position to force him to do so. If he had, all of a sudden we start talking about, you know, Like, is there even enough Oracle energy to protect the third base against a lane flood? Now, Raynor, at this level, I don't think he's going to go for something like that, but it is something that you have to consider as Showtime, as the Protoss player.
And it is crazy to me, Steadfast, that we are seeing the exact same thing 3 times in a row from Showtime. Oh, yes, he hatch blocked. That's a little bit different. That's a response to the map, but we are seeing the early Robo Bay as another Oracle goes down. That is different, right? That is a much quicker Twilight Council than we saw the first 2 games.
Yeah, and you might be saying like, oh man, why is Showtime losing these Oracles like so sloppy? And the one in the main base, that was a little bit sloppy. But against a player of Raynor's caliber, he knows he has to get advantages. He knows he has to play on the edge. And so I don't blame him for reaching into the cookie jar a little bit deeply. We are going to see double Adept coming in at the 3rd and 4th bases here. And he's actually going to find a little bit of damage with this. Nice Queen block here at the 4th. At the 3rd base, it is going to be a cleanup. That was 4 Adepts for 1 Zergling and 5 drones. And at this stage of the game, that's a pretty great trade for Raynor. Raynor really starting to pull ahead in this game. He's up 15 workers. His opponent is just now taking a 4th. A very interesting 4th as well. This is actually going to be a really great defensive position on its own, but it means that there's a lot of opportunity to go for run-bys, and it's going to be up to Showtime. I wouldn't even mind if he full-walled this entire top left side. Oh, Disruptor shot. Oh, the split on the Lings is great. And now Showtime, he's going to need to warp in to prevent this from getting in.
Oh, nice
force fields. Oh my god. Yeah, but that was sexy. Those were some sexy force fields right there. Still loses the Stalker, and that makes that sting a little bit, and Raynor still finding value there. Very nicely done. By the way, no second Evo here from Raynor, so he's going to be hitting just a little bit harder with the Ling Bane. Maybe a little, well, actually not earlier, but actually he's getting Overlord speed. We could see Dropper Lords. Ooh, Baneling drops.
I mean, that would
maybe
be
even
Ling
Ling drops. It's a huge main base.
Yeah, wait, did we see a... No, was that a ZV? Yeah, that was the ZVZ. That was DRG Cyril game 1 where we saw the 5 Dropper Lords that broke the game open.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of fun here. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're going to see. It might just be for scouting. Want to make sure that you always have an overseer with your army. That is a beguiling opportunity. For now, though, Lings are going to try to find their way on that forward base. And Steadfast is kind of interesting. You talked about this high ground position, what it allows you to defend. So long as you wall, that does show the difference in the matchups. This base is incredible for Terrans because you can put tanks everywhere. It locks down several bases for you. As a Protoss, though, you don't have that consistent splash damage, the consistent range damage that allows you to lock down that space, so it becomes much more difficult. Baneling's on the right side. Showtime sees this. He's sending a lot of his army to go respond, and that maybe opens some room for Raynor to put pressure on the left side. As we can see, the rocks are starting to go down. We're getting ready here. Raynor, he got not a lot done with the first level of pressure, the first big surround. In that first game. Ooh, shots. Yeah, Rainer's not paying attention.
Nice. Very nice shots right there from Showtime. He was looking for that. He was like, okay, Raynor, are you paying attention? Do you have any high ground vision? He moved the disruptors very far forward on the high ground to see if there was a response from Raynor. That was a nice little mental move right there from Showtime. But here comes the attack coming in from multiple angles. We do have this force field coming in on the right side. Great stasis ward, going to act as a force field in and of itself. Is there enough to hold for Showtime? Good disruptor shot. The Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers are flooding in from all sides. Nice hot pickup on the War Prism, but Demauer is struggling here. The wall is starting to get cracked. Oracle on the top side is going to get taken down by those Queens. And the Disruptor getting split against. Nice job. Raynor gets the kill on the 4th base. And even though it's some good defensive micro, the Swarm comes in and knocks down the economy of Showtime.
Man, those Banelings and the Stasis, it was a savior of Showtime early. And then... well, it was this undoing. All the Banelings came off stasis at the same time. They all blew up. The base went down. All the Archons went down. And actually, some Disruptors that had their shots out, they were too close to the Banelings that were just about to come off stasis, which then meant that they had to get picked up before their shots went out. And now Showtime, you're right, his economy in shambles. He's got 76 probes. That's great. He doesn't have a 4th base. He can't mine efficiently on all of them. And he's down 50 army supply.
And something we haven't talked about much in this series is the creep spread of Raynor. It is ridiculously far ahead. Oh, speaking of ridiculously far ahead, these disruptors do get a little bit exposed at the front, and he loses one of them. Meanwhile, has to cancel the 4th base again. Raynor is just playing on fire right now. He's been knocking down rocks everywhere to open up attack paths. He's creating opportunities for himself, and he is getting ready to flood in once again. Disruptor shot does get a couple of banelings, but it is going to be another cancel on this base. The Archon count is high, but does that mean anything? Great split on the banelings right there, and it's pretty much pure Archon at this point, and the banelings are still getting kills. Raynor takes down game number 3 and crushes D-Mauer to get his 3rd series win.
And, you know, Steadfast, we talked about how Raynor looked like he had 4 hands in that series versus Spirit yesterday. In this one, he just looked like he had 2 very large hands, like just absolutely hammering down, out muscling. It wasn't the yes, his multitasking was good. It wasn't his multitasking. He just got more out of the map, and he just, yes, yeah, multitasking was good. I see you shaking your head there, but it wasn't like that wasn't what won him the game. It was just superior macro, superior map control, superior muscle. That Showtime, it was never allowed to do anything in those last 2 games.
I mean, like pretty much everything he did was stellar there. Like the creep spread was amazing, which I would say falls under multitasking, because you got to be constantly spreading that. The Ling run bys, he was setting up engagements consistently from like 3 angles, just always hitting a relentless swarm. That is Swarm Zerg, and he really played it to perfection. You said going into this that Raynor's PVZ was looking, or ZVP was looking pretty special. It is looking more than special at this point. It is looking outstanding.
Yeah, that was a dominant showing, but Steadfast, as much as we're talking about how good Raynor looked, and we were giving Showtime credit when he won that game, like he has looked good as well. The unfortunate fact of it is that means the Showtime is now likely knocked out of this group. He is 0-3 in series. I don't see a path. Maybe there's something. Maybe some statistician can come tweet at me, but going down 0-3 in series, especially only winning a 1 map in those 3 series, I don't see a world to come back into the group from now. So now it's going to be Showtime that has to play spoiler against other people.
Hang on. Just let me just theorize. There is a path. There is a path. 2 of the players he needs to advance over, those 2 players he plays. Creator just lost to Gumiho.
Okay.
So he is now 2-1 in series. If Creator loses to Estrella, and then Creator plays Raynor and loses there as well, Showtime, if he beats Spirit 2-0, Estrella 2-0, he's still got a shot. It's a long shot. A lot of things have to go very well for him, and the map score, it might already be impossible from a map score perspective.
Yeah.
But I think there is a small sliver of hope still, but he controls his own destiny a lot more than you would expect in this situation. Ultimately, I think what it could come down to, though, is the fact that he lost to Creator 2-0 at the start of the group, and that could end up being his undoing.
Yeah, it's the map score, as you read, as much as anything else. -5 actually makes it very hard to come back from. But who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we've seen crazier things at Katowice before. Steadfast, the final day heroics, and someone goes through because someone else wins, and you're like, and someone who's knocked out beats someone who is, well, on the edge of advancing. Spoilers happen, and all of a sudden, your idea of what is going to happen in a group, who's going to advance in the playoffs, just flies out of the window. Certainly, though, his chance of getting out into the round of 8 it's not there anymore. But that's kind of true after you lose even like 1 series, realistically.
It's almost impossible at that point. Well, I think if Creator wins a map, I'm just looking at things quickly. I think if Creator wins a map, it's all ogre for Showtime.
Yep. So, folks, we're going to go to a bit of a break. When we come back, we're going to see if Showtime can start that run to continue to maybe maintain a little bit of the control that he has over his own destiny, because he plays Spirit on the next match, and that's the one we're casting. So, folks, when we're back, it's going to be Spirit and Showtime. Strap in. That's going to be some awesome late games, probably. We'll be back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god! I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going 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 No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
Welcome back, folks, to the second series we have today. It took a moment. Players had to go back from stage over to the player area, get all set up, but we're here now, and it is Spirit and Showtime. Steadfast, you were talking about this in the break. This matchup feels like it should be fairly even, but historically, it has not been so.
No, it is not. You're looking at a Legacy of the Void, but in terms of lifetime, it is 38-10 in matches in favor of Showtime. Legacy of the Void 35-10, which means that before Legacy, Showtime's undefeated. But that is a staggering advantage here for Showtime historically. Now, the one thing we do have to say is that Spirit, he looks pretty darn good right now. So historically speaking, yes, massive advantage to Showtime. But in terms of the last few days and the last few weeks even, especially if you looked at his ESL Open Cup run from, what was that? That was 2 weeks ago, where he went undefeated and really powered his way through a lot of opponents. It was pretty impressive. And then you look at some of the games he played, the game he played against Spirit in, not against Spirit. Spirit played. The game he played against Creator, game 1, he did get himself a nice early game advantage off of the back of a great economic start, but he still closed it out in clean fashion. Game 2 gave himself a lot of opportunities. Spoiler alert, so I'll give you, a couple seconds as we load into the game. But just now on the mainstream, if you somehow missed it, Spirit 2-1 to Straya in very impressive fashion. And he's not in an amazing spot in this group, but he's certainly in a spot where he could still find himself advancing if he can win today against Showtime and then tomorrow against Gumiho.
Yeah, he has a much more realistic shot of advancing. We talked before the break about how Showtime, some things have to go his way. Spirit absolutely has control of his destiny at this point. He can't lose another series and be in a good spot, but if he wins out, that's going to put him, that probably should make him advance. But folks, we're now ready for our first game of this second series. It is, again, it's Showtime, it's Spirit, and we're going to get into game 1. In the upper right, folks, in the red, he is for Kaitsa Gaming, the late game king, Spirit.
And his opponent, you talk about controlling your own destiny, and to a certain extent, Spirit does. But this man cannot drop a single map if he wants to make it through. Can he do it? He needs a miracle. For big, it is Showtime.
And Steadfast, I know I've been saying this all day because it's true. I've been really excited for the matchups, but I'm particularly excited for this one. We've had matchups where you have two players who are stylistically very different. Say someone's very good at the early game, someone's good at the late game. How does that play? But in this situation, we have two players who are known for their mid to late game, for their ability to defend, to drag it there, and play some incredible games. Which means, maybe the early game might be a little slow. We're going to have to see. But certainly, going into that late game, it's going to be a lot of fun. Well, we do see the SCV there. It gets low, especially with the pro buff or with the worker buff, but it's going to be fine. But Steadfast, already something that is maybe slightly off meta. It's going to be a Marine opener, no Reaper.
Yeah, this is something that has slipped right back into the meta a little bit more, with some of the maps being a fair bit bigger, more of them having ramps to the natural. The one racks expand is really coming back with a vengeance. Spirit has been a player that likes the one racks expand in general, maybe a little bit more than your average Terran. So those two gas openers that have kind of dominated the meta for the last 6 months, they're not as potent as they used to be. They're not as common. So we do see Spirit going for the one rack expand, and then off of one rack expand, going for Marine opener into a quick reactor, 3 Marines to deal with an early adept. That's not too big of a deal. But something that Spirit is really well known for is not scouting in this matchup. And that is why this proxy Stargate is going to be a potentially very good decision. Now, Spirit looked on the left side. This is a good position for a proxy Stargate. Does he check this other location? No, he's going to back away. He doesn't have the time to get all the way over there. And Showtime, he doesn't know that it is a Reaper or not a Reaper. So you can see he hesitates a little bit with this Adept, but the most important thing is that Spirit doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the tools, though, Steadfast. Widowmines are starting to come out, and Widowmines, their very presence can make it hard for a Proxy Oracle to find some level of damage. So the question then is whether Showtime maybe pools for 2 Oracles, maybe even 3, taking a page out of Hero's book, whether he dives in with 1, and more importantly, whether he's able to wait out the Widowmine until the drop goes across the map and really then finds his way open. But for now, Spirit thinks this might be some sort of Stargate opener, but from the main base. He's going to put his Widowmine where he can try to catch that, but Steadfast, that's not the direction these Oracles are coming from.
No, it is not. And we talk about reputations. We talk about what players do. Showtime, he is known as that macro player, as that macro beast. However, Spirit does get the Widowmine into the mineral line. Will Showtime be aware of it? I think he is. He sets himself up very nicely. Oh, he's got to be careful. Oh, that's not worth it. 2 SCVs is nice, but losing the Oracle for it is absolutely not worth it. I thought he saw that, but it seems as though he didn't. Did he see the armory that's coming on down? Okay, he saw the armory technically. I'm not sure if he clicked it yet, but he's building Phoenixes. He's getting a robotics facility. This could be very frightening here for, for Showtime. There is a lot of potential for Spirit to get a lot done.
Yeah, the problem, of course, though, with something like this is getting across the map. Altitude is like 36, 37 seconds across the map. And if you're trying to run across the map with a Phoenix harassing you, harrying you the entire time, as one will... we can talk.
He's not building workers.
He's building a Thor.
Okay, now he starts some worker production. Yeah, he's building a Thor. This... I mean, this looks like it's just going to be a straight up all in, but I don't know. We'll see. I was like, man, why did he drop a depot top hat? He doesn't, he's got free supply, but Thors take 6 supply. They take a lot of supply to build. That is, well, that is utterly bizarre. I wonder if this is a response to the Phoenixes and if he is going to pull the boys with this. Man, this is a really intriguing setup here and could be a very difficult thing to deal with. Ooh, Widowmine drop comes into the main base. Oh, no. Showtime. Oh, no. Oh, Showtime. No, no, he doesn't respond. He stacks up the probes. 12 probes go down. Oh, that actually could have been so much worse, but it was still brutal. And a couple SCVs are going to get pulled.
Now, the one downside here for Spirit, if there is one, is the fact that he's hitting as Showtime is, like, he's coming back, right? So Spirit, by hitting so quickly, is not really giving the time to make something happen. But here comes that Thor. Marines trying to target down the Phoenix as well as they can. We're going to see this third base almost certainly get canceled. But Showtime wants that. He wants Spirit here to be spending the time on killing his third base, on not going into the natural, on giving him a little bit more time. This Big Daddy Thor is sitting here. Now the Phoenix is going to start to arrive, and the Thor's attacking the things on the ground, so the Phoenix are actually doing a great job knocking down so many of these Marines. But Steadfast, it's all about the Thor repair. These SCVs are keeping it alive. And yeah, the Thor is taking damage. It's all the way back up to full, even as the medevacs have gone down. What can deal with this one big mech unit?
Well, it's up to the Immortal, but the Immortal's taken so much damage. Now, I want to mention something about the target priority during all this, which I like from Showtime, but is going to cost him this Nexus, unfortunately, just because I think he had taken a little bit too much damage, maybe. And it's the fact that he specifically targeted everything but the Thor, even with the Immortal. He wanted to clear out the ground units. Oh, he's going to lose this Stalker here, in addition to the Pylon. This is a pretty big lead right now for Spirit. He's got the 3rd command center behind this. He does just now start up Stim and Combat Shield, so in that sense, he is behind in tech, and Showtime has another base ready to go. But of course, the Widowmine drop is the superstar here. Very neat build coming on out. And to be honest, in this particular situation, with how long he's been on the Tech Lab setup, I wouldn't have minded Megfield Accelerator just to deal with these Phoenixes, just to give these units a little bit of extra utility, because it really does knock those Phoenixes out of the sky quite a bit faster, 50% faster, in fact, with the extra damage. Now, nice pick up there on a Mule, couple of SCVs. This is going to settle down a little bit, but yeah, going for the ground units, it nullifies the usefulness of the Immortal, but I still think it was the right call from Showtime.
Yeah, Steadfast, the awkward thing here for Spirit, he couldn't know that Widowmine drop was going to kill 12, 14 probes and, you know, really, and get the damage he needed. And then he goes for the timing. And again, when you do a lot of economic damage, you almost don't want to hit immediately afterwards. You want to go and give it a minute. Let that advantage that you have start to turn into something a little bit more. You know, let the bread rise. Let the oven bake. And so, yeah, I mean, Spirit did get the 3rd, But it feels like because he did commit and he did, you know, cut his tech a little bit. Oh, is that Barracks is not going to complete for quite a while now. Because he did commit so hard to this, he actually doesn't have the level of a lead that he might have otherwise had.
There we go. Finally restarts that there. Yeah. Well, okay. So this is, I kind of agree with you in this, but in TVP, it does make sense to keep the pressure up because you know if your opponent's on 3 next side, they're going to be able to chrono boost out probes very quickly. Now, he might have been saying, in a sense of like prepping for the game, it makes sense to, you know, be like, okay, well, I'm going to do a heavy macro play behind this, but he's already committed to the build, so it makes sense for him to go forward. He did trade pretty well with that. Got the base, and it's certainly maintained his lead that he's built for himself. But if he knew he was going to get that damage, then I do agree with you. It would be the right call. By the way, Spirit doesn't need the armor. He's already got it from that perma-cloaked Widowmine play. And now the Thor is actually going to be pretty handy. It's going to be difficult to knock down. It'll zone out those Phoenixes pretty nicely. Actually, where are the Phoenixes? Yeah, they're on the left side. They're looking for drops. This is just going to be a frontal push, but a nice observer here from Showtime spots it. Yeah. This is such a strange army.
It's a box out army. It really is what it is. No Medivacs. There are a couple Vikings, a Thor, Cyclones. I guess makes it a legacy box art setup. But this is so close, Steadfast, to being a really nice timing. 1-1 is done. Unfortunately, the Ghost Academy just completed. So there will be no Ghost adding those EMPs on top of things. Even still, it's two tanks. There's a Thor here, Vikings. It's actually so hard for the Colossus to run forward. And oh, look at that heavy damage there. One Colossus gets so low already. And that is the difference between, well, Shield Battery Overcharge hasn't been popped yet, but that's the big difference. It used to take 4 tanks to one shot and to really knock down Colossus. But because Shield Battery Overcharge are 25% less effective, now you can start to damage through it with only 3 tanks. You need to lead a little bit less. Is a little bit of misclick there, but you got an overcharge, so it's going to be fine. Marines on the right side are not going to really find all that much. But Spirit now runs forward, and that Thor in anti-air mode has so much range. 2 Colossus getting very low here as the slow push of Spirit continues.
Yes, but now charge and +1 attack have finished. That's what Showtime was waiting for. He's going to go for the fight. Thor adding on a lot of anti-air DPS against those Colossus, but the Colossus all survived during the fight. Great lifts on the Fiend or on the tanks. And that is going to be a really nice little pushback. Drives back and kills a good number of high-value units. However, Spirit, he still holds the position, and he's going to be able to deny a 4th base take attempt. Meanwhile, Spirit checking in on the pocket 4th base rebuild potential as well. Just kind of coincidentally during this, before the engagement really set off, 8 probes went down. Spirit, he's got the Planetary Fortress morphing on the other base. Showtime, great hold, but he still needs to do a little bit more to continue this comeback. And he has started it, but it's not there yet.
And Steadfast, you talk about that Thor doing that heavy... Wait, hold that thought beast. Here comes Spirit once again. Marauders trying to get on top of the Colossus, unable to do so. EMPs, they blanket the Archon, but they're still staying alive. And this is probably the best possible fight that Showtime can take, but we're seeing how much of a problem the damage his Colossus took early on are causing now. Because the army at the front is falling down. Shield Battery Overcharge gets 1 Colossus alive, but it is not enough. And Spirit finds his opportunity from strength to strength. He takes the game 1 victory.
Yeah, that was almost a really great fight for Showtime, but Spirit just had a little bit too much. Very well done right there by Spirit. And I think that actually officially does it. He is now knocked out, and it will be how he can do in this group. I'm pretty sure, because I don't think he can match Creator's, he can match Creator's map score potentially now, but he cannot pass it, and he lost the head-to-head. Spirit keeps his hopes very much still alive, though, with a victory in game number 1. And, I mean, it'd be pretty cool to see Spirit doing well in front of the Polish crowd.
Yeah, no, he made the run last year, right? He got through the qualifiers, played one of the best series of the tournament against Nice, and then he beat Solar, sure, and then I don't know whether the expectations got to him, whatever it was, he did not perform to the level he did in that first series. This time, he did lose that first series, and now he's looking so much better. Sure, is Showtime at the top of this group? No. Is Creator at the top of this group? No. Well, actually, you know, Creator is, never mind. But he lost that series anyway, so it's fine. Regardless, again, he's just looking that much better, and year over year, it's fun watching these players improve. Spirit, narrowly, like, wasn't all that close to advancing last year. This time, yeah, he keeps doing this. I think I got him top 3.
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance. But Creator looks pretty darn good as well, and Creator won the head-to-head versus Spirit, and now he's up 1-0 over Estrella. If Creator wins versus Estrella, he almost puts it out of reach. It's going to be pretty tough for Spirit. And you said he controlled his destiny. That's only true to a certain extent. It's still Creator who holds the cards.
I mean, Steadfast, he's still a one-loss player. If you only lose one series in your group stage, you get out. Yes, you have to beat Raynor to do so. Don't get me wrong. But as long as you have those maps ahead of you, those games that you can technically win, yeah, he does control his destiny. But let's see whether he can continue to do so as Babylon's map too. In the upper left, folks, in the blue, now he's trying to play spoiler here for Big Clan Showtime.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for Kites of Gaming. It is Spirit. Oh, and Showtime. Okay, well, he might at this point be saying, you know what, I just want to, I know I'm out. I just want to go. I want to get these games done with. I'll go with something that has a decent chance of working. Oh, no.
Oh,
no. Well, doesn't have a great chance of working now. Spirit, man, reads his opponent like a book, finds the proxied gateway immediately. And at this point, I was going to say, yeah, I think you cancel it. Meanwhile, Spirit doing something that's very good against an all-in of this caliber. It's actually not really an all-in. It's like a pressure build. This is something Parting used to love, especially the proxied second gateway. But something that's still very good against it is reactor first. So I actually like this from Spirit very much. However, he is going to need to confirm that the gateway was canceled. He sees the Nexus timing, and he might be saying, like, wait a minute, is this... What's going on here? Is he going to drop a bunker? Wait, did he misread this? Does he think there's no gateway at home? Or is he just saying this is gate... Wait, hang on. This cybernetics core is very late. Oh, this is super late.
Oh yeah, I mean you do get a later cyber when you do proxy that gateway, but yeah, this feels even later than that. It is
much later than that.
Yeah, I don't hate a bunker rigger. I know you're talking about, okay, does he scout? Regardless, there's no pylon on the natural, right? Building a bunker on the other side of the map means that it's just going to take forever for Showtime to even just start to recover from the build that he went for. So yeah, I don't hate that at all. You get a Reaper across the map. He opened reactor first anyways, so he can have enough to defend the potential timing coming in from Showtime. But of course, that gateway was canceled. So regardless, this is pretty good. The bunker's going to complete. Adept does not kill a bunker all that quickly. STV is just going to sit here. And now Showtime needs to make sure the Reaper doesn't run across the map. But I don't think he's going to have... Well, no, okay. The Reaper just runs right by.
Yeah. It will be up to the Adept. He gets the intercept. That's huge. Well, and now this won't do anything. This was, in concept, was a good idea from Spirit. He might have been thinking, you know what, you don't have a pylon at the natural, and that's what I'm looking for here. So you can't build a shield battery, because if the Reaper gets in there, that's a really big nuisance. He was, you know, it's a little bit of a, not really a gamble. It's like a low risk, high reward play that you can finish the bunker up sneakily. If he does get that Reaper in there, that's a really big problem for Showtime. Showtime, though, this is going to settle in. And I actually think Showtime's decently ahead now, because Spirit doesn't realize that gateway was canceled. And his bunker was on the high ground, was not necessary. He's actually down now 9 workers. His command center very late in when it, you know, is going to start mining here. I think Showtime is notably ahead now.
This is a problem. There are not enough Marines to fight off everything here. Oracle dives in. Okay, a couple more are going to join the fray, but these are 2 very healthy Adepts. So nice idea there. At the end of the day, it looks like Cyclone will force back. Good scan. Oracle is going to go down. And as excited as I was, but wow, you know, this seems like a really good play from Showtime. At the end of the day, he trades Marines for 2 Adepts, and an Oracle gets no economic damage done, and is just not able to find that advantage he was looking for.
Well, he does get 1 SCV, and he's opened the door for the second Oracle. There's only 1 Cyclone on the map.
Yeah.
This is actually, there's still a lot of potential here. The second Cyclone and 2 Marines are about to pop, but if Showtime commits, which I do want to see him do, yeah, he'll get a couple more workers. Oh, he wasn't anticipating the second Cyclone, though. There is no scan available, so he won't get the kill. But this, oh, you gotta be so careful. Get to the high ground. Oh, wow. Wow, I thought he was actually gonna stay in range right there. Third Oracle on the map. Ooh, Spirit's movement with these Oracles is kind of playing with fire right here. They're both kind of playing with fire. This is a very dangerous, like, glass cannon army for both sides. But now, third Oracle or third Cyclone's gonna pop out. That will push these 2 Oracles away. Oh, he gets one of them, and the mass repair is gonna save the other. Great micro from Spirit. Now, I don't think he can do anything with a push on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I don't think so, but Steadfast, I know you were talking about, okay, well, you know, there are more Oracles, right? The economic damage is possible. That was not worth it for Showtime. What was that? Four Adepts going down, 2 Oracles. I mean, look, he's gotten like 3 SCVs and a couple Marines. Not worth it whatsoever. I know Showtime's in a really awkward tech situation. He's getting charged with nothing else. I mean, he built some Oracles. Sure, they're all dead. It's not Phoenix into charge. It's just pure charge lot. There's no tech behind that. You do want something to be a little bit more than just your Zealots.
Yes, that is a good point. However, he's seen the 3rd command center. So he actually knows he won't deal with a push for a little while. So it's kind of fine for him for now. However, okay, no, he's saying, nuh-uh. He's settled on this not being a long game. He's building a proxy pylon right here. He doesn't have any forges yet. As I say that, he drops a forge, but it really looks to me like he wants to get a lot done. He even built a 2nd pylon with this proxy gateway. Yeah, I think Showtime really wants to finish this series as quickly as possible. I could be misreading, but that's what it seems like to me. Oh man, I can't even click the SCV down. You can feel his frustration. Oh, nice stasis ward on the 3rd base. That's very cute. Yeah. And the placement is great because if a unit comes, like if there was an SCV coming to build a command center on location, it would actually block the actual structure from being built.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that really is going to matter at the end of the day. Yes, Showtime has gotten a forge, but you're right. Now, this is going to be significant aggression coming in, which is, again, it's kind of weird that he is getting the forge. All things given, but now here come the Zealots on the right side. Massive surround coming in from Showtime, and he gets Spirit right as he's moving out to take the 3rd base. That's the key point of the stasis. It means you know when Spirit tries to take that 3rd. So Spirit, well, you know, he's been in a good position this game. He loses his 3rd base. Tanks go down into the natural bunker. Well, it's not going to go down just yet, but add the Stalkers, add more Zealots. It's going to go down eventually.
So dead.
Yeah, Spirit's dead. Showtime, you know what? This is not how we expect Showtime to normally play. It's all defensive, whatever. This set of builds, this set of timings that he's gone for, even if the first 2 didn't work out, it works out very well for him. And at this point, he's probably numerically eliminated. Now, he can drag Spirit kicking and screaming into the abyss with him.
Yeah. He, I mean, it's still worth it to finish higher in your group. Like, that is worth money. That is worth a decent amount of money, in fact. The difference between, you know, 6th place and 5th place is $1,000. The difference between 5th place and 4th place is another $1,000. Like, the difference between finishing 6th and 4th, it's a big one. Spirit is well known for, you know, those heavily economic plays, and there was 4 crucial upgrades that were on the way. 1-1, Stim, combat shields, none of them done. That is a huge period of vulnerability specifically against that style of attack. So great job from Showtime to get the punish. Spirit, though, I mean, that I don't know if that eliminates him yet, but that puts him into a rough position and will give Showtime the opportunity to potentially eclipse Spirit. Yeah, Showtime could still finish 4th in this group and pick himself up an extra $2,000.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, yes, we're talking about mathematical eliminations. Showtime's not in a great spot. Estrella's even worse. -6 in map score after he did lose that series on the main stage to Spirit. And that means, so Estrella's out. Showtime is out. Showtime can solve this group effectively by winning this next game. I don't think there's a world where Spirit advances 1-3, -3 in map score. So
oh no, it's not possible.
Yeah.
He would be behind both Gumiho and Creator, as both Gumiho and Creator have 3 series wins. So yeah, if Showtime wins this map, like you said, it's a little bit of a shame going into the final day, but the group would be solved.
Well, yeah, at that point, it's all seeding, and it's going to be very hard to catch Raynor to try to advance in the round of 8 even. So, yeah, this is, for those of you that want drama in the final day, you're rooting on for Spirit here, but regardless, it's going to be a fun game. Gressvan, it's going to be a big map for Game 3.
Well, based on what's happened so far, Creator and Raynor, that will be the decider match for who wins the group. We know that now. We know that for a fact, as Creator did 2-0 Estrella. Raynor 2-0'd Gumiho. So we know that now. We know what has transpired and how the groups have shaken out. But the last real question mark is, can Spirit keep his hopes alive here? I'm not even sure if he actually can mathematically do it at this point. He needs to win out, that is for sure.
So yeah, if he wins this, he'll be -1. 2 and 2 -1.
Yeah.
Gumiho is currently 3-1 +3.
Okay, so if Spirit wins here and then 2-0's Gumiho tomorrow, he can still do it.
Well, the question is, what are the tiebreakers, right? Is it map score tiebreakers first, or is it overall map differences first?
Overall map difference, that would be even, and then it would be head-to-head, I'm pretty sure.
No, it wouldn't, right?
Spirit... Oh, it's number of map wins. No,
that would be tied too, right? So if Spirit wins this, he'll go to 5 and 6 -1.
Yes.
Right. So
he would actually have that tiebreaker.
Yeah, and then he would go to +1. Gumiho would also go to +1. He would have he would have the total map wins. Okay. I think we might actually end up getting that series tomorrow, because you gotta assume Raynor Creator is going to be on the mainstream. And
it will. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that TVT.
Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. That would be it to decide who wins. But we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here, because we've got a big German wall that is saying, you know what? No, I'm here to do my best. I'm here to finish as highly as I can. I'm not gonna let you just dismiss me.
Yeah, so let's see if the wall can push back, because yeah, folks, Game 3, it's Gressvan. In the bottom right, in the red. He took Game 1 and held pretty well in Game 2 before eventually falling down. It's Spirit.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for Big. It is Showtime. And I don't think we talked about it enough in Game 1. I just want to reiterate the point. Because it's a big deal and it played a huge factor. As we are going to have an engineering bay block in game number 2, we'll see if Showtime pays attention to that. And this could be an equivalent thing to what happened in game number 2. Is that Showtime went for that proxy, it got scouted, and then he canceled it, and Spirit was none the wiser. Spirit reacted as though it was still up. He got that bunker in the main. He built the command center on the high ground. And you may not think that that's a big deal, but at this level of play, that is a huge deal. Showtime was up like 9 workers at a very early point in the game. You cannot let that kind of thing happen. That is kind of the equivalent of like a proxy hatch being scouted, and then like a proxy hatch at the natural after, you know, a hatch first at home for a Zerg player in PvZ, and the Protoss player builds a forge. They pull like 7 probes. They delay their gateway, they delay their cyber core. They really just delay everything. And then the opponent, you know, just cancels the hatch, and it's just a massive misread. That's kind of what happened in game number 2. So Showtime was significantly ahead, even though his cheese was scouted.
Yeah, and then of course the follow-up coming in from Spirit as well. He doesn't get the Reaper in, and going from a position where that would have been really good for him. There was no pylon on the natural. It would have taken forever to get a shield battery and bust that bunker down to a position where you just don't get that. And then, of course, Spirit misread what was happening. He saw the 3rd base, I think, and he's like, okay, you know, I'm going to go take mine. And then, not even blink, Stalker Charge Lot runs in and knocks him down. But we don't have that in this game number 3. Nothing super crazy, no proxies, no any shape. It's going to be just a standard Stargate opener. Maybe for Oracles first, maybe It feels like you actually can get away with that to go Oracle into Phoenix with just how big this map is, but I really like this Marine position coming in from Spirit. The Adept is going to not really get all that much done. You don't want to have to spend the Shade that early on. It's barely going to make the high ground, and good defense early on from Spirit.
Yeah, good positioning from Showtime though to make sure like, okay, he doesn't commit too far. He doesn't, do anything that's gonna make things bad. Now, the most important thing for Showtime is that he got to check and make sure that there was no factory on that reactor, because that is one of the biggest risks. We didn't talk about it in this game because I was, kind of recapping the previous game and saying why it went the way that it did. But in this game, because of the engineering bay block, Showtime saw it too late to try and cancel it. So he's just like, okay, well, I'm not going to let my macro get interrupted. And he takes the base on the third base location. He takes the Nexus on the third base location. And that means that, he's exposed to things like Hellion run-bys, to just 2 Hellions being built. So getting to know that that is not coming is a big deal.
Oh, yeah, no, certainly. Now here comes the Oracle into the main base. There's no defense here, no Widow Mines, nothing like that. Oh, but Showtime. He's so worried. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There is the Widow Mine.
There's 2 Widow Mines, but I don't know where they are. Oh, it's in the... I was like, man, where are the Widow Mines? Well, if I couldn't see them with full vision, knowing they were on the map, you can't blame Showtime for not going in there. You really can't, because that's a terrifying little prospect. But Spirit, yeah, he was looking for the bait. He got it in game 1, and that helped him a lot. So Showtime, you see why he doesn't want to go in there. It's hard to find. Ooh, but does he go for it now?
Oh,
the wireframe.
No.
Oh my God. How did that mine not fire? Oh
man,
my goodness.
Showtime knows the timing delay on that so close. It's just like, man, the fact that he got anything done with that trade, I don't have the nerves for that steadfast. That tracer beam's on. He's got to get away.
Yeah. We've got, by the way, a 2 mine 4 Marine drop. I think we saw this in a game versus Estrella just recently that he played. And it is looking like okay, never mind. There's the 2 additional barracks. But with a Liberator coming on down behind us, it was revelated. So that's great, actually, for Showtime. But does Showtime know about this drop on the bottom side? That's the big question. To speak about what you were talking about in the previous game, we didn't see Phoenixes with the charge lots, but we're going to see them this game. Showtime, ooh, he is supply blocked. That's a pretty rough block at 78, actually. That's going to block worker production. Won't block the Phoenix production, but will prevent him from warping it. However, he's gone for a lot of Adepts. Spirit sees that. He knows Adepts are great for dealing with this early aggression. The Liberator is going to get pushed back, but does Showtime respond to this drop in the natural?
Or into the
Actually,
main
it's going to
base.
come in the main.
There we go. Here comes Spirit, 2 Widow Mines. And the best part about this is as you remove or you release the Marines, you can't just, okay, well, there we go. 1 probe's going to go down, but you can't just put 1 probe to bait everything out. Oh, that's actually great positioning on the Marines. They're trying to get a Phoenix. Do not get it. Oracle joins the fray, and as nice as this potentially was, that build that Showtime has gone for, it gives you enough cleanup that even if everything's out of position, and even if technically that build, that drop is powerful, you just gotta wait a little bit. And Showtime, if there's one thing he has always been known for, it is the ability to play with patience.
And his defense. That was an immaculate defense against a 3-pronged setup. He was set up to deny the push. He denied the Liberator, and then that meant he just needed to focus on the 1 drop of the main. So really well set up there from Showtime. I just chuckled a little bit there because it looked like the Phoenix moonwalked in to lift up the Widow Mine. Like it was like facing backwards for so long. I wonder if that's like an effect of maybe something that might have changed with the unit behaviors, but either way, great defense there from Showtime. And now he's up 11 workers. He's got his charge done. He's getting into a robotics facility. +1 armor first instead of +1 attack. This is something that Neeb likes to do. We saw Showtime trying to do that in game number 2, I think, is the follow-up. But it wasn't necessary. He already won the game with the big charge lot push. Behind this, though, we actually have a 5 racks from Spirit. Wait, was this... No, this was 5 racks... Wait, was this before or after? Because he's getting the concussive shells, so it makes me think it was before, but maybe it was just a little bit before the 3rd command center. I actually wasn't paying attention to order of operations, but usually we don't see all 4 bio upgrades finishing at the same time, like Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive, and +1 attack. But this is going to be a pretty nice timing, potentially.
That it will. Oh, big Viking shots, but the Oracle stays alive, and Stasis is not going to go off. this is a nice timing that Spirit has available to himself, but the question is whether he wants to even avail himself of it. He has that third base, and as we saw last game, one of the scariest timings that a Terran has to like struggle through if they are going for this early third base is defending it as you take it. So the Adepts are now thinking about shading in, but there's enough army right here, right now. And oh no, Spirit, he goes for a double drop. As here comes Showtime moving forward. The Medivacs will not go down, certainly, but this was maybe Showtime's not going to go for it, but that was 16 Marines and 2 Medivacs that were not there able to fight. Maybe there's a world where he dives in on top of the tanks and find value. Regardless, he backs up. Maybe in fact because there's a drop coming into the net.
Well, he backs away because he sees what his opponent's layout is. He sees that it's really heavy on the Marine setup. He wasn't able to deny those units. Oh, nice hot pickup right there from Spirit, saving the one Marine that was kind of in the choke. Unfortunately, that does mean now that the Zealots can get in on top of this. It was going to get cleaned up regardless, but it will kind of buy an opening to get across the map. However, Disruptor, oh, that Disruptor on the high ground could be very powerful. Nice stasis ward, but 2 nice stasis wards. Disruptor, oh, nice dodge by Spirit, very quick fingers. But the thing about stasis wards is they don't kill units, they just trap them. They slow them down. This army is so funny because there's no Widow Mines, but there is a ton of Marines and tanks. The tanks are going to deal with the Disruptors pretty well, potentially. And the Marines will deal well with the Zealots. This is all going to come down to the fight. We're going to see a jump attempt coming on in. Disruptors very far out of position, though. Showtime getting a bit of a bloody nose to start things off here.
Yeah, Showtime attacks into a massive concave there. And yes, you do want to fight with this army as Showtime. That is a...
There's no Medivacs. There's just 2 here with the army.
We saw that with Spirit.
Oh, these tanks.
Oh, that's big there. Oh, one Disruptor's even going to go down despite the shield battery. Again, benefits of the change for the Terrans. So now here comes Spirit up onto the high ground. Showtime is maxed out. He's got a ton of Zealots into the third base of Spirit. So now forcing Spirit to maybe find a little bit more. Those are too many Zealots, Steadfast, for the rally to really deal with for the most part. So
nice
hold position. Yeah, there we go. But Spirit runs forward onto the third base. Pylon's going to go down. Third base getting heavily targeted here. The tanks, they're not sieged up just yet.
Can't flank us.
Yeah, how do you fight into this? It's too many Marines. They shred everything.
Even with a great Disruptor shot right here, the Marine count is gigantic, and the siege tank position is immaculate. We do see, even as SCVs are falling on the other side of the map, Showtime getting some really good work done here. He's actually killing all the reinforcements as well. An equal number of probes. Well, not anymore. Now the SCV count is really starting to fall. Showtime needed to give up that third base 1 billion%. He needed to drop stasis wards behind this Disruptor shot. Will come in. We do see that stasis ward getting scanned and killed. The SCV count is still falling, but Showtime, he really just doesn't have an answer, a solution to this army. Oh, Disruptor. Okay, well, a couple units. Yeah, time. He needs time. He needs Colossus, really, because this Marine count is so debilitating. But Spirit is not going. He needs to like move his tanks forward into a further position because, like you said, time is really on Showtime's side.
Yeah, I don't think Spirit knows that there is that fourth base for Showtime, so he does have that much more economy even than you would think, which means you can get out 2 Disruptors at a time. And I know you're talking about Colossus, Steadfast. This tank count makes that feel very hard as well. So now Spirit has started to realize there is a space on the north side, but there's some cannons, some shield batteries that might try to buy some time here. Tanks unsieged, dropped on the right side. Can Showtime get on top of this ahead of time? But tanks on the back side. This is going to be so hard. Showtime, he can no longer engage into this anymore. That means he will lose that mining base that he has, that one big economic advantage that has been making him so happy. So now, where does Spirit go from here? It's a 2-base Protoss. Dark Shrine on the way for Showtime. And you got to figure Spirit, there's not a lot of anti-air here. Just jump into the main.
That would be a really good play. But honestly, I think if he goes back home and just resecures his 2 command centers, he's probably golden. The thing is, he might not want to let this game go much further with the Disruptors. Oh, we are going to see the Doom drop in the main base. Is there enough splash damage to prevent this from unloading? Oh, look at this. Spirit stops the unload to draw the Disruptors out. And now he reloads on top of these Disruptors. A great decision from Spirit. He is going to murder these Disruptors. And with that, I think he might just take the game. This base is now completely forfeit. And I think Spirit has done it. Such a great decision to halt the unload.
That's so sick, realizing that there is no sentries don't count. There is no anti-air in this army. So you just wait. Showtime has to spend those Disruptors. He has to kill whatever's on the ground. Otherwise, he loses them. So all it takes is patience. That trait we were talking about Showtime having, but in this case, Spirit having so much more. So now we're going to start to see gateways fall. The Dark Shrine, the savior of the Protoss. It's not going to get a single Dark Templar out. And what the hell can Showtime do here? Up the ramp into tanks into his concave with just a bunch of Zealots? It's not going to happen. As I say that, those Zealots actually get on top of the tanks a little bit. Zealots warping from the other side, but adds just a little bit of copium. Spirit keeps his hopes alive in this tournament, and Steadfast, that matchup tomorrow versus Gumiho, that decides his advancement.
It does. You talk about controlling your destiny. Now he's got it in his hands. We were talking about Creator potentially being vulnerable, but as Gumiho drops 2-0 to Raynor, it is now Gumiho who is the player that we're looking at as he might not make it through. And Spirit, I mean, can he still come top 2 in the group? No. He can't catch Creator.
Score,
but he has got the opportunity to still advance. It's a messy day of StarCraft 2, but a Spirit wins 2-1 versus Estrella, 2-1 versus Showtime. Great showing from the Polish player. And you talk about patience. This is an awakened Spirit who really showed up today.
Yeah, and Steadfast, we talk about his hopes, his dreams, his chances. Remember, he played one of the best TVT until Maru and Beyond yesterday. He played some of the best TVT we've seen in that matchup versus Cure. He doesn't have to play, but this is only a best of 3. He went up 2-0 on Cure. His TVT is very good. So of all the matchups he could get, it may be a TVP, but he seems to drop matches to the Protoss even in series he wins. We've seen him take a 2-0 effectively against a top-tier Korean Terran already in this tournament. And this is probably the best. Okay, obviously you want to have already qualified by now, but given the matchups available, this is probably his best opportunity when he does have his tournament life in his hands like this.
It is, yes. Given how the group has shaped up, it is the best possible chance because he controls his destiny. That's how it is. But we're talking up Spirit, mostly because we just cast his game and it was a great showing, and because that's just how it works. He's here. But we have not talked about Gumiho's TVT, mostly because he hasn't played the Terran yet in the group. Spirit, we saw his TVT. It looked really good. Gumiho, it feels like he got a direct, personalized buff in the form of the Raven rework. Because Gumiho is one of the best Marine tank players to ever touch the game. And that is not to say he has the most stunning micro, like Beyond, or the best defensive positioning, like Maru. Or like really great play. And we saw that showcase from both players. Or, the tenacity of someone like Big Gabe. But Big Gabe is maybe the player that he's the most similar to, because when you think about getting your way out of bad situations, one of the players that comes to mind the biggest is Gumiho. His decision-making in TVT is immaculate. It is beautiful. He is so damn good at turning horrible situations into winning ones. And Marine Tank versus Marine Tank offers a lot of opportunity for that. So I am praying to the gods of StarCraft that we get that match tomorrow. But I got to say, I think the A stream takes it. I don't see any way that they don't.
I mean, Creator Hero for who advances in first place as well as, Creator Raynor who advances in first place is also a beguiling matchup. So regardless of what happens, I'm excited. And Steadfast, you talk about Gumiho. I was talking to some of the Psystorm people at the Barcraft yesterday as we watched Maru play Beyond, and they were talking about, yes, okay, Gumiho, one of the best Marine tank players, sure, but they were talking about how this patch takes a playbook for Gumiho that is maybe this big, and they make it this big. He can bring so many old builds back with how everything has changed. The Ravens becoming an earlier maybe. That not only, again, does he have that ability to play Marine tank in the late game, but he just has so many more tools available. And Spirit has not been around for some of those eras that Gumiho has been absolutely dominant in, which means he may not know exactly the correct response to some of the crazier things that Gumiho can throw out.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something big to consider. It is going to be such an interesting match, and I'm so happy that it is the only match left of the day. Now, not the only match left of the day, but it is the only match that they have to prepare for. Now, if one of them wins, they advance to the playoffs and they play more games after that. But it is the singular focus for these two players, and that's we got to give a huge shout out to production and to the architects. I may be wrong about this, but I'm just gonna give a big shout out to Alex Alexi, who has kind of retooled the EPT setup, the format of IEM Katowice, because the fact that this is now a one match situation to decide who wins, and the players get basically 12 hours, 16 hours to prepare for that. That is amazing. That is so great. And that is what IEM Katowice, the World Championship, is all about.
Yep. Give your best possible 3 builds. The best, or 2 builds, really, if you're Spirit, because you have to win that.
Yeah, you got to win. You got to win in 2. You can't drop a map. Gumiho wins 1 map, he advances.
Yep. You have 16 hours, Spirit. You guarantee he's going to be talking to Clem, probably, like whatever foreign Terrans exist. And the Gumiho is going to do the same thing. We have the Korean Terran Cabal. Whenever Byun or Maru or Ryung or someone else goes up on stage, you have, when they lose a game, they win a game, whatever, between games, you see all of them cluster. Bunny as well. All of them cluster on stage to figure out what's going to happen next. So they got the brain trust. Ryung's here. The brain trust of TVT is going to be working to get him ahead. And I am so excited to see what's going to happen, what we're going to get tomorrow. But folks, that's tomorrow. Today, Group B is done. But Group A is on the docket after that. And we're going to be getting into that soon enough. In fact, I think the stage game is already just about to get started. So, folks, we're going to be back hopefully fairly soon. And when we're back, first match, Group A.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
show. Whoa, whoa, enemies never know. Whoa, whoa, got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going going going
And now we move into Group A, Steadfast. And I know we were talking about this in the break. This is a sick matchup. It's going to be Oliveira. It is, of course, going to be Cure. And these players have shown us some pretty cool TVT, but Lifetime and Legacy of the Void, this is a very Cure-dominated matchup.
Yeah, and that, honestly, that does not surprise me a ton. Cure has been so solid and stable for such a long time. And of course, you know, speaking of time, Oliveira is the player that is formerly known as Time. That is, he changed his ID, you know, very recently just cause he wanted to. I think it's an homage to a popular MMA fighter. But once again, something we do have to mention, very important, is that recency is a big deal. Because Cure has been so stable for so long, he has been at the top of his game since the beginning of when these two guys met, all the way back in 2016. However, in the most recent 3 meetings, which is cherry picking a little bit, but it is kind of a big deal because it's, you know, the distance between, or the time between the meeting, the 4th meeting and the 3rd meeting was 7 months. In the last 3 meetings they've had, which has been in the last 3 months, in the last 3 months, Oliveira's won 2 of those meetings, and he has the map advantage. I'm not saying that's going to decide everything, but Oliveira, the player formerly known as Time, is much better than he used to be. He is a very strong player, and he's really taken some big leaps and bounds. And TVT is a matchup where, you know, the more active player, especially now, is going to have a big advantage. We already saw a great series between Clem and Oliveira, while Oliveira pulled off some big moves. And we'll see if he can do that today as well.
Yeah, in fact, we're going to take a look at it right now. Game 1's here. Oaks in the bottom left, in the blue, the winner of some of the best TVTs we've had in years on Wednesday for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
And his opponent, spawning up the top right for Kites of Gaming. It is the best Chinese player to ever touch the game. It's Oliveira.
How could you say something so brave and yet so true? I don't think that's all that controversial at all. Time in the last year has been looking so good. Atlanta accepted, of course. But he's been looking great. You know, he's taking down Dark and EPT Cups. He nuked Solar out of a game, which that's maybe more than saying something about Solar. Actually, in fairness, that was a really unfair nuke that Solar hit because the tracking dot, it jumped. It was showing not that it was going to hit Solar's army, and then it was targeted on his army. So it jumped, and the last second, Solar had already checked the spot. So it's unfortunate. And like there was some sort of bug in the dot. I don't know what it is, but multiple people now have looked through the replay, and the dot jumped in multiple spots.
Wow.
Yeah.
It wasn't 2 nukes being called down.
No, it was 1 nuke.
That is pretty messed up.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
If that would have happened in this tournament, they would have to resume from replay because that would be the kind of thing that could make or break a championship. So that's something we'll be keeping a close eye on. I did not hear about that. That's pretty mind-blowing.
And it's one of those things too where you only saw it if you went back and looked at the replay from player perspective. Like because if you're looking at the nuke coming in from the observer interface, you just see the big dot go, like the big circle getting smaller.
Oh.
So that was something we only noticed. I think multiples of us that ended up casting that game, we went back and looked at Solar's POV, and the dot was still on the army region, but it was not in a position where it would hit Solar's army. And then it jumped. And depending on when Solar checked for the dot, that could have made the difference. I don't know. Again, I forget when exactly Solar checked his army for the dot. Regardless, it was kind of it's rough.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it too much right now. We do have to focus on the game because we've got some very interesting openers coming out from both players. We have something that almost literally never happens in TVT, which is a 1-Rax expand versus a 1-Rax expand. Now, it was a gas first 1-Rax expand out of Cure, which is the more traditional way if you're going to play that greedy build. And he did go for a skipped scout versus an opponent who SCV scouted and went for a barracks gas 1 rack expand. And this is very strange from Oliveira. I feel like this is a pretty brutal misread, kind of, because he scouts the command center. You know from the timing, or you should at least, absolutely you should at this level, that this is a 1 racks expand, but he builds a bunker. Like, there's no reason for Cure to be out on the map with his early game units, and I don't blame Oliveira too much for playing a little bit safe, but you already did the SCV scout, and that's the safety. So I think this is actually a bit of an overcommitment to defense. It's not to say that the bunker is bad. It's just inefficient when you get it that early. Now, he is doing something very interesting where he's gone low on the Reaper count and is trying to make up for it kind of just by going heavy Marine. So in that sense, he's going to be a little bit safer against things like Hellions. And it's actually going to do very well against what Cure has done, which is going for a, I like to call this the Ryung opener, which is where you skip Reapers for the most part and use Hellions as your early game units. It lets you stockpile gas for Ravens a little bit faster, even though he didn't get a quick 3rd gas. So you're a little bit more efficient on your money mining. And there's a lot of potential for Hellions to get, you know, potentially very big shots in the early game. And they have just as much fighting power as Reapers. You just can't jump into the main base. That's really the only difference.
Well, the Reaper's going to try to show up now, and yeah, it's going to get neglected immediately, but Steadfast, please, keep talking. We have a very loud PA happening right now. I can't hear you.
Fair enough, no problem. I guess I'll continue for now. We do have a very fast 3rd command center from Oliveira, and of course, when I say can't jump into the main base, with the 1 Reaper, he did go for that scout. Didn't really get much information, only saw the factory. But of course, I'm talking about the potential of like 3 Reapers, 5 Reapers jumping into the main base and sniping down a few SCVs. So overall, this is a little bit, it's going to sound strange because like, oh, TVT, they make tanks, they make Ravens, they make Marines in the early game. You know, like, what are they doing? This is actually the kind of setup that doesn't happen almost ever. This is such a rare occurrence. And Cure, he is going to be trying to hit a bit of a timing here. He's going to be rallying forward Vikings. Funnily enough, he's got, okay, he just has the 1 rallied tank, but he might be able to keep his opponent from securing this base for a while. Nice scan, sees that it's a pretty heavily Marine-focused army. This is so weird because auto turrets are so heavily nerfed. I feel like Cure does not want to fight this here. Ooh, but if he, oh, nice quick turnaround from Oliveira. If he could have baited that Cyclone in, that would have been really nice. But Cure, yeah, he recognizes probably shouldn't be tussling with this army, and I think he's going to back away, and I really hope he does, because I don't think he can push into this. Yeah, but not with what he's got anyways.
Yeah, but you do want to make use of those Hellions in some way. They don't add value later on, and if you can... Okay, so yes, auto turrets have been nerfed Steadfast, but Interference Matrix hasn't, and there are only 2 tanks right there. So if you can Matrix the tanks, and realistically, maybe the Cyclone too, and then run in with the Hellions, kill off the Marines, that is still a viable opportunity. And Cure's looking for it. We see he's not running back home. He's still establishing this map control. And Oliveira is doing such a good job of scouting out where he's going. A Marine here, a Reaper there, means that he always has the tank sieged. And with these Vikings and the Cyclone, it's actually really hard to get the Ravens to get those matrices that they need. So yeah, it's an interesting idea from Cure, but it feels like the positioning from time is just invalidating any opportunity.
Exactly. And while the auto turrets are not as good as they used to be anymore, they're still good in a defensive setup when you get to set them up. We are going to see a potential move in coming on in, but yeah, wise decision from Cure. He loses a Viking though. That's pretty expensive. You do not want to lose those Vikings in this crucial early game TVT war. And as he rallies in a couple more Vikings, he will regain air control temporarily. This has been a very interesting setup because both of them have like really been heavily posturing. We haven't seen much action yet, but there's been a lot of chess at play. Now, behind all this, you might be saying to yourself, Cure's ahead in supply. Steadfast, what are you talking about? Why are you saying this is good for Oliveira? Well, the upgrade timing. That's a big difference. He's got a significantly faster setup here for combat shields. He jumps on his opponent's Raven, gets the kill there for free. Oh, that's a really big pickoff. It's now 3 Ravens to 2. We talk about interference matrices and auto turrets. There's now going to be 50% more of those potentially for Oliveira here.
That is true, Steadfast, but the Viking count is favoring Cure. And the most important thing when you talk about Raven play, anything like that, the Ravens actually have to run forward and knock things down. So if Cure's able to
building,
yeah, the Viking
Viking
change.
Yeah, they're so maneuverable now.
It's actually kind of crazy how much. So for certain players, this Viking idea has always been popular. Yeah, I'm not going to build medevacs. I'm just going to build Vikings. It's going to be great. I'm going to dominate the skies, and why would I build medevacs? That takes away from that. But it's really cool to see in TVT how some players have really started to just accept that, really lean into that even more. Although, as we say that, finally, we're at 9-10 Vikings. Both players are starting to build medevacs. Oliveira has given up any shot of air control, right? It's 9 Vikings to 6, but that means his medevacs are faster. As now Red Raven's going to go down, but great shutdowns on the Ravens. Anti-armor missile as well means that, first of all, there's no way that Oliveira wins the air battle, and he's not going to be able to push in all that hard either because, well, one Raven went down, the other 2 were disabled. They're not going to be able to find their way in again.
No, they are not. That was a very ambitious move from Oliveira. He knew there was a sensor tower there. I don't think he realized that Cure had built so many Vikings, because this is a much bigger commitment than you're used to. Usually stop at, like 6, usually at maximum, but to go all the way up to, in this case, I think it was 9, like you said, that's a lot of Vikings. So I don't think he was anticipating that. I think he was going to be able to, thought he was going to be able to bully his way through. By the way, Oliveira did not start his 2-2 anywhere near as quickly as he could have. Very nice spotter depot on the left side, spots this medevac drop and misses Cure's own drop. Meanwhile, big attack coming in through the middle. Interference matrices coming in from Oliveira, going to shut down a lot of his opponent's tanks, and he is going to slaughter the main army. But will that matter with a counterattack coming on in? It will deny the 4th base, and the Marines, I love this. He rallies them back with the main army. Oh, this is actually so good for Oliveira at the front line. Oh, he's got to pull back these Marines. Does he save the command center? No, he loses the 4th CC. But this positioning from Oliveira looks so good right now.
This is a much better position for Oliveira because, yeah, you're talking about it. Yes, he lost his 4th base, but he will eventually be able to rally enough to defend his 3rd, his natural area. And Oliveira has a free 4th base he can take down, and he's killed so many more workers, and he's knocked down the tech. It is, how many, what is our tank count at? It is 9 tanks to 2. So, yeah, sure. He lost his 4th command center. You don't want that. He traded one over that was free. There was no way Cure was going to get out on the map. Upgrades, they're not as far ahead as they were for 1-1. Sure, that's true. They're still ahead. And Cure is on 2 bases. It's going to be a long time before he can retake that 3rd.
Yeah, and when I talk about position, I don't just mean position in the game. I'm talking about the physical position of these tanks. They lock. It is a hard lock into the natural expansion right now. And Cure, he does have air control. He's going to build these Liberators. But during all of this, he is getting outmined severely right now. We see 3 arrows for the minerals, 2 arrows for the gas. It's a huge income advantage at the moment here for Oliveira. And by the time Cure can actually start to move out here, Scan does see the Liberators as well, which is really nice for Oliveira. By the time he actually moves out and is able to secure this, cheeky little Marine drop on the left side is actually going to win the fight against a lot of Marines. This is a very nice trade. He's killed like 10-15 Marines basically for free. Meanwhile, pulls back his own tanks, going to knock out the sensor tower. This is starting to get close to almost checkmate territory. Oh, but as I say that, you got to save those tanks, Oliveira. Okay, you will pull them back. Yeah, it's so weird to say that, but like the lead is starting to get very wide, and we've got Ravens coming on down. That being said, you do not want to lose 3 tanks for free, and he will lose 3 tanks for free.
Yeah, that was actually really good Liberator positioning, sieging up where the tanks were re-sieging. So even if Oliveira had gone and unsieged, he would have lost a couple tanks regardless. Which again, not exactly what you want. Oh, yeah, that's a big drop coming. What's that? 6 medevacs, 7 medevacs on the left side. And one of the benefits from this map control that Oliveira has been finding, Steadfast, the sensor towers were killed. Cure, the only way he sees this happening is if a spotter, well, the spotter Cyclone finds it, and it looks like there's actually, is it gonna see it? No, it doesn't.
He saw 1 medevac for a quarter of a second. Did he see it? The answer, might surprise you. That was a clickbait title, sorry about that. Oh, time gives him the benefit of the doubt. Pardon me, Oliveira gives him the benefit of the doubt and says, you probably saw this. That Cyclone bluffed Cure away from losing this game right now. Because if those Marines get unloaded into the medevacs, they kill the command center, they probably kill all the production. It is probably game right then and there. Talking about checkmate positions, that's about as strong of a checkmate as you can get. Still, I am liking Oliveira's position, but Cure is starting to push himself onto the map. and there's not a lot of Marines here. So many of them are with the aggressive army, and air control is solidly in the favor of Cure. Oliveira, he went for this Raven transition. Could this end up being his undoing?
Well, that's a massive counterattack on the other side. Gets on top of a couple tanks early, and now stims into the Natural's going to try to get the command center down. It's dead. So yes, that's a great position. You're right. Cure on the other side of the map does have a bit of a chokehold on where Oliveira can be. Cure's on 2 bases. Much like that last game we cast, Oliveira, all he needs is some time. His 3-3 is on the way. Yes, he doesn't have air control, but, you know, a lot of Marines, a lot of tanks, some good positioning can make up for that one. These Liberators are such a problem, though. Marines, they're going to stim in, and with the tank coverage, they're just going to go down. Oliveira needs to get this position up.
Yeah, Oliveira is being slowly pushed back. The big deal right now, well, there's actually a lot of big deals. A potential flank. Ooh, as I say that, we are going to see the collapse coming on in. Marines are so late in the back. Oh my God, they are so out of position here. But the air superiority almost going in the favor of Oliveira. That Viking, if it had killed the Viking of Cure, he would have gained air superiority, but we do have a couple Vikings popping out. It is still a significant army supply lead here for Cure. However, the Liberator goes down, and that is going to slow the momentum. These tanks on the left side. 2 of them going to get taken out. Oh man, that is expensive. He's got 2 more behind us, and he might draw his opponent in, but 3-3 and +2 vehicle weapons just completed. Meanwhile, attack coming through the middle. Is there enough Marines for Cure to hold with the siege tanks in the back? I think. Oh, it's going to be so close, but the concave is good for Cure. He's getting it on top of the tanks, but they have really whittled down this army, and that is amazing news for Oliveira, because now his 3-3 upgrades are going to be much more impactful, and there's almost no Marines on the field for Cure. He's on 12 Marines right now.
Steadfast.
Yeah, this is, I think Oliveira's done it here.
Steadfast +2 mech attack finished right as that attack happened. Tanks were one-shotting the Stim Marines instead of 2. It made that fight so much harder, and there's the surround, there's the break. Everything is gonna go down. Cure falls. Oliveira takes his recent history and turns it into fact. He's up 1.
That was such a cool TVT for so many reasons. One, we had such a great understanding there from Oliveira to get himself in such a great position. Really well done. That one drop into the main base was this close. This close to just straight up ending the game. He gave himself some really good position in that game. But Cure, from a position of being down 25 SCVs, 2 bases to 4, he put together a push with that Liberator setup, with that air control, that was honestly inches away from winning that game. If he hits before that 3-3 and that +2 vehicle weapons, it's a good chance he might just win the game outright, because if even 15 Marines survive instead of the 2 that did with the army, I honestly think that Cure is able to, because he still had 5 tanks in the back, I think he's able to lock down the ramp and then maybe even gets in on top of the production. We're a hair away from making that happen. So really impressive showing. That's one of those wins as Oliveira where you're almost feeling worse about it, because you're like, if you really identified the game state, you're like, oh man, he was so close to winning when I was in an amazing position. I have got to give him a little bit more respect, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy though. We talk about upgrades, right? All the time in this matchup. Wow, 1-1 versus 0-0 Marine upgrades. It is not often that we see one upgrade matter so much as that +1 mech attack versus +2. You're right. You get 15 more Marines there. That fight goes very differently, but you're one-shotting Marines. And that tank line was so deep that even as Cure fought through the Marines, again, 3-3 versus 2-2. It took a while to get through that. But even as he fought through the lines and started getting on top of the tanks, you had 1-2 tanks in the back line. And because they could target kind of different areas of the Marine count, it all went down, right? So massive, tiny little things turn into massive advantages. And yeah, I'm here for it. TVT has been such a boring matchup. For the last year or so, Sensor Towers, Turtle, whatever. Not at this tournament. We've had some of the greatest TVTs we had in a long time. Spirit Cure, Marbion, this game 1.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, I was saying it during the break, and you disagreed, and it's a fair point, but I actually think the Raven rework is the best change in the entire patch. It is already reinvigorated TVT in such an amazing way. Marine tank versus Marine tank, that battle for air control, the Liberators, the Vikings, it's so much fun. And the sensor tower nerf, that's a low-key MVP upgrade too, or MVP rework. It has just opened up the matchup so much. And let's be real, we love watching players just go toe-to-toe and smash into one another. It's fun. And I didn't mention it, I'll mention it a little bit, but there was something else that, you know, we kind of saw a little bit of in that game that I think played a factor. But for now, let's get into the game and let's talk about that.
Folks in the upper left in the blue for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, down a map, but he's shown us this weekend going down doesn't affect him at all. It's Cure.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for Kites of Gaming. It is the Red Terran player, Oliveira. Now, yeah, like I said, I wanted to mention a couple things that are very intriguing about the patch as well. And part of what maybe left Oliveira a little bit more vulnerable than he needed to be is the fact that he went for those Ravens. So if instead of the two-star port tech lab, he gets reactors and pumps out a couple extra Vikings earlier, he retakes control of the air so much faster. He doesn't even need the add-ons. He can literally just go 2 naked starports, 4 Vikings at a time, and he can take air control, and he never gets pushed back into his natural. That game never gets, even though, you know, it looked comfortable for a lot of it for Oliveira, it really did start getting uncomfortable, especially towards the very end. I think he can avoid that whole thing by just going into more Vikings and reclaiming the air superiority a lot faster.
It's funny you say that, Steadfast, because again, we talked about incredible TVTs this weekend. Spirit Cure, those games 4 and 5 were ridiculous. And one thing that Spirit said after he eventually qualified through the lower bracket, and he was asked about those games, he's like, yeah, I made a mistake. I went Ravens in the late game. That's an old patch idea. It's just not worth doing anymore because you open yourself up so much, and it's crazy. When I think of Raven late game power, I think of making tanks not really all that great. But between the nerf to anti-armor missile, it's only -2 armor instead of -3, so it doesn't really make Marines explode quite as much. And the fact that your auto turrets are effectively useless in these late game scenarios, that is so much power that is gone. So you're right, yeah, go Raven or go Viking, go Liberator, take advantage of the enhanced micromobility of the Vikings. It's a much more dynamic matchup, and I think we're gonna start to see Ravens less and less.
Yes. I will say, I think I would like to see a late game Raven or two. I think it's good because the build time, it was actually buffed. The build time was buffed. The cost was buffed. I'm cool with, you know, because at the end of the day, a lot of the time you're seeing players going up into like 5 starports. Even if you go 3 or 4 starports and just have one with a tech lab on it, and it's just building a Raven or even 2 Ravens just to have with the army, because the anti-armor missile alone is still, it's a valuable spell. It's just not worth it now to have 10 Ravens, 15 Ravens. Like and that's good. It's a support unit. It's meant to support the army, not be the army. If you're not Ketrock, but that's like that's how the game should be played. So I'm really happy. And a lot of people have given a lot of flack to the players. They've said, oh man, what are they don't know anything about the patch. Those people are idiots because the players, they know. And while some things may need to be tweaked, we're going to find out a lot about that at Katowice. The Raven rework, what it's done for TVT has already showed the brilliance of this patch.
And you know, the other thing we need to talk about before we start talking about this game is the fact that Core of the Reactor was nerfed, which I don't think we've mentioned at all, or was removed, excuse me. So Ravens, yeah, not only are they worse in terms of auto turrets and anti-armor missile, it takes a lot longer for them to get that energy. So even getting them out, they're not as immediately useful as they previously were. So again, yeah, only a couple. But Steadfast, in this game, look at what we got coming in from here. That is a very quick stim.
Yep. this is you talk about prep, you talk about doing weird stuff, and you talk about coming in with 1 or 2 builds that are just really fire, really knockout, really strong. This is a way to approach the game for sure. And I think with the Raven nerf, where it just doesn't have as much power, builds like this become an option again. You now no longer need to just spam out auto turrets to win any early game engagement. So something like a 2-1-1 play becomes a lot more viable potentially. So the fact that, first of all, I don't know. I say potentially because I genuinely don't know. This is like the first time I'm seeing it. And I cover a lot of damn StarCraft 2. By the way, scan, this looks super normal. Maybe you're like, wow, he's gone quickly into this. Actually, no, seeing that second reactor, that might raise some alarm bells. Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see a second reactor, and you wouldn't expect to see the barracks still building Marines. So this might actually be a bit of a tell, but he didn't see the second barracks. He didn't see the stim being researched. Is that enough information for Oliveira to figure out what's going on? That's my big question now, because he's going to need to batten down the hatches. And it looks like with how he's set up in the main base, it looks like he does have a good idea.
Yeah, he's building a Liberator super early, and that might just be for harassment play, but Liberator and Viking coming out of the reactored starport. So he is building more defensive tools to make sure that he can handle this in some way. A couple additional barracks on the way as well. And I love what Kier's doing, right? He's going for this pressure. It's 2-1-1. He's actually got +1 halfway done. But the big deal, he's taking his third base on location, making up for the economic disadvantage that he might find. But somehow, despite this being a game where Kier's the one that's supposed to be aggressive on the map with those 16 Marines and 2 medevacs stim complete, the Ravens actually get out on the map. And I think this is a great play. The Ravens are not going to be all that incredible defensively. We talked about it. Auto turrets, not great. Maybe the anti-armor missiles, but auto turrets don't do much. You have your tanks and Marines at home. Put those Ravens on the map. Find damage on the other side.
Yeah, even the interference matrix could be handy for those medevacs to prevent them from lifting up the Marines, but that only works if Kier commits in. Now, I think I was asking if Oliveira had a good read. I think he got the perfect read because he has stayed on 2 bases for quite some time. He is going to get a bunch of damage with these auto turrets. We talk about the nerf. It's only to their survivability, their durability. It is not to their DPS. Their DPS is still so good. So the fact that Oliveira stays on 2 bases and counterattacks with those Ravens is such a great decision, in my opinion. Now, Kier, I like that he does not just try and bum rush and force damage, because if he were to do so, he'd be running into a lot of siege tanks with stimmed Marines that don't have combat shields, and that's a bad time. You don't want to be doing that. Now, what else you don't want to be doing is fighting an auto turret with SCVs. It does get cleaned up quicker than usual, but it's still 8 workers that go down. But I like that Oliveira was able to turn the Ravens into value. Oh, interception? No, we're good. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Steadfast, not only did he get 8 workers, right? He got 6 Marines off of that. He got a tank off of that with his Liberator. And yeah, he did trade the Liberator for it. But that was getting the Marines by itself, if you keep the Ravens alive, that's a great trade. Getting that tank, getting those extra Marines as well, that turns a good trade into a great trade. And remember, Oliveira had his third base so much faster, so even now that, yes, Kier is on location, he does have his orbital done, it's not that bad for him. He's going to be able to take his third base pretty much as soon as he gets the scout that Kier is backing up a second. And all this pressure that Kier wants to put on, there are 4 missile turrets in the main. You don't drop this. You got to go head on, and that is exactly the type of game that Oliveira wants to play.
Yes, exactly. He's got the siege tanks. He is at a period of vulnerability right now where it's +1 weapons and combat shield. So the Marines of Kier are much better. But if there's tanks covering against him, that could be really scary. Now, we do see a single missile turret in the natural. Oh, but he's not going to drop. He scans the front, sees where the army is, and he's like, okay, you're not in position. What he didn't realize was there was an opportunity here. He is going to stim, or well, boost in on top of this. Siege tank is well positioned. The Vikings going to try and deal with this. There's that interference matrix I was talking about. And auto turret will still buy some time. Huge tank shot on those Marines. This is a great defense here from Oliveira, but Kier sneaks into the natural, and he is going to find a bit of an opening. Still, I think this is a pretty good defense so far. This is still good from Kier, but I am impressed with the defense overall from Oliveira. This was a very scary moment, and he didn't crumble. Not even close.
Steadfast, look at the upgrades here. 1-1 just was completed. So now, if there's a timing that Oliveira can try to break out of this, especially as the tank's on siege, yeah, we're going to see him move on top of this right now. Can he chase him in time? 2 tanks go down to the medevac. No, Kier. That's not what you want. And yes, economically, it's a problem. Oliveira down 20 workers at this point, but he's up 20 army supply. He's up an upgrade. He has these Ravens still. He has utter air dominance, 7 Vikings to 2. We can see some Liberators get added in once he realizes that, and this is a terrifying push timing coming in from the Chinese player.
It is an extremely scary push timing. Now, Cure is set up to go for a base trade, which is his best case scenario, I think, in this. Oh, that Raven is so low on HP. Oliveira's got to keep it alive. But it's the Viking lead as well. And actually, Oliveira, he recognizes that his opponent's army is not here. He is going to sprint right up into the natural. I wouldn't mind him bypassing, going straight into the main. The snipes on the Ravens, though, are going to allow the tanks to survive. The counterattack on the other side. Let's see what's happening there. We do have 2 tanks in the main base for Oliveira, and he is going to hold the line for now. He even snipes down one of his opponent's tanks. This is getting wild here. Oh, the stim up the ramp. He sieges a tank, though, and blocks his own Marines, but he also blocks his opponent's units, landing on his opponent's tank. Very nice from Oliveira. The command center may fall, but even if it does, Oliveira is going to camp his opponent's production, and I don't think Cure can return the favor.
Steadfast, big deal here with one command center lifted. There's not a lot of scans on the map. Dropping on top of the tank here.
Oh.
He's going to try to find something. Other tank on the left side, and it seems like Cure's actually going to be able to find his way on the high ground. We're talking about who can camp each other's production, but in this case, Oliveira and Cure have camped each other. But there is only 2 orbitals on either side. I think one is lifted still for Cure. Scans are not readily available. Finding high ground positions, attacking into each other is pretty damn hard, but there we go.
Ooh,
that's a big deal. +2 looks like it may just complete here. Oliveira is not going to be focusing on it, and a 1 upgrade lead when we talk about a scrappy situation like this, that's a massive deal.
It is a huge deal, and if it does complete, that could be everything. The Marines, they don't recognize it is going to complete. That could shift the game entirely. Another great move from Cure is that he snuck an entire medevac of Marines out of his main base under the nose of his opponent's Vikings. Now, this is where the game gets so weird. It is a full-on base trade. Command center that was built, that snuck its way up, does get taken out. In terms of command centers, we do have 1 extra right now for Oliveira, so he's going to have more scans. He's going to be able to... Actually, no, we've got 2 extra. He's got this regular command center that he saved. If he can drag this game on even a little bit, this is a huge advantage for Oliveira. Absolutely. Still, the +2 weapons is a big deal as well.
Yeah, Steadfast, the other big deal. Oliveira, A, has a bank, and B, he has production. Cure has built a couple more barracks. Yeah, 1,500 minerals is a lot of Marines. Cure, he had to build up a couple more barracks. He lost them all. He's got like 1 left, but he doesn't have any money. He has, you know, the command center on the north side. That gets scanned out by Oliveira, by the way. Oliveira knows exactly where everything is.
Wait, no. These are so important. You want these. No, these aren't scouting. No, you need these. No.
That's a bit of an issue. Losing the factory, you need tanks, especially when you have as much gas as Oliveira has in the bank, especially when you're down a Marine upgrade like Oliveira is. But again, as much as I would, yes, the factory needs to be remade. Does it really matter when it's 3 orbitals to 1? The supply for Oliveira here, you give us a minute. He already has more SCVs just from the base trade. You give it a little bit of time, it's not going to really matter. So Oliveira, though, he's going to put pressure on the map. He does not want Cure to have any shot at stabilizing. And with his air superiority, how do you position yourself as Cure? You got to look for some surround. Oliveira's always going to know what's happened between the extra scans that he's got and the Vikings that are right there. And he turns it into Liberators as well. These tanks are not going to last all that long.
No, they are not. They are going to be pushed back inevitably. And this Liberator is almost certainly a checkmate Liberator. It is a brilliant decision. I was going to bring it up if he didn't start it already. By the way, we do finally see Cure coming in here. He will. Oh, look at this. He just sets the depots ablaze. And he realizes, I need to get back here right now. But I think... Oh, Oliveira recognizes the tanks are unsieged. He's going to land the Vikings, and he is going to move forward. He's going to take down the last orbital command. This is it for Cure. He's got nothing left in this game. He's building Marines, but this is the last Marines we're going to see. And Oliveira, he recognizes it. He recognizes he's pulling back. He just needs to defend, and all he really needs to do is siege up. He's going to do so. The upgrade lead for Cure is not going to be enough. His base is revealed. Oliveira is going to complete the 2-0. GG gets called.
God, TVT is so good now.
It's good. I love it. Oh my God, this feels like when Legacy of the Void came out after Heart of the Swarm broke my heart with turtle mech and swarm host garbage. Sorry. But this is such a good game. It is so fun to watch. And what a tactical chess match that was.
Oh, and now Steadfast, this match had a lot of implications in Group A as well. Oliveira and Kira both sitting at 1-1. Now Oliveira, he 2-0s, he goes to 2-1, 6-2 in maps, +4 map score. Actually, that puts him in first place in the group, I think, up until we see other results. No, I think we were the last. Yeah, Ragnarok's 2-1. Yeah. So
Ragnarok, yo, what? Raggy beat Dark?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Ragnarok 2-0
He
Dark.
2-0'd him. Wow.
Neeb took a map
Oh my
off
God,
Clem.
this Katowice is shaping up to be amazing.
It's Katowice, of course it is. But yeah, the upsets here. So again, we're looking at things. Liquid Pete is not quite updated just yet. I think Oliveira, right? Yeah, he's sitting up a map. He's tied in overall maps, but he's sitting up 1 in map score. Oliveira currently sitting top of Group A after an incredibly disappointing DreamHack Atlanta in his second land back from COVID. He is looking in a very good position to advance out of his group now. And, well, who does he play next, Steadfast? He runs into Neeb, who, yes, took a map off Clem, but a player who has not been practicing as much. He's a full-time student now. Oliveira might secure his position in the playoffs in the next set.
He might, and he controls his own destiny to make it through in first place in this group. And if you told me after playing Dark, Cure, and Clem that he was first in the group. Yeah, sorry, I was like reading it and I was like, oh, damn, what? Brain left me hanging on that one, which it always does. If you told me that Oliveira was in first place and the two opponents he needed to play were Ragnarok and Neeb, I would be shouting from the top of my lungs as a Chinese player, a Chinese fan, that this is his group. He has now got the reins. As long as he doesn't let go, he can win this group straight up and make it straight into the round of 8.
And Steadfast, do you know what we're casting next? Do you remember what the next match that we're gonna get to take a look at is?
Tell me what the next match is.
We get Neeb Oliveira. We get the story.
Neeb Oliveira.
We get to track that story moving forward. And that just makes me so happy.
It is very cool. It is awesome. Of course, for anyone who is not familiar, Oliveira is the player formerly known as Time. He is a big MMA fan, as it would seem, and it's kind of an homage to a very talented fighter there. And you know what? I gotta say, it's new nickname, new me, because he is looking so good right now.
You're telling me that he's got Group A in a chokehold, Steadfast?
He actually does have Group A in a chokehold. That could not have worked out better.
Yeah. So, folks, we want to get into that next series, which means we do need to go to a break so we can get into it. Even actually, I don't think that changes things, but we're gonna say it does anyways. We're gonna go to a break, and when we're back, it's gonna be a match that will decide whether Oliveira gets out, and more importantly, how securely his hold on first place is. How secure his hold on first place is. We'll be back.
You wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Master certified PC. Game like the pros.
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up. No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
Welcome back to the cage, folks. It's now the second round here of Group A. Oliveira has captured our hearts with some incredible TVT, and now he's got an opportunity to secure his playoff run right here. But Steadfast, there's a Protoss player in his way. His name is Neeb, but historically, this has not been that much of a stumbling block.
No, it has not been as much of a stumbling block historically. Now, you look at the overall history, and we have to put some context on it. We've got a 15-11 map lead for Oliveira, formerly known as Time, and a 6-3 series lead, and that sounds pretty good. It's not a huge sample size, but you're like, okay, this will probably be a reasonably even matchup, but we got to give a nod to Oliveira. However, 6 of those matches are from 2019 or earlier, and those are the only times when Neeb has beaten Oliveira. Back when he was known as Time, and more importantly, back before he hit his big power spike. Since then, since 2021, well, really since 2019, because that was the last time they had met before that, Neeb has not taken a map off of Oliveira. 2-0, 1-0, 2-0 in favor of the Chinese Terran. That's a pretty daunting setup. And one of those matches is notably after Neeb kind of came back and had his big revival, where he, performed very well at DreamHack Valencia. So that's pretty telling. And we're going to see if Neeb can maybe put something together, but Oliveira should have a pretty strong advantage, but it's a best of 3. Anything can happen.
Anything can. Royal Blood is map 1, folks, and, well, let's explore this one. In the upper right, folks, in the blue, seizing control of his destiny and first place in Group A, Oliveira.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom left for Onside Gaming. It is the red Protoss player, Neeb. Now, anyone who's a fan of StarCraft 2 and has been for a long time should know the name Neeb. You should look at it and be like, wow, this is one of the greatest foreigners of all time, one of the greatest non-Korean players of all time. He had that dominant streak during 2016, 2017, where he just didn't lose to anyone. He won a Kespa Cup on Korean soil, but that was when he was playing full-time. He did come back, like I said, for a little while, and did play full-time for about 3 or 4 months. And during that period, I legitimately think he was one of the best players in the world. Unfortunately, it didn't translate to tournament results because the only tournament he played was DreamHack Valencia, and that was even after he had kind of taken his foot off the pedal a little bit. And then additionally, he pardon me, he wasn't he got stuffed. He got stopped just before what could have actually been a championship run.
Yeah, that really should have been a game that he should have won. That game 5 against Creator, he was massively ahead, and then went for a bunch of Colossus and kind of blundered it. So yeah, he's not there. He's full-time now, but he did take a map off of Clem earlier on, and Clem has some incredible TVP. In years past, he's been the only one that could hang with Zest, for example, in something like Katowice. I think a lot of us at least remember that game on, what was it, Romanticide, just mass sell it versus everything for however long that game was. Like, Clem's TVP is very good. So the fact that Neeb took a map off him, I didn't see how the game went, is an encouraging sign, even as Neeb has maybe not had his best Katowice to date. But the question is this going to be enough? Because for right now, this proxy starport seems like it's not going to get scouted.
No, it will not. That's pretty big. Hang on, how did that Adept just take a Reaper shot?
Took a Reaper shot?
It did. How did that just even happen? It took half a Reaper shot. Did it just take damage while it was in transit during the shade? Okay, we're gonna have to watch the replay because that is a weird little edge case, I think. Reaper, by the way, does not get into the main base, won't see a pylon missing. This is actually really nice for Neeb so far. He's forced the command center to be placed out of position. That means this mule is actually gonna lose a fair bit of efficiency. Oh, it's actually gonna lose a lot of efficiency here. Oliveira puts it on patrol, but he loses maybe at least 1, maybe 2 mining trips. That's like 25 or 50 minerals. So already kind of a nice advantage for Neeb right there. Yeah, I remember the game you're talking about. It was on, not Ice and Chrome. It was on something golden.
Yeah, Golden Wall. No, not Golden Wall.
No, Pillars of Gold.
There we go.
Pillars of Gold. Yes, by the way, Adept Shades in, doesn't quite get the Mule, but will open things up a little bit. Oracle is going to be able to find a couple of workers. Oh, nice read right there. He saw that his opponent was going to go after the Mule. He does lose the one Mule, but he keeps this other one alive. So a nice little read from Time. Pardon me, from Oliveira. Oh, the Oracle.
Actually, wait a minute here. Oracle's, it's only one
lock
pulsar
on.
beam.
Oh, he wins the fight.
Oh, scans? But he's not going to
does he get the lock on? No. It was on cooldown for just a little bit too long there. That could have been such a pimp play from Oliveira. Still a very nice situation for him. It does take a little bit of the sting that he has to drop a scan, but it's still a nice little move.
Yeah, and the big deal with that scan as well is it showed him exactly where the proxy starport was, or the proxy stargate was. I don't know that he would have known that it was there otherwise.
Oh, that's kind of funny actually. That's a hilarious hilarious side effect. Like, it's like when you take a prescription drug and you actually take it for the side effect. Oh, okay, well, I'll take it. All right, sounds good. By the way, this is 3-gate as a follow-up. Oh man, hang on, can Neeb even deal with this? This wall is gonna make this Liberator so good. Actually, can he even survive? He's gonna pop battery overcharge instantly, but he's already losing so many of these Stalkers. The DPS is just so high in these units. Fortunately, he does get out of the Liberation Zone, but the Liberator is providing so much power. And now that the battery overcharge is about to expire, Neeb he's going to lose these 2 gateways. I do like the warp in from the back, but he can't move through. This Liberator is almost a checkmate Liberator.
It really is, and we're seeing the Cyclones on the right side knocked down. Oh, come on, you got to kill that Stalker. Cyclone falls. Not the best trade, but still, it's getting down that pylon. That seems to be what Oliveira wants to do, and that's not going to happen. So Warpin's on the right side. We'll warp in 3 more Stalkers. That probably should be the end of this push, but as we say that, yes, that Cyclone has fallen, but here comes the reinforcements from Oliveira. He's got to run right now, though. Got to get back to his main army. In fact, he's going to give up everything. The Marines will fall, but he's got to keep that tank alive, and it seems like he's going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, Liberator into the main base. Stalkers are at the front. It's going to get some damage.
Yes, it certainly is. We saw 5 probes going down during all of this. No siege instantly here from Oliveira. And Neeb, actually, he is going to be able to take down this Liberator. And I said this was almost checkmate. It was almost checkmate, but Neeb didn't panic. He didn't rush the fight. He was able to get enough damage on the right side here to clean up the mobile units for the Terran. And he stayed calm throughout. And now he actually finds himself in a pretty darn good position in this game, all off the back of delaying his tech and just going heavy on the units. Now he's got charge on the way. Hang on. Is he just going to try and kill his opponent with 8-gate charge? He's building a War Prism. I mean, this actually has some potential if Oliveira moves out to take a 3rd base, but never mind. He went 5 racks before. Yeah, no, Oliveira should be fine if this does end up being very aggressive.
Yeah, Steadfast, the weird thing about this, though, for Neeb is the fact that this is 4-gas, right? 4-gas charge is not really a thing. That tells you want to advance into something. In this case, it is going to be a Robo Bay. We're going to see Colossus or Disruptors go down. Often you see it go into Charge Storm as well. So, yeah, Neeb is getting gateways, but that's kind of what you want to do when you're on 55, 60 workers, when you do have that 3rd base mineral mining set up. And now he's going to have warp-in potential, run-by potential, but he's not going to shove himself into the meat grinder that is potentially Oliveira here. It's about the counterattack. It's about the pressure on the map, but not the all-in.
Yes, and that is a high-value potential play. I do like these Zealots on the left side. The only thing I was going to say is that Neeb doesn't have any Forge or Forges. In a situation like this, especially with the buff to upgrade timings, I think Neeb should be going double Forge behind this. But for now, we're focused on this big push. We've got the Zealot drop in the main base. Very nice SimCity. This is an exquisite SimCity out of the Terran player, but Neeb really muscling his way through. Oh, he dodges the Widowmine so clean. Neeb, he's starting to show some of his old form a little bit here, but this push is so scary right now.
This push is terrifying, but there's only one Widowmine in this army, at least that I can see, so yeah, it's a lot of tanks. Sure, in fact, SCVs are going to get pulled to the front. Time really committing to this thing right now. I'm not convinced this is going to happen. There are so many charge slots. There's some Immortals here. Shield Battery Overcharge is popped as now Oliveira stims in. Immortal on the right side is going to fall down, but Oliveira is getting eaten from the inside out. His main base has very few SCVs, so now the Zealot's going to run in, and all Neeb needs is time. There's a Colossus that's going to run forward. Tank's actually targeting it down very quickly, and Oliveira, he goes forward. Neeb just needed some time, and he does not have it. Oliveira does. It's going to be a 1-0 lead now for the Chinese.
absolutely phenomenal push right there. The siege tanks, they got some clutch shots right there. They killed. So, okay, there was 2 points where the siege tanks really were the MVPs of that fight. One, the first shot on the Immortals on the left side meant that it was drawing the battery overcharge. So that was allowed Oliveira to run in and snipe the second Immortal. And then at the very end, they hit the Colossus and they splashed down the Immortal at the same time, killing 2 incredibly high-value power units. And Oliveira gets the job done right there. And he keeps his stranglehold on the group for now.
Yeah, man, if he's 2-0, 4-0, yes, Neeb did look good at points. We'll see what happens. He looks much better than he did against Kier yesterday. But if Oliveira 2-0, 4-0 is this group, or 2-0, 4-0 is this day, that is a strong position to actually, we're talking about this, to actually top the group, to go directly into the round of 8. Who does he plays Ragnarok tomorrow, right?
Ragnarok, yep.
That is a winnable matchup.
Very. But something else that could happen that would be very weird is if Ragnarok wins versus Cure in his matchup, and then he's able to beat Oliveira, Ragnarok actually would win the group because he would stay ahead of Dark, and then he would eclipse Oliveira. This is not how we expected this group to shape up. This is a really wild group right now.
Oh, and Steadfast, we were talking yesterday, I think, yesterday, about how Group A, more than anything else, is just wide open.
Yeah, we have... I said... Oh, sorry, go on.
We have everyone has a shot to top it. Everyone has a shot to get in the bottom. Maybe Neeb's more towards the bottom side and Ragnarok. But everyone has a shot to do both. And some people we saw people saying, no, what are you talking about? Dark's clearly
Dark's gonna
win.
Top. Yeah.
It's not even close.
Well,
looking at you.
It's looking extremely close right now. 4 maps, and before this, 3 maps separated first from fourth. That is as close as it gets. And to be fair, Neeb is not in this group right now. He might actually even be mathematically eliminated now. I think he is. I don't really want to do the math on it on stream, but which is funny because I'm normally super okay with doing math on stream, but in this case, I'm just like, maybe not, because we got a match to focus on. But that was the thing, is we didn't know what Neeb's form was going to look like going into this tournament. And he's had some flashes of brilliance. That dodge on the Widow Mines actually put Oliveira into a pretty all-in position, killed so many SCVs, really opened the door for him to maybe take that game. But yeah, first to fourth is neck and neck.
And I mean, we even talk about Neeb being mathematically eliminated. Part of this is like he gets himself in really good positions and then it doesn't work. Like he has been in almost every game we've cast, he has been in a good opportunity, a good position to actually make it out, to win these games. And unfortunately, and I'm told actually that's what happened in the Clem series too, in the 2 games he lost. Like he almost won those. So first through fourth, Razor's Edge, who knows what's gonna happen. And even going down to last player place in the group, it's still who knows. So it's gonna be a fun 2 more series that we get to look at here as the group does continue. But for now, folks, we're just gonna get in to our second game of this series. Let's see if Neeb can take us to game 3. And the upper left, folks, in the red, he's down a game for Onside Gaming. It's Neeb.
And his opponent playing so damn well, and it makes me so happy because I know how hard he's been working. It's Kites of Gaming's Oliveira. And you and I have seen him in the ESL Open Cups taking down Dark. After Dark historically had really had his number, Oliveira's won a couple of pretty nice matches against him. And even in the series that they played, if you haven't seen it, the long drawn out slugfest between Oliveira and Dark, which went to the super late game, Oliveira won that. He won that against one of the kings of late game spellcasters for Zerg in the form of Dark. He ultimately did lose the series 2-1, but one of them was to a Nidus Roach Ravager that he kind of didn't prepare for very well. And it's clear that, he was probably a little bit exhausted after that game number 2, but it was a very competitive series out of Oliveira, and he is looking so sharp. Something else. Oh, Neeb. Wow, he is going real cheesy, by the way. He actually killed Clem in the game that he won with a 2-base immortal charge lot all in and really bamboozled Clem with that. But like you said, Neeb has been looking good in a lot of the matches he's lost. And don't be surprised if Clem... Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, this is like a trigger build. But don't be surprised if we see Dark having a tough time with Neeb tomorrow. Don't be surprised by that in the slightest.
And that's always been Neeb's. Like last year, he hadn't been practicing all that much. He was actually talking in Katowice about how the passion wasn't there. And then he went to Katowice and the passion was rekindled. And despite that, despite him really not practicing all that much, who knows, he was the only player that really contested Rogue in the group stage. Like, he actually should have won that series. But we're going to have to see what happens here because Proxy Robo Gateway, this is not, I'm not going to say it's not a build, but this is not something that we see in TVP all that often. Marines are going to try to find the Adept the high ground. Adept gets first shot, though, and that does mean at least one of these Marines will be traded out despite the good micro. Big deal, though. Neeb runs forward. This looks normal for him, or as normal as it's going to get. Oliveira is not going to be able to tell what's happening. In fact, his Marines are never going to go to the left side because that Adept's coming in from the front.
No, exactly. And he is... Now, the only thing that could actually tip this off is, funnily enough, if Oliveira sees the shimmer of the Observer, if he sees it this quick and he sees which direction it came from, he might actually be able to figure out what's going on, because this Observer's on his side of the map ludicrously fast. And this actually, I actually really dislike this from Neeb in that sense. I wish he'd kind of kept it at the front for now. I don't hate that he gets the scout, but it does provide an opportunity for Oliveira with some really sharp eyes and maybe thinking like, hey, like what's going on, to figure it out. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is going to be 4-gate immortal. 4-gate double immortal play. Marine, oh, it's going to get picked off before it gets really any relevance. Oh, actually, hang on. Oh, that's a pretty big deal that he gets the kill there. It's going to be Adepts, by the way. Oh, no bunker at the natural. This looks so dangerous.
I mean, this is one of the better build options that Oliveira could have gone for, right? With the 2-on-1, with a quick stim, with a Cyclone on the map. Tank,
you need a
tank
bunker
on the low ground. That's a problem. As here come the Adepts on
huge
top
problem.
of things. Cyclone's going to go down immediately. SCVs have to get pulled, but the tank stays alive. The Adepts throw shade on top of it. And yes, SCVs are falling, but Steadfast, look at the position we're in. As long as you don't die as Oliveira, you're probably going to be in a good spot. So here we go. Bunker goes up. Neeb sees it, but the tank stays alive. There's a second one on the way. And this is not looking, we're going to have to see what the next round happens, but this is already not looking all that bad for Oliveira.
No, it's not looking bad at all. Now, what Oliveira needs to be scared of, and what he needed to be scared of before, is if the Adept shade forward on his Marines. That could be very big problem. We're going to see Target Fire finally coming in on the tank. We'll get that. And these Marines, they do finish up their stim. The bunker completes, though, and that is going to drive this back probably for good. Behind this, though, Neeb has already killed 7 workers. He's actually probing up behind this. He can totally play macro out of this. He does need to stay really on top of what his opponent's doing, but that's where this Observer comes in. Neeb, this is kind of trademark Neeb, is he'll do weird stuff. He'll do stuff that looks like an all-in, and he'll execute so cleanly and not overcommit and find ways to macro out of it. It's really cool to see. And now, oh, Immortal Drop tries to come on in. I think he wanted to snipe the tank there. But as long as you don't lose the Immortals, as long as you don't take any hull damage on the War Prism, it's actually fine. Yeah, this is kind of vintage Neeb. This is very cool.
Oh, it is. I really like the decision to get a Viking, though. The big challenge right now that Oliveira is running into is this War Prism. Immortals drop, you lose a tank, and suddenly everything's wide open. So you get the Viking. It makes it really hard, although Viking is not where the Warp Prism is, and we're going to see this tank. It's just going to go down. There's not really a lot you can do to save it. But now the Viking's going to chase things down, and that should be the end.
Oh, he's got a recall.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought, oh, he was afraid of the Stalkers. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, he doesn't know that they went home. Easy to forget that. You know, as an observer, we're like, oh, why didn't he do this thing that he doesn't have vision of? And it's like, oh yeah, because he's not cheating. Because he's playing the game honestly. He doesn't have the information we have. This is a neat little drop, but Neeb was very prepared for it. Nice little force field nets him at least one more Marine than he would have gotten otherwise. Maybe even got both Marine kills. Nice little heads up play there from Neeb. But of course, good reaction time from Oliveira to get out of there. Neeb is on the hunt. Oh, okay, never mind. Medvacs boost his back off cooldown. Neeb, though, does cool stuff like this, like hunting down his opponent's units and opponent's drops. Oh.
Yeah, he's going to find it, too. At least get enough damage that it doesn't matter. Oh, boosts off cooldown. Oh, unfortunate for your Neeb fan. And okay, look at that from Oliveira. He knows Neeb's going to keep chasing him, so he runs back into the main base. And yeah, it's only 4 Marines. But it's 4 Marines.
But it's a nuisance.
Yeah, Neeb's not expecting it.
Yeah. Well, he is expecting it. He saw that he didn't intercept it, but now he has to spend a warp in at home, 7 charge lots, and that shows the charge is done. And Oliveira, yeah, oh my God, I love his brain. It's so sexy. He realizes what Neeb is doing, and he says, you've been on 2 bases for a while. You killed Clem with a charge lot timing. I need to batten down the hatches a little bit more, and he builds a second bunker. God, that is such a smart play. And he cancels it now because he scanned to third base and he knows that his opponent is probing up, but I still love the decision.
Yeah, the one thing that surprises me here is as Oliveira has been able to get active on the map a little bit, that robo, that gateway on the on his, I don't know, linear third base location, it's been allowed to sit there. It's been allowed, it's a warp in position if Neeb ever wants to get active on the map. It's a bit of threat that can exist. I guess maybe part of it is Oliveira doesn't know exactly where that situation is, but regardless, I'm surprised he's allowed at least the pylon to stay alive. But Steadfast, look at this. Neeb, in response to Oliveira responding to him, he is expanding out of this. We got Blink on the way. You talked about the third base, but more importantly, he's getting into a level of splash. Storm is halfway done, and Storm is not a slow upgrade. By the time Oliveira decides to move on the map, or by the time Neeb decides to get something done, that Storm will be complete.
Yes, and it's going to be fast. There we go. There's the second forge that I was looking for from Neeb in the previous game. When you stay on no upgrades for a while, double forge is so good for Protoss, and especially it may not seem like much. You're like, oh man, they only buffed upgrades by like 9 seconds. Yeah, they buffed the first set of upgrades by 9 seconds, the second set of upgrades by like 12, and then the third set by like 16 or something. Like it comes out to a lot of difference, especially when you factor Chrono Boost into the occasion. By the way, very cool little move from Oliveira. I think he just faked a drop and stimmed to kill the observer, and actually is just going to chill here. He is setting up very defensively. Now, normally I would be a huge fan of this, and I still am, especially against a storm-based army and a lot of charge lots. But this is a map where it's difficult to lock down a third base with positional units like Liberators and Siege Tanks. Still, I do like the way he's doing it. I just want to point out it's difficult on the map.
And man, he is so worried about DT plays. Finally, we're going to see this gateway go down. The robo depowered at the very least. Oh, great pre-split there. The Storm doesn't get anything.
That was so good. Oliveira, okay, I said he wasn't cheating, but he might have just seen the future with that. He just read that like a damn book. That was so impressive.
Oh, that
Storm will come in. Oh, that's a big storm though. Doesn't lose any units, but that will drain a lot of HP. And now Neeb comes in, gets a cleanup on just 1 or 2 of them. Siege Tanks are going to cover this. Scan comes down. Will he try and snipe down that observer? No. He just wants to see where the army is. This is a very high tension moment. Oh, EMP, very nice. God, Oliveira is so good. Behind this, triple robo coming on in. I don't know if it's going to be Colossus. I don't know if it's going to be Disruptors. I think you might want Disruptors on this map. Oh, this could be a very scary army. Oh man, he runs up the ramp. We'll find a couple of medevacs on the kind of coincidental rally, but this position is so difficult to fight through for the Protoss player, and he's going to have to loop around. Oliveira finding himself a really nice spot here, but he needs to siege these tanks. Storm pretty good on the left side.
Oh, medevac goes down as well. I mean, the pre-splits for time for Oliveira are really good. But there's like 1 medevac in this army, Steadfast. It's crazy. We're seeing Terrans more than I've ever seen them in this tournament run into these situations where they just don't have medevacs. I'm not totally sure why it is. It's not like their Vikings getting made at this point. Regardless, though, Oliveira does not have the ability to really recover from stims and from storm damage. So while this is a great position for him, he's finally bringing his way back into this game. He's approaching max out. he cannot really shove into this position. And War Prism on the right side. Zealots are going to find this. That is a marooned tank if Neeb sees it. And now he's going to charge on top. Is Oliveira, he's going to lose the tank, but can he at least take the fight on the high ground? No, he's actually on move command. He's got to get back here. He's got to simmer, do something. And the Zealots are getting on top. Massive storm there on the bio. He splits in time, but not enough. And now the Zealots, they run in. The storms are killing everything. And it's down to the Liberators here, which seems like they're actually going to hold on. But that is a massive trade for Neeb.
That was a very good trade for Neeb. He killed a lot of ghosts. Well, actually, no, it says he only killed 2 ghosts. Is that right? It says he only killed 1 on the units lost, but it's 2 on the battle report. Regardless, that was not a move command. He was scared of that hunt down. He knew that the rest of the Protoss army was sharking for it. A nice snipe down on the Liberator. Does cost him 1 or 2 stalkers, but he dodges the Widowmine as well. What am I saying? This is not triple Robo. I forgot that he proxied the Robo. I forgot how this game started. It's already been so wild. Ooh, nice retarget on the charge right there. Gets right on top of these tanks. Will find Oliveira a little bit out of position. And Neeb gets a good find. Ooh, Widowmine just came off cooldown. Gets a big shot in the middle of the army. Oliveira does have a decent army supply. And with the Vikings as they are, he might be able to chase down this army. The Colossus trying to get enough shots. A reinforcing Colossus could turn this around, but it is very close. And in fact, it will be enough to turn it back around. This was all just before 2-2, and Neeb takes a pretty darn good fight. But considering how this game started out, I am loving how both players are playing. This is so cool.
And again, Steadfast, this is single starport. Oh, big Widowmine once again. Ooh. It's single starport. Stalkers blink forward. The Viking doesn't really fall. We have a medevac problem. Again, there is like no, there are no medevacs on the map right now. And what do you do here, Oliveira? Do you build medevacs to keep your bio alive? Do you build Vikings to deal with your significant Colossus problem because you do not have enough bio to just win on the ground? It's a complicated production problem that Oliveira is trying to run into. And yes, he's building more ghosts. Yes, he's building more barracks. Yes, 3-3 is on the way. But this is a terrifying time that he doesn't really have the answer to right now.
Oh, and he's not mining gas from one of these refineries. I think that's a result of like just being heavily taxed here. We are going to see, ooh, that Widowmine spotting the Disruptor. Sees it coming forward. Bit of a greedy move from Neeb. He goes for the army instead of killing the burrowed mine. I wonder if he maybe didn't spot it. Oh, a couple of Vikings getting a little bit too spicy here. We'll lose one of them, but some good disengages from Neeb to make sure he doesn't chase too far into the tanks. Overall, both players are playing an excellent positional game, but Neeb has been in the driver's seat for a lot of this. And, oh, he gets 1 SCV. That's better than nothing. No, the rally. Oh, that's a big oopsie right there from Neeb. And he loses 2 disruptors for free. Meanwhile, big tank shot coming on in. Behind all this, 3-3 is on the way for both players and a Blink DT transition. Oliveira has been able to stay on his 4 bases, and he is... Oh, actually, hang on. This is a very scary setup here. The Protoss will get some big EMPs to the face. Siege tanks, they need to retarget on the Colossi, but they are not managing to do so. And Neeb was able to jump on Oliveira here, and he will take the game suddenly and without mercy. And he says, hey, I'm 0-3, but you cannot underestimate me.
And we've been saying it, Steadfast. It has not been Neeb's early game. That's the problem. He's been looking so good in every PBT that we get. It's the mid game, it's the late game where he starts to fumble, and he didn't do it in that game too. He had the read, he controlled tempo. He didn't go for a double forge third base over probe against the 2 base all in. He had the read. It feels like his game sense, at least in this last game, is finally starting to approach where we want it to be. Or at least where you would hope it would be, as if you are a Neeb fan. And that means we get to move into Gressvan for our third game of the series. And you want to talk about a map that has been giving us just consistently the best games of the day. Well, it's got to be this one.
I mean, they've all been pretty great games. There's been a few, I think ZVT on Dragon's Blood leaves a little bit to be desired. That third base feels very exposed for the Terran. But most of the maps have put some really great matches out. And I am excited because these 2 players are playing at peak level right now. They are both playing so well, so fast, and so tactically. And to combine the speed and the great decision making, God, it's so enjoyable to watch. And we're not even close to the grand finals, but this is some very high level StarCraft.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for when the B stream. Well, I'm not excited for the B stream to be done, but I'm so excited for that to be done so I can just sit back and watch the games as they get even better. I don't know how they can, honestly, but remember last year, Katowice, we had these incredible group stage games, and then somehow it increased. We're gonna hope that one happens again, but for now, folks, that means we do have to get our way through the groups, and game 3 is ready. So let's see what happens. Does Neeb from beyond the grave pull time back down to earth a little bit? Game 3. And the bottom right, folks, in the blue. He fell down a little bit. Let's see if he can take this one. Oliveira.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left, showing a flash of his former self, the former just top tier player. It is Onside Gaming's Neeb. Just so much about that was such inspiring play. Like, people talk about, you know, top tier Protosses, and they talk about Hero. But, well, okay, I don't even want to bring Hero into the conversation on this one. Not because he's not a top tier Protoss. He is, in my opinion, he's the best Protoss player in the world. And I think you could make, a lot of people would say he's the best player in the world right now. We're not going to get into that, but he is so damn good. But he's not the kind of style that I'm talking about. I'm thinking about, like, Creator. I'm thinking about Classic. And these players that play a great control style, and they get on top of you, and they really just don't let you out, and they make such good decisions, such great army splits. Neeb felt like Creator at his best in that game number 2. He felt like he just really never let Oliveira do what he wanted to do. We're going to be doing that all weekend.
Yeah. Steadfast, though, you talk about, oh, well, you know, he doesn't feel like Hero because he feels like someone who takes his resources, starts to control the map, and is in your face for the rest of the game. That sounds like Hero to me.
Yeah, I realized after I said it, I was like, huh. But Heroes feels like more of like I'm going to like slap box you for, 17 minutes straight. And if you ever don't check my moves, I'm going to mid-swing turn the slap into a knockout punch. That's what it feels like. He is constantly hunting for good engagements, whereas Neeb's felt a little less like frantic and frenetic and fast. It felt a little more technical. It felt like a little bit like, okay, it's still fast, don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying that Hero's not technical. Obviously he is. But Neeb he felt like the Neeb of old, and it was so exciting to see. Oliveira, though, he does get one probe, does end up getting killed off by the, I think one of the probes might have gotten an extra zap there to give to give enough DPS. So good defense there to deny the scout. Did he get a scout? Yeah, he didn't get into the main base. So it doesn't know that it's a Stargate. I think that's actually worth losing a probe for. I think it's up to, individual players and individual styles, but I think having the Stargate unscouted, I would say that's, you trade a probe for that as most Protoss players a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to happen that this is Gress spawn, so you will open Stargate. But there's a big difference between knowing what's happening and having a guess what's happening and actually confirming what's happening. So, yeah, it's going to be an Oracle. It's going to be Phoenix behind that. And if you talk about Neeb taking the Creator style or Classic or something like that, well, Phoenix into Charge, Phoenix Colossus, whatever it is, that is their bread and butter. In fact, when we saw Classic come back from the military, that Phoenix Charge idea was the thing that he brought back into this meta. But I do see this, and actually, we've been talking about behind the scenes. We've been talking about this all week. The idea of Ravens in TVP, we're going to start to see them a whole lot more because you can get a Raven and you can get a tank at the same time, effectively for the cost of what the Raven once was. So it's not like you no longer have this decision of, oh, do I build a Raven and maybe have some harassment potential, make my push a little stronger, or to build the tank and make sure I don't die to things. Well, now Terrans can do both. The build orders are much cleaner here.
Yeah, they just time out better. They're in addition, the Raven finishes faster, which means that you're going to be able to get that tech lab back into whatever else you want for it a little bit faster. There's just a lot of advantages, and most of the disadvantages, there's still some disadvantages that apply in this matchup, like the duration of interference matrix is a big one, especially against Colossus-based armies. And that was kind of a compensatory nerf one of them, and indirectly a compensatory buff for Protoss players. But in addition to like that nerfed interference matrix, they're also the auto turrets a little more fragile, but the harassment for auto turrets, it's against, you know, units that aren't there. If you find an exposed mineral line, it's just as good. So it rewards good defensive multitasking from the Protoss while punishing bad defensive multitasking for the Protoss. So it's or bad preparation, even however you want to phrase that. It's such a great change, and there's so many things that are such well thought out changes. Behind this, though, like you said, it is going to be Phoenix charge lot. We're going to see these Phoenixes on the right side looking for a little bit of an opening. Oh, look at this. Oliveira instantly pulled the SCVs back in response to this. Still does lose 2 of them. It's always difficult because you got one that's trapped on the gas inside of it, one that's building it, but nice quick reaction time.
Yeah, certainly. The interesting thing actually coming in out of this build from Neeb is he's really trying to make sure the charge is ready in time. We saw him cut Phoenix production at 4 for a solid 30 seconds, as again, you want to make sure your gateways go up, you want to make sure you get charged, all these other things that, well, that cost the money that you could be spending on Phoenix. And honestly, yeah, for Phoenix, they're able to one-shot SCVs. It's enough to harass. It's not enough to, you know, take a fight, but that's going to happen a little bit later. This is interesting, though, is, okay, we're going to see Oliveira moves out. He's going to lose a Widowmine to start. Neeb had some, oh, he's going to get a tank here? Maybe. No, he's going to have to back up. Neeb had
buying time.
Sorry?
Oh, he's buying time.
Yes, oh, absolutely. And Neeb has counterattack ideas on the brain. He's got a pylon on the north side. He's aware of exactly where Oliveira is. So maybe one more warp in at the front, and then the next round of Zealots, they're going to go on that pylon. They're going to sweep in to Oliveira's natural and force Oliveira into an all-in situation.
Yes, and we got to mention, he didn't get the tank, but I actually think in a situation like this, when you're going as heavy into Phoenix charge lot as he is, getting the Widowmine is actually a higher impact pickoff because of how heavy Neeb is on the charge lots. Now, we do see Oliveira, he backed off. Did he see the charge lots? He must have. He must have seen them, because this is not the kind of army that you really want to fight as Oliveira, especially losing that Widowmine and really having nothing that deals with the mass charge lot. Now, as we move on to the next stage, and Neeb was not able to force a fight, Oliveira did not go for the fight. The next stage is, will Neeb be able to get splash damage out in time to deal with an army that has so many Marines that now Zealots are kind of invalidated? And that's why he's going for this relatively quick robotics bay. He does have the +1 weapons on the way for the Forge, which is nice. But this is going to be a scary little bit of time. We did see a little bit of harassment in the main. Oh my God. Oh, I missed it. He lost 3 Phoenixes for 3 SCVs and a mine.
That is not...
That is a lot.
Yeah, especially how important these Phoenix are. They buy time, right? They lift the tanks, they lift the Widow Mines, they fight Ravens and Medevacs. They make it so much easier. They're the most important component of your army, realistically, until you get Colossus or something out. Losing 3 of them when you've committed that hard to it is a problem. But Neeb, he's got a massive surround here. What is that? 8-10 Zealots on the right side, a big clump on the left, but the anti-armor missile is going to hit every Zealot on the left side, so they're going to charge in, doing what they can. Phoenix going to lift the tanks as much as possible, but Neeb swallows this hole, and Oliveira, he had an opportunity. He's got to run away. There's nothing he can do. The Liberators are going to try to siege up and maybe make something happen. There's no anti-air outside of these Phoenix, but there's nothing that really kills them. So Neeb, you gotta back up now, but what of a hell of an engagement. That didn't work out for Oliveira in the slightest.
That was so cool from both players for so many reasons. We see that immaculate 360 surround coming in from Neeb. He traps the army, and then Oliveira, well, fortunately for him, he landed an anti-armor missile. He got a clutch interference matrix, which destroyed. He basically had a 4 upgrade swing. The anti-armor missile gets the -2, and he prevents the Guardian Shield with that super clutch interference matrix on those sentries. And that's the only reason that he was then able to turn the fight back around at the top of that ramp. If he doesn't do that, God, that was such a cool fight, such a dynamic fight from both sides. As it stands, Oliveira, he is down workers though, and he needs to find something. And now the Colossus are out. Ooh, big stim. I don't know if he wants to pick the fight. That's a lot of Zealots, and this Colossus is going to make it difficult. Another flank coming on in here. The Liberator is going to get some good work done. Will kill a sentry, but Neeb drives him back, and he has taken a big supply lead. Doesn't want to push up this ramp, I don't think. He might say, I have too much. Actually, he's going to fight right through the liberation zones, and he's just going to take the game right here and now. Neeb, what a showing. and he topples the leader of the group and gets his first series of the day.
Yeah, Steadfast, they say Colossus are good against Liberators. They don't mean like, wait, what a game. What an incredible fight that Neeb took. I mean, it was looking that we'd hit that point of inflection. 1-1 on the bio, 150 plus supply. There's not, like, there was that timing where Colossus were not out. And then Neeb just swallows everything. Anti-armor missile be damned. Who cares about the 4 upgrade swing when you just do not allow them to fight? And in that last fight, when Oliveira came back once again, it looked like he might have maybe found something. Mind drag on top of the entire army. This army that had already stemmed. It was at like 50% HP with the entire fight, and his 2 Colossus joined the fray. Yeah, no, there was so many tiny things, or big things if you want to talk about it like that, that made the difference. And it's so unfortunate that I think Neeb was knocked out by losing a game in this series. I wouldn't be surprised. And now finally he's showing that form that we wanted to see out of him, that he showed through the first half of the year. But I guess in fairness, we kind of saw that out of Showtime too. Yeah, he lost that series. But actually, Liquipedia at least is telling me that Neeb is not mathematically eliminated at 1-3, -3 in map score. Cure is 1-2, -3 in map score. Oliveira, you know, depending on what happens tomorrow, there are some opportunities.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math. Okay, I said we weren't going to do math on stream before, but that's because we had a game to cast. Now, though, I think you said, okay, so he's -3 or 4 at map score. My Liquipedia hasn't updated for Neeb yet. He's at -3. Okay, so he has won a series. He is now 4 maps behind Dark. Dark is going to be playing Clem. If one of those players 2-0s, actually, he needs to pass both of them. Wait, hang on. Can he pass Oliveira? Oliveira's at +2, right?
Yes, and he's at, what is that, 2-2?
Okay, he cannot pass Oliveira. I think he might be circumstantially eliminated because one of Dark and Clem is going to finish with 3 series wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think he is eliminated then because he cannot. Dark and Clem play next on the A stream.
Okay, yeah, that's why he. Yeah, okay.
They can't both lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that mathematically he might not be, but he is actually mathematically eliminated since. Well, no, it's literally that's what mathematically eliminated means. But regardless, a great showing from Neeb, and God, a real flash of brilliance with this series.
Dude, flashbacks to last year. Neeb goes and he doesn't have a great result, and then he's the only one that touches Rogue. This time, time is not on Rogue's level from last year. I don't think he's having a great run, certainly. But it's like, yeah, he has that like one insane result that just makes life a little more interesting. Unfortunately, again, he is probably eliminated. But the games were great, and at a certain point, that's all I really care about. So, folks, that is the end of our coverage of Group A. But there are going to be 2 more groups after that one. Big question, though, as Groups A and B are roughly wrapped up, there are some other games happening at the end of Group A, but we should take a look at what is happening in these 2 groups as we kind of get halfway through our 3rd day of play. So, looking at it here, of course, Group A still needs to be decided a little bit, but Group B, Rainer's still sitting on top. He's looking dominant. Yeah, he lost 2 maps to Protoss, but those are some interesting games and some weird builds that I don't know that we're going to see again. Creator in 2nd place, returning to that first half of 2022 form when he made top 4 at Valencia, when he made the GSL finals. Steadfast, looking at these 2 groups as they stand right now, again, Group A is probably going to get updated in a little bit. Any surprises, any things you're looking at as we look to move on?
In Group A? You're asking me if there's any surprises in Group A.
Group B, right? Group A is not totally confirmed for the day yet.
I was like, Group A is like so many surprises. It's only surprises. No, Group B is, I think Gumiho's performance is really, it's phenomenal. And Creator's performance is quite great as well. I mean, everything is really up in the air for tomorrow. I'm excited about both Creator versus Rainer and Gumiho versus Spirit because the winners, I think for Creator versus Rainer, whoever wins that will win the group. It doesn't matter about map score. Even a 2-1 win for Creator will be enough. And then for Gumiho versus Spirit, if Spirit's able to 2-0 Gumiho, he will advance as well. So both of those are big inflection points. And then Estrella versus Showtime, they're playing $1,000 show match tomorrow.
Yeah. So anyways, the games are going to be good regardless of what happens. I'm actually my fingers are crossed that we get Gumiho Spirit on the B stream tomorrow. But regardless of what we get, I'm not going to complain. The games are going to be fantastic, and I can't wait to see how Group A shakes out just a little bit more as the final 2 series there. So there's going to be one more series I think that's happening on the mainstream right now, and then they're going to be the only broadcast running in the next time sequence. So 2 more games in Group A. Sorry.
Wait, no. Yeah, sorry. Never mind. I was going to say Neeb might not actually be eliminated because Ragnarok could still lose to Cure, but that actually doesn't matter because one of Ragnarok and Olivero will win tomorrow, which means one of them will get 3 series wins. We could actually see the winner of the group ending with a 3-2 series score.
Oh, that doesn't happen, folks. In Katowice, and you would think this year too, there are always like 4 players that are just far and above. EPT points tell us that at least 3 players, Clem, Hero, and Maru are both at like 3950 in terms of EPT points. And they're all within like 5 points of each other. It's super cool. And then there's like a 600 point drop off, or actually I think 800 point drop off where Rainer in 4th place. So and he's above the rest. So you would think we would have these 4 players, right, that are sitting there. Sarah's lost a series, Maru's lost a series. We have no idea what's happening in Group A. This is a 3-2 group winner. It does not happen all that often. But
it is so rare. So rare.
It's like 2 years ago we had was it Showtime? I think someone advanced 2-3 into the playoffs, which also is pretty rare. But if you got a 3-2 winner, there's a high likelihood you got a 3-2 or 2-3 player advancing as well. We're gonna keep tracking that, folks. But for now, we do have to go to a break. When we're back, we're moving on to Group D, I believe, and we'll let you know what we do then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up. No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
Welcome back, folks. The schedule says this this series between Maru and Bunny is supposed to take place like an hour and 15 minutes from now. Luckily, Steadfast, we are an advanced broadcast, and we're able to bring you the advanced games and a matchup that has tremendous implications. Bunny has been traditionally the only Terran player that can hold a candle to Maru. Yeah, it's 10-4 lifetime, but you look at almost any other Terran, that 4 is a 0.
Yeah, it's not a great situation. And of course, I know you mean this, but I know you mean what you mean. But I do want to clarify, you're talking about active players. So you're taking TY out of the equation, you're taking innovation out of the equation, because we know that the best Terran player probably against Maru lifetime is actually, well, it's TY. TY is the one player who's made him really look mortal, kind of like Raynor to the Serral. But regardless, Bunny is the player that broke Maru's TVT win streak of a ludicrous number of series. Like you said, he's made him look mortal, and he's won the last 2 times that they've fought. So we're going to get into it, and we are going to see how this one pans out.
Folks, in the bottom right here in the blue for Team NV, the Atlanta finalist, it's Bunny.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for Onside Gaming, winning the player card invitational. It is Maru. Maru, you've seen the player cards. You've seen some cool stuff from them. He got 3 golds and the highest overall score, right? Like 3 highest individual scores and then the highest overall score.
Yeah, no, it's players give him credit, and for good reason. But Steadfast, the storyline of this tournament has not been of Clem and Hero and Maru and Serral and Raynor. Like these players, maybe Clem historically shouldn't even maybe be in those rankings. Regardless, these players that have won world championships, that have found themselves at the top of the table for so long, it has not been the story of their dominance. It's been the story of the players taking them down. And we talk all we want about Maru's incredible TVT and Bunny, the one player historically who can hold a candle, again, amongst active players. But Hero Marine 2-1 to Maru yesterday. Gods can bleed.
Yes. And we talk about it a lot. Anyone who's a Hero Marine fan, anyone who's a big Gabe fan, we say, man, he looks good. He looks stunning, very strong going into this tournament. But for him to actually show up, especially after the comeback that Maru pulled off against him in the previous series, and for Hero Marine to actually come back the next year and beat him the first time they play, amazing. I say first time they play, they could still meet in the bracket stage. There is strong potential even of that, especially if neither of them ends up topping the group. But for now, let's talk about the builds a little bit. We've got a 1 Rax expand out of Bunny and a very fast reactor out of Maru, literally reactor first. And if he elects to go for like 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions, or even all the way up to 6 Reapers, 3 Hellions, and Bunny doesn't build a bunker, he might just lose. As I say that though, he's going very fast double reactor Hellion. So as long as, actually, once he gets up to 4 Hellions, that's kind of the magic number, but there might be a timing where 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions can hit just before that.
Yeah, this is such an interesting situation because, okay, so Steadfast, like the entirety of 2022, we had 1 build in TVT. It was Barracks, Double Gas Factory. Yeah, you do well enough defensively, you do well enough offensively, it's kind of whatever. That has started to change in this tournament. Partially, maybe because of the Raven change, but even realistically, that doesn't impact the early game. So as Maru runs across the map here, he's going to run into a player being much greedier than he is, but maybe he's going to be able to find that value. So Raven's on the way. We have 4 Hellions in a wall. Can Maru find what he's looking for? He's going to lead with 2 Hellions on the right side. Reaper's diving the main base. Bunny, he eats the bait for a second, but now he dives back into the main base. Hellions trying to get a shot on the natural. 3 SCVs go down, or 2 to start, and oh, they get so low, but they're not going to go down. 1 Reaper has fallen, and Bunny is handling this masterfully. 2 workers for that, with how little of a wall he had, and with everything as it was, that's a pretty damn good hold.
That is actually such a great hold. And this creates some very interesting opportunities By the way, something I think that happened here is that the Hellions, I think their splash damage is lower at the very end of the hit. These two SCVs survived when oh wait, no, was it that? No, he's down to just one Hellion maybe? Yeah, it was just down to one Hellion. Never mind, what am I saying? Now there's actually a really interesting timing on the other side of the map for Bunny. If he moves out with these 6 Hellions, he might just get a good amount of damage done against his opponent because of the relatively heavy commitment to the Reapers and the Hellions. We're gonna see, and it looks like Bunny might, yeah, no, he's just looking around the map, wanting to see if, hey, did you leave any units on the side? Nice job from Maru, by the way. He knows he's gonna lose that Hellion, so what does he do? He's like, okay, well, I can get some value. I can hit your Marines. I can get some splash. Good job for Maru to get the maximum value possible right there.
Yeah, it is an interesting scenario here as we're seeing how Reaper in the natural is gonna get. It shouldn't kill much of anything, but it's gonna get a good scout. Sees the fact that A, there's a second Raven on the map, and B, just at what time things are gonna get transferred over. Nice KD8 charge. SCV is always gonna try to chase it down. Hellions arrive, but 2 SCVs went down elsewhere.
Yes. No. They went down right there. Those were the wounded SCVs from earlier.
Okay.
Oh, such a heads-up play for Maru, and that's why he beelined right through and left what looked like a really pretty exposed mineral line in the natural. Very heads-up play for Maru, and he converts damage that he got earlier. Talking about little optimizations with that, Hellion getting the shots on the Marines. That Reaper play into the main base, very nicely done. I still think this is pretty much a dead even game at this point. Actually, is there a command center? No, actually, Bunny's a little bit ahead. His third command center timing is a little bit faster. But Maru, he finds another SCV. Great grenade right there. I like to call that the middle finger grenade, where you say, I'm just going to drop a grenade in the middle of your mineral line. I'm going to stop a bunch of mining. Ooh, 3 Raven harass, though.
Oh, actually, that's big. Look at that. So the lock-on goes on the auto turret, which, yes, does deny damage, but it also means there's, like, no defense for these Ravens. Oh, trying to trap the tank here. One auto turret is going to get it, and there is still more energy. So auto turrets in the natural. Tanks defensively are going to get that one. You'd love to see him drop into the mineral line and friendly fire or something. Yeah, but at the end of the day, on the left side here, Maru, he's got it red. One Raven is just barely going to stay alive. Second one's, like, how? One gets the rat. Like, sure, one goes down, but that felt like it should have been so much more.
It does. Look at that. Bunny stacking the Ravens up, but Maru gets the target fire and kills the one low HP Raven. So 2 of them do go down. I think that was the right move from Bunny to make the break for it, though, because the Vikings, they're almost definitely going to be on the way. Still, that is a huge pickoff in the favor of Maru. Bunny, though, is starting to inevitably pull ahead in supply. Maru, did Maru build Raven? He didn't. He never built any Ravens. He has skipped Ravens entirely. And normally, I feel like this should convert to a lead in some other way, but it really hasn't. Oh, the lineup! Oh, it's only 5 SCVs, but that's still pretty good.
Still not bad at all. And that being said, though, is it worth how much? Well, I guess it's actually Hellions that don't really matter.
These are paperweight Hellions. Them getting any value at all is so nice. I thought that was like 15 SCVs or something, and I was like, oh my god, he's going to win the game. Hey, he still finds some good damage.
Now, Steadfast, the one lead that Maru does have, you're talking about, where's this advantage? Well, it's in the upgrades. He's going to have a little bit of advantage in 1-1. His stim was so much faster. That's what he committed to in place of the Ravens, and Combat Shield as well. Is that going to be an advantage, a timing that actually benefits him in this game? Probably not, but that's where the Raven money went.
Yeah, but usually it's like a bigger timing advantage, Usually it leads to more. Hellion, by the way, looking for some scouting information, does not see this double drop, but the Vikings are in decent position. 1-1 in Combat Shield is going to complete. Oh, these Vikings, where are they on their patrol route during this? Ooh, they're going to get right on top of it. Bunny, okay, I was going to say, does he boost in or does he boost out? And boosting out is almost definitely the right move. He is a player that in the past would have just boosted through that. He used to be known as the YOLO Terran, but wise decision to back away, and he's just going to settle in. Actually, no. There's a siege tank, quite a few Marines. Yeah, this is enough to deflect this. Both players doing similar moves, though, with this double medevac drop on both sides.
Yeah, Steadfast. With experience comes some level of maturity of realizing, could I win the game with this? Maybe. Could I lose with the game with this? Much more likely. So, anything to point out here? Never mind. Maru's going to get it. He was delayed in his +2 armor just a little bit. But actually, okay, this is maybe a little bit more interesting. Well, no, it's not. You get 2 factory regardless in TVT. We don't really have a good idea on how the late game's going to go yet, whether Maru goes into his traditional style, right, Mass Raven something, or whether that Abrax idea that has been popping up more and more, whether he thinks that's a good idea. But for now, oh, Bunny, he's going to get a medevac here at the very end of things, but he's not targeting it. Instead, Maru has to run away, just does not quite have enough Marines right here. So another stim goes down. Maru, though, he turns the corner, tries to take the fight, but the scan from Bunny means that he actually cannot abuse the line of sight that he might otherwise try to, and Maru is forced back once again.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice find right there for Bunny. Interesting that they were both sharking around the map with basically the exact same setup. It was a double drop, and then they both committed the next 2 set of medevacs and Marines to fill those medevacs into the same setup, maybe looking for a 4th base or an opportunity to jump in the main base. And Bunny just reacts a little bit faster, and he gets the slightly advantageous trade, and he's actually up 20 army supply right now. Now, Maru, he is already mining from this 4th base. He's up 11 SCVs, but Bunny, he's about to finish up his own 4th command center. He's going to be able to land that too. Maru did get faster into the 2nd factory, but their double starport transitions are going to be the same timing. I wonder if we're going to see either of them do something a little bit funky here. The one Raven, though, that could be a very high impact unit here from Bunny. And Steadfast scan catches the army.
Yeah. And Steadfast, you talk about this 4th base that Maru has. That has been the thing that Maru and Ryung, their style of TVT, have always been just the absolute best at. Realizing the immediate moment that they can go take and expand and try to find that. But here comes Bunny on the left side, tries to siege up, and the tanks will be able to siege up in range of at least the gas here. So what does Maru have to dislodge this? He has his tanks. Yeah, they're going to prevent Bunny from moving further forward. And he does have some level of air superiority, but he will still lose that gas for just a little bit. It seems like, okay, no, there's not really much worth doing there. The hot pickup on a couple tanks means they're not really pushing far forward. I love the Marine forward, though. That means that, what is that, 3 mineral patches they're just not able to mine.
Yeah, and we can see, ooh, Maru, he's thinking about this move. Bunny? Oh,
don't do
he's
it.
actually going to go through it. He sees the turrets and he says, I don't care. Old habits die hard, but will it be enough for him to win hard in this game? I don't think so. He loses all the medevacs instantly. He does get on top of this tank. Oh, a nice hot pickup there from Maru to bring his tanks to the high ground much more quickly. Bunny just lost so much to do this, and he is going to lose the rest of these 2 tanks. Did it open up anything else for him? Not really. Oh, even that re-siege doesn't achieve much. Maru, I mean, we gave him the highest rating in defense for a reason. Excellent defense right there. And now the question is, what does Bunny do? Well, I mean, what do they both do from this position? Do we see the Raven transition? It looks like that is what we're going to be seeing from Maru, so he still believes in the Raven in the late game, and so too does Bunny. This is going to be really intriguing.
Now, Steadfast, the one thing I guess we do need to point out is Bunny did equalize the economy. You know, I don't think it was worth it. I don't think it was worth it, but he did kill about 15 SCVs. He is now actually up 8 workers over Maru, and Maru has actually pulled up beyond here. We don't have +2 armor on the way, so Bunny will have this timing when he is up, well, 2 upgrades for a little bit. His 3-3 is much faster, and then actually even longer because only +2 armor, +3 armor is just starting right now. But a lot of these upgrade timings, Steadfast, when you're playing against Maru, they almost don't matter because Maru's not really going to put himself in positions, for the most part, where those Marine fights really are available. So for now, both players, 2 ships passing in the night. Maru has to retreat back on home, but he has tanks spread out everywhere. So you can't really move into that one. On the right side, though, Maru's not sieged up, but there we go. He's got first mover's advantage, but all of his tanks are now going to get disabled. Liberators, they go down instantaneously, and Bunny actually has a pretty damn good position here. Vikings, though, knocking down all the medevacs in the sky. Bunny gets all of Maru's tanks, and the drops on the tanks of Bunny's, it's not going to get much. They're all low, but they're still alive. Nice little move there. Resets the tech.
That was a huge fight for Bunny. That looked like such a messy engagement potentially for both sides. But Bunny said, no, your tanks are a little bit too spread out. I can interference matrix the important ones, and I'm going to have more tanks brought to bear. If you take up the battle report right there, look at the number of siege tanks that died on both sides. Maru killed 2 of his opponent's siege tanks. Bunny killed 11 of his opponents, which is actually apparently a lie because it looks like he might have friendly fired 1 or 2 if you look at the units lost. Still, that was a huge advantage for Bunny in the tank count being taken. And now it's 3-3 versus 2-2. +2 vehicle weapons is going to be done for both players most likely during the next fight. And this command center, it is not going to finish.
And as much as I'm praising Mario for, upgrade advantages, normally when he plays this matchup, it doesn't matter. In fact, often he'll just skip 3-3 and go in the old patch, just go straight into air. But he found the opportunity where it all does matter. And now Mario, he lost the 5th base. His upgrades are not where they need to be, not for a while. He has no agency on the map. He's down in supply. This is looking pretty dicey, and Bunny is adding +3 mech attack very quickly, which means in the absence of armor, that is 2-shotting enemy tanks. It's going to be a lot easier for him now to run in. And with these Ravens at the front, Mario's not in position already. This smells like another dead base.
Oh, he is so far out of position right now. He was anticipating an attack against this base. Normally, you can so easily repair that planetary and buy time. He sees the army, and he's like, no, I just got to get the SCVs out of here. Ooh, nice anti-armor missile. The one thing that Maru has going for him is the air superiority. But as he's not set up, he loses the Liberators right away again. Bunny is making some great moves. The supplies are still very even, but another command center goes down. Bunny is pressuring this base very hard. Love the way he repositions those tanks. But there is a lot of Ravens here, and the Marines are not set up to defend these tanks. I think Bunny needs to leave right now.
I mean, even just
but hang on. Maru doesn't even repair. That was a huge blunder.
I didn't even look at that. I assumed he would. This is now even better for Bunny. I mean, you do probably have to run away, but...
Yes, he needs to go right now. Liberators are coming out very soon.
Yeah, even auto turrets on those tanks would knock down a lot of them between friendly fire and auto turret damage. But look at this. Maru is leaning very hard as this drop on the main base gets nothing. Thank you, missile turrets. Maru is leaning very hard into this air superiority. Not only is it multiple starports, not only is it 4 Liberators at a time, he's got mech armor on the way. And Steadfast, you did the investigation here over the break. Tell me,
I did.
What does mech armor mean?
This is so cool because I feel like such a lucky little guy. Hang on, we got a fight breaking out here. Ravens in the front, anti-armor missiles coming on in, but the interference matrices from Bunny are going to allow him to crush through these tanks. And he takes the front line down once again, and now we're seeing this actually formulate into a supply lead here. Liberator does not have range, so he can't actually close in on these tanks and safely stay away from the Marines. These are actually anti-armored Liberators. They go down so fast. Very nice fight for Bunny, and he is really starting to take complete control of this game at this point. Oh, we are going to see an engagement coming on forward from Bunny. I think he snipes down, he snipes down the Liberator, and that's going to allow him to disengage a little bit more successfully. Ooh, nice interference matrices coming on in from Maru. Big interference matrices, getting a lot of his opponent's tanks, but there's a lot of tanks in the back here for Bunny. Maru going to be forced, well, I mean, they're both kind of forcing each other back, but Maru is still staying in this game, even though Bunny is really making some great moves, and Ravens are still really good. I don't think the Mass Raven is the way forward, but with the addition of the Liberators, it's so powerful. Really nice technical addition to this army. But what I was going to say, +2 armor on your mech makes it so that the +3 weapons on your opponent's tanks no longer 2-shot enemy tanks. It actually brings it down to 1 HP. So once that +2 armor finishes, the siege tanks swing back in that funny little back and forth.
And that might end up being incredibly impactful here, as +2 armor is just about done. And Steadfast, you talk about the Liberators not have range. Not for much longer, because the Fusion Core is down. Liberator range is on the way. That's going to be a pretty significant anti-armor missile. Not the entire army. Bunny has a good split. But this is a game where Maru, you talked about his good defense. He has been on the defensive this entire game, and that has given Bunny the opportunity to take the entire right side of the map. Maru's great at expanding, sure, but he doesn't have the space to take quite as many bases as Bunny has, and the longer this goes, the bigger banks Bunny's gonna build, the more money he's gonna turn it into. He's getting mech armor of his own, 3 additional starports, an additional armory as well, so he's gonna really find himself in a position in a couple minutes where he's got 3-3 in the air as well, and he's gonna dominate the air.
Eventually, he will be able to catch up in those air upgrades, but the air superiority is so significant right now from Maru, and he's actually got some amazing positions with these tanks. Ooh, Bunny, he's going to run back through his opponent's tanks a little bit. Doesn't actually suffer a big cost for that, but Maru is now the one who is taking the initiative. Ooh, here come the Ravens. They're going to try and drop the interference matrices, interference matrices on these tanks. They will knock out the front line, and that is what Bunny was looking for right here. Maru, though, successfully disengages with the rest of his tanks and saves a good portion of the army. Meanwhile, more Liberators being added on. That was such a great disengage from a scary position. Ooh, interference matrices from Bunny, but the tanks of his opponent are too far back. And the thing for Maru is that he is killing a lot of his opponent's Ravens, of his opponent's air every time Bunny makes a move like that. Oh, that's an anti-armor missile.
That is a massive one. Now here comes Maru stepping forward. He's been on the back foot this entire game, and saving Private Tank is going to get most of them out. But for the first time in a while, we saw that last push. This one feels a little bit scarier. Maru is maxed out once again. He's at 3K. 1.5K, he's got a bank. Bunny doesn't, despite the fact that Bunny has been mining on a little bit more bases. And you talked about that. Bunny has been trading out so many Ravens every fight. When Bunny broke out of that contain that Maru had, he lost 4 Ravens. Steadfast, those aren't cheap.
No, they are not. They are expensive units here. And now we finally see the range has finished on these Liberators here. They are going to be great. They're going to be so powerful. We've actually got 3-3 mech just about done here for Maru. So if he decides to transition into something like 4s, they're actually going to be really good against his opponent's potential Liberator transition. Maru is playing such a technical game, and I feel like really Maru is maybe going to be one of the only Terrans who can pull this kind of Raven style off with how the new Raven works and make it look this effective.
Yeah, it's so cool watching so many different styles of the TVT happen in the late game. This is not what anyone else is doing. And Maru, with the slow push to the Liberators, he's found his way into the third base. That's a dead orbital at the very... Granted, it's all for scans at this point. There wasn't really a lot of mining. But this is a terrifying position that Maru has found, as the Marines are going to try to sim forward, knock down a Liberator, but they lose a lot of Marines for it, and Maru is still winning the air battle. Anti-armor missiles on both sides. It's absolutely coating them. A disruption as well to try to just get some level of a Viking lead, but Maru has +3 armor on these Vikings. Even with the anti-armor missile, it's not making that much of a difference. So Bunny now desperately to break out of his own natural. This feels pretty hard.
It's looking brutal right now, but it is 10 Vikings at a time. Look at that. Medevacs coming into the front to say, hey, I want to soak damage as much as possible. This is such a difficult position that Bunny finds himself in. He is trying to wriggle his way out of it, but it is slowly being tightened, the noose. And now the Marines sprint forward. They are free to go to town on these Vikings. And Maru is going to take game number 1 after a stunning performance from Bunny. Maru says, nuh-uh, and he one-ups him. What a great defense into an excellent game number 1.
Steadfast, we were looking at that game, and I don't know, what do you want to say, 18, 19 minutes of it's like, wow, Bunny's in a really good spot. Wow, Bunny's about to take down Maru here. Wow, Bunny has the map, he has tempo, he has control. And then Maru just wins. Like, I shouldn't be surprised. That's just what Maru does. But the best part about this, by the way, is this is a TVT. You talked about it in the cast. This is a style of TVT that no one else is playing. Like, no one else is able to make it work. It's all Viking and Liberator. The Ravens, we've heard players say now, like, I went Ravens in the late game and it lost me the game, or it lost me an advantage. It was not worth doing on the new patch. Well, if you're Mario, apparently you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, and there's a really critical adjustment that Maru has made with this, and that is to add on more Liberators with this play, because just being able to set up and slowly inch your opponent's tanks back and not have to drop, constant interference matrices makes a huge difference. It also makes the army much more technical, so much more difficult to control, and really exhibits why Maru is held in such high regard by every single player in the world. He is so damn good. Words really can't describe how impressive of a player he really is, but I mean, he did an amazing job controlling that army and just always picking his spots at the right time. I was critical that he didn't repair some of the bases, that he was giving up positions, and that he got caught out of position at one time. But like, how can you be critical of a player like that who plays like that?
Yeah, bend, don't break, and then snap back with all the momentum. Well, that's what happened, folks. Though game 2 is ready, it's on the biggest map in the pool. Let's see what these players have in store. In the upper right, in the red. He's up a game. An incredible game 1. It's Maru.
And his opponent, spawning down the bottom left for Team NV. It is Bunny.
No, Steadfast, when I looked at Group D, I looked at this and I said, you know, I think Bunny tops this group. He's been so good in TVT. He's like the one player in the world, active player in the world that can beat Maru. This makes, if there's ever a group that he tops, it's got to be this one. And now there's a realistic world that Hero Marine tops the group instead, because he is apparently the only Terran in Group D that can beat Maru. That was not in my, I did not have that on my bingo card for Katowice 2023.
Yeah, I don't think anyone did. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card. Big Gabe being the one who upsets Maru, who takes him down in a TVT. I mean, anyone who's followed Hero Marine's adventures through the ESL Open Cups, the weeklies, knows that he is such a ridiculously good player. And they know that he can pull some really cool comebacks off in TVT, but it's Maru, right? Like, it's Maru. And we just saw in game number 1 there that once again, it's Maru. Like, he's so good from these situations. But I mean, Bunny still looked good and he gave himself a lot of chances. I think he can still do it here. I think he can still win this series, but he's going to need to avoid throwing away units like what he did on that one Doom drop. I think it's gonna be interesting, but that definitely slowed him down a little bit. Now let's talk about this build a little bit. Bunny's doing the same thing he did in game number 1. He's going for a 1-Rax expand into the Mass Hellion play.
It makes sense. Map 1 was Gresfon. Map 2 here is Altitude. The 2 biggest maps in the pool. 37 seconds across the map. Especially Altitude, right? With the 5 levels, and what type of pressure gets any damage done on this map? At least, what type of pressure that punishes a one gas expand? It's not. Your opponent's probably not going to do it on the map. It's a good gamble, and in this case, hey, it's going to work out. I mean, yeah, it's going to be Barracks double gas factory for Maru, but on maps this long, and especially if you get as many Hellions as Bunny does, by the time the pressure for Maru happens, it's just there's not enough. Yeah, that is. I mean, it's not just about the Hellions for being aggressive. It's about, like, can you get through the early game with them? But we're probably not going to see 5 SCVs fall. Similar to how I'm saying, you know, Bunny's probably not going to want to go for the Doom drop. Maru is probably going to be able to avoid losing 5 SCVs on a very unfortunately timed Hellion shot for him. And it's a new game. It's a new game. There's opportunities for both players. But Maru really, I mean, he convinced me pretty hard in that previous game that he is looking damn good. Oh, cute from Bunny. Fake cloak. Nice. Actually, that's a group meta play, right? So Bjorn in his second game against Maru, so of course Gresfon was like a 40-minute TVT yesterday. That was one of the best games of the year. But the second game, Bjorn went for like a 2-Rax Reaper. Didn't really work out, but he went for like 7-minute double cloaked Banshee, and it actually got. Okay, that's just fantastic. He actually got a lot of damage done with the double cloaked Banshee coming in at a weird time. So that is something, just because of the games that have been happening, is something that is going to be in Maru's head maybe a little bit more. So you give him a little bit of a breadcrumb, and maybe he figures that out. The Reaper will go down. I'm sorry, I got distracted. The production just walked by with something that's going to be pretty fun for the mainstream in just a little bit. So not going to spoil it, but it's worth a chuckle at the very least.
Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, something interesting to talk about in this game, by the way, is they both went for a Reaper Scout, and Maru was able to shut down his opponent's Reaper Scout, and it didn't see the third command center of Bunny, or pardon me, Bunny's Reaper didn't see the third command center of Maru. Meanwhile, Bunny was not able to stop his opponent from getting a full scout and seeing for a fact that there's no third command center. So they are operating with different levels of information. Bunny, he is looking like he wants to go for a reasonably dedicated push. Going to be getting the 3 Raven, going into a lot of Vikings here, whereas Maru has taken the third command center, much faster upgrades and less Viking production early on. This is something that I thought we were going to see as a result of the new Raven change.
Yeah, it just makes sense, right? The Ravens are faster, they're cheaper. You can get more than just the Raven. You can make a more powerful push. As Maru, the single scouting Marine on the map, is going to deny Bunny this third base, which he's trying to. Oh, he's going to lose the SCV2. No, Bunny. That's not what you want. But regardless,
nah, that's pretty unfortunate. Yeah.
But regardless, this push is coming in earnest, right? It's gonna be big. Although, by the time this push happens, Maru's gonna have stim. His bio is gonna be pretty well upgraded.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna have stim. It's probably shouldn't have 1-1, but I do feel like Bunny at the very least needs to like deny the third command center for a little while. The thing is, he might not have realized that he just scanned and he barely saw the third CC. By the way, really great placement of the buildings here from Maru, because the scan saw the third command center just barely, but it also just barely missed the double engineering bay. So he actually doesn't realize that his opponent is this far ahead in upgrades, and there's no engineering bays even on the map yet. Maru is actually, his infrastructure is just so far ahead of that of Bunny's, and we're at a point where this, maybe not intentionally by Bunny, this is almost an all-in. How much it's going to have to do.
I mean, it is all in. The problem is, though, that's going to be Viking, or excuse me, the Hellions will go down pretty early. It almost feels like, especially at a 2-star port, oh yeah, there you go, Mar just picks up, runs away. Special at a 2-star port, Viking all in. That was just all about establishing air control, forcing back, and then eventually you would have too much vision. Now, SCVs will have to repair this. That is a lot of Vikings on the ground, but you just lift up, run away, go backwards, and Maru is just all about, SCVs? Not many go down, actually, but Maru's just trying to buy time here. That tech is going to be 1-1 is done. Combat shields are on the way. And he's just going to go take the linear third. The Vikings are doing damage, sure, and that costs something. Losing the tank, though, that's the bigger problem.
Yeah, it's a pretty big problem indeed. The thing is, Bunny, he wants to get in on this, but he has to be so careful about overextending, because these are 1-1 now combat shielded Marines. Oh, we are going to see the siege tank of Bunny moving forward, and he's really taking advantage of the Ravens that he has. There we go. We are going to see the break attempt coming on in. There's so much from Maru. He lands the interference matrix on his opponent's tanks, and the mass Marine is going to clean this up. Yes, it will.
It smashes it steadfast.
It smashes it. Yeah, no, I was looking at the supplies during the start of the fight, but they equalized very quickly. Bunny actually still comes out of this ahead in supply, which is very funny because he kills a fair number of SCVs, and I think he got a good number of units at the beginning of this. This is such a huge upgrade lead, though, for Maru. That's where his big advantage comes from this.
It's an upgrade lead. It's a tank lead. It's everything, really. I mean, yes, army supply is only up 4 for Maru. Yes, he's down a couple workers, but how do you fight this army for the next, until you get 3-3? I guess it's just so hard.
It's fighting at a big disadvantage.
So not only is it the 1-1, by the way, it's Bunny's Marines are missing 20% of their HP. That combat shield is arguably even more important than the +1 armor at level 1, just because
it's more important than both upgrades. Yeah, combat shield is better than 1-1 in Marine versus Marine fights, unless the fights go very, very long.
So now let's see if Maru can take advantage of this timing that he's got, but instead the Ravens, steadfast, that's the one benefit of that push that Bunny went for, in that he didn't lose his Ravens. He lost his Vikings, he lost his tanks, but the Ravens have stayed alive, and they have been able to go and regenerate or recover some of their energy, and that makes Maru, despite having this incredible timing lead, doesn't have quite enough to actually shove Bunny off of his third. So despite everything, the game goes on.
Yeah, and we're about to see a small period of parity in these upgrades, with the 1-1 finishing up for Bunny, but it is, you said it probably won't equalize until 3-3. I mean, we're going to have like 20 to 30 second windows where it's equal, maybe even about a 30-second window, and then it's going to swing far back in the favor of Maru once again.
I mean, steadfast, not even that. Like there's yeah, we talk about 1-1 right here. If it equalizes at 3-3, that's probably because Maru has made a mistake. That the upgrade advantage he has right now is something that he should be able to turn into an insurmountable lead. and Bunny's moving on the map. Oh, look at this surround coming in from Maru. The tanks are on the backside. Tanks on the right side here find some damage. Bunny tries to trigger the trap before Maru really gets it ready, and now that does force Maru back for just a little bit. Hot pick up there on the tanks. One tank sieges up at the 4th base. Planetary is not yet done. The siege tank, well, it's not going to find all that much. In fact, there is only one tank firing for Maru, but again, the upgrades to make the Marines fight just a little bit better. That being said, the tanks line on this base, well, Maru's just going to lose his 4th, and we talk about how good the Marine upgrade advantage is. When you have tanks, that makes that a lot harder to use.
Yeah, and you talked about a potential trap from Maru. He was not prepared for that. And now we see Bunny going into the main base with this. He's got himself a significant army supply lead. Siege tanks are going to be so good here. Anti-armor missile will nullify the upgrade advantage. Ooh, Viking's going to pop out. He gets the siege tank with the anti-armor or the interference matrix. Maru's going to try and break this. I don't think he can just yet. Meanwhile, counterattack on the other side of the map is getting actually dealt with pretty well by Bunny. Oh, the siege tanks, they're just barely going to hold. But now it's going to be Maru trying to do unto Bunny as Bunny did unto him.
Steadfast, this is crazy. Bunny is down 3 upgrades. His tanks are not as good. His Marines are not as good. But his positioning is so much better here. He's going to lose a tank when he gets medevacs. He doesn't lose his 3rd base. He keeps all of his mining. And this drop in the main has yet to be dealt with. Maru has to pull SCVs to make something happen. And auto turrets are actually going to do a surprisingly good job just because of the situation that we're in. In fact, this one tank is going to continue to... no, okay. Nah, he was in range of a tank. Bunny has seized such an incredible advantage in this game number 2 from a position that he had no business finding.
Yeah, he handled the fights better. He handled the fights better. That fight in the middle, he was quicker to drop his tanks to get them in position. Maru he fumbled it a little bit, and it's different. Like, it's hard to blame him. Bunny is such a good player, but Bunny is such a good player. Ooh, scans come down from both sides. Good siege up here from Maru. Will push Bunny back, but Bunny has got he's got a 30 army supply advantage right now. They both actually, hang on, no, yeah, Bunny has an extra command center. He saved his 3rd CC, whereas Maru lost his 4th CC, and that means he's not going to have a strong point with a planetary, but the 3-3 timing is pretty big. Now, Maru did not get up to his +2 vehicle weapons, and by the way, I did actually do the math wrong. You actually, yeah, the +3 is not the big decision point that I thought it was. I was doing math with as though it already had one upgrade on it. So you can't ever 2-shot enemy tanks with that, but with Liberators you can, I think. But we're not going to get into that right now. Regardless, we have got the 3-3 from Maru closing on in. That is going to be really good. Oh, Bunny, he draws his opponent to the left, and now he's going to get this SCV. He might cancel his 4th. That would be a huge macro advantage now. And Bunny, that is such a big find.
God, TVT is so good.
It's so good now. It's so exciting.
I don't have anything substantive to say, but it just... Oh, actually, I do. Is the fact that now 3-3 is done here for Maru. And while Bunny had 20-30 seconds where he did have 2-2, and you were thinking maybe he was going to get something because every other advantage he has, and, well, finally he's not at an upgrade disadvantage. Now that's gone for quite a while, and especially considering he forgot his armor upgrade. Maybe that was a money thing, I don't know, but his Marines are not going to be nearly as strong for quite a while. As one random or Marine on the other side, Bunny holds the high ground here. Maru's going to try to move forward. Anti-armor missile on the left side, and these tanks just reign supreme. Yeah, who cares? 3-3 upgrades. The tanks are there. You got to catch them unsieged.
That you do, and Maru has lifted his main command center to the 3rd base. Bunny unloading with this double drop from earlier into the main. We do have army positioning on the other side of the map, but it looks like Bunny checking Maru's movement. And as long as Bunny doesn't get caught out of position, he is in an amazing spot in this game right now. Maru, it's so close. Well, he's going to do enough to break the momentum of this drop thanks to that 3-3. Actually, he'll kill it. Wow, 3-3 is a big difference. But Bunny will get caught a little bit too late to respond. He gets a great anti-armor missile. And now the Liberators, though, are out for Bunny. Bunny's got 2 Vikings. That is air superiority, because we didn't mention it. The starport went down for Maru a while ago. It's got no reactor. It went down during that big drop. He's not producing anything off of it. He has no air unit production at the moment. He's actually supply blocked, so he's not getting the 1 medevac. He's building 6 supply depots at once right here for Maru. Bunny is playing such a great game right now.
Steadfast, I want to point something out from Bunny's drop earlier. When in the main base, you know, he's getting tech labs, he's getting reactors. But the one thing he purposefully targeted down was a rich supply depot, a top hat. And we saw Mario going from actually having some room in his supply to nothing whatsoever, as now Mario stems up on the high ground, sensing an opportunity with his superior upgrades. The tanks are going to fall. Now Bunny shows up here, and Mario does have to back up, but the tanks continue to move forward. This is a pretty good situation for Mario at the moment, as now the Marines step forward, but they're just going to go down. Liberator's going to fall. Mario has broken the high ground position. Bunny thought he had enough to defend. He pulled part of his army left to maybe deal with another army of Mario, and now the SCVs have to get pulled. Now Bunny has to clear this up, but the meat grinder of the 33 Marines is just going to knock everything down. The tanks are there, of course, and now Mario has to back up, but even still, 8 SCVs went down. The planetary is going to fall to these +1 tanks. And all of a sudden, Maru's in the supply lead.
Bunny, I think he just sent like all of his army to the left side for nothing. He just left his Liberators exposed. If the Liberators are protected by even 2 siege tanks, the Marines don't get the snipe. Bunny holds that and forces Maru back. Instead, he just blundered so hard. That's so devastating. Now, he is still even an army supply, or within, like, very close. Man, Maru's making great advantage, taking great advantage of these tank spots on the low ground. Ooh, these are +2 tanks now for Bunny. So they're able to one-shot these stimmed Marines. Still, this is... man, this is like... I can't believe this. Bunny has really kind of let go of this game from such a huge advantage. Is he going to lift the main command center? I think he needs to over to that 3rd base. Maru, meanwhile, he's built a new command center, so he's actually got a 4th base up and mining.
I mean, Steadfast, it just feels like deja vu all over again as Maru stems on the left side, forces this orbital. And in fairness, Bunny was moving that orbital over anyways. But same idea. Oh, Bunny, big drop. Maru's not really going to see it. But yeah, Bunny has been in a great position for the entirety of this game, as a quad drop in the main base is going to be a bit of a problem. He's been in this great spot the entire game, up until 18, 19, 20 minutes when suddenly Maru kind of brings it back. So the anti-armor missile will force Maru out, loses 1 medevac, should be able to dodge the rest of the Vikings. Thought about turning around, but at the end of the day, will not go for that. And at the very least, this one big advantage that Maru has had, these upgrades that he's been working with, finally they're equalized. It's +2 mech attack, it's 3-3 on the bio. Maru cannot rely on that one to win down supply fights. Even still, this position, Bunny's got to give it up. Maru has so many tanks here as the Marines run forward. Actually, this might be a dead orbital, even with these scant few Marines. Yeah, Bunny's not, he's gonna lose the base. He's looking for some sort of counterattack, some sort of flank, not even sure. Regardless, it's too late.
It is far too late at this point. GG is gonna get called, and Maru finds the opening. Bunny makes one mistake, sending those units to the left side. One big mistake, and it is all over. Maru coming back in game number 2 in a big way. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And we were talking about it off stream going into this matchup. This was a really scary situation for Maru coming into today. He was 1-1 in the group. He did have that +1 map score, but Bunny, as we said, is a player who has beaten him the last 2 times they've played, and he's beaten him before. And we could see from the games that he had the ability to beat him, but Maru just outlasts his opponent. Great stuff right there from the Korean Terran, and he will put himself back into a much more comfortable position in this group.
That he will. I mean, losing 1 series is not a death now. Losing 2 would have maybe been a problem. But yeah, Maru, he does recover. He wins. It's crazy. I think Bunny was in a winning position for maybe 90% of those 2 games combined. 95% even. And then Maru just does Maru things. You got to win. You got to win 100%. I mean, this is true anyways, but you got to win 100% of the game. 90% doesn't quite do it. And now, as you said, that means Maru, he's not comfortable, but much more comfortable than he was going into this series. And folks, that means that half of Group D is now done, which means we get to go move into our next series soon enough. It's going to be Huramarine and Lambo. Lambo is, despite not winning many series, his DVT has been very good. And Huramarine, especially with Maru coming back here, he kind of needs to win this series to make sure he maintains top position in the group. And I think many people would be excited to see Huramarine at least top of the group going into day 4. Or, yeah, into day 4. But folks, before we do that, we do have to go to a break. So when we're back, it's going to be here, Marine and Lambo.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Master certified PC. Game like the pros.
never know. Whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up, going up, going up, going up. No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up, going up, going up, going up. No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going 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 No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going
And Steadfast, well, welcome back, folks. And Steadfast, we're looking at a series that has a little bit more implications than it did about 20 minutes ago. Because here, Marine, he's lost. He no longer is just the odds-on leader of this group. And that means that, well, this matters just a little bit more now. It's not just for sole possession of first place.
Well, I would say it matters more than a little bit more. This has now become a pivotal match in this group. We have got, going into today, Here Marine was 2-0 in series. Lambo was 0-2. Now, after about an hour, Lambo is now 1-2. Here Marine is 2-1. Lambo 2-0'd Classic. Here Marine got 2-0'd by Beyond. And now, the classic German matchup between these two is going to decide which one of them, going into the last day, will be in a playoff position and which one will be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, so folks, you know, we're not going to waste any more time. The lobby's ready. In fact, we're going to get into it. Gressfon's the first map. It's a big one. Let's see if the game is just as big. In the upper left, folks, in the red, the player as big as his player card. It's Hero Marine. Big game.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. Can they run it back? Double on Big Gabe. It is Lambo. And you know what? Cham, he came in the round of 36, and he really ruined things for the Shopify Rebellion. Just make sure to put my camera on follow. Yeah. There we go. He kind of ruined things for the Shopify Rebellion. But as we move forward now into, into the pivotal moments of the group stage D, we've got Beyond and Lambo who are looking to do that to Big Gabe.
Yeah, it's actually such an interesting scenario, but it's painful now. All right, when we talk about Group D with Beyond and Lambo both being in there, and Lambo, he has a puncher's chance to get out of his group. So too does Beyond, but it is going to be a big ask for both of them to get out, especially now that Maru seems to have recovered from some instability in day one. I mean, certainly he did 2-0 Beyond in that second series, but I mean, Maru losing a TVT is already more than we would expect. So Maru seems to be back on form. Beyond is looking better. He won that series versus Lambo. He 2-0'd Here Marine. And if you are a Shopify fan, that's not a lot of room to get both your players out.
No, it is not. Any group with Maru is going to be a really crowded one. well, not crowded necessarily, but it's going to be a really difficult one. But the fact that Maru lost a series does mean that it gets very crowded. And I mean, as it stands right now, it is looking very likely that at least one of the Shopify Rebellion players will advance. But you do not want to be in a situation where one of them is advancing at the cost of the other. That is certainly not what the team wants. Regardless, though, this is an individual competition. So this is the kind of thing where, you know, while as teammates, Lambo is certainly going to be rooting for Beyond, but he's got to look out for number one, and vice versa for his opponent. By the way, we've got a neat little move coming in. We'll talk about it in just a second. As we did see something that's a bit of a switch up from how we normally see TVZ. A laser is the player that usually does this the most, but it's a little bit of a mix up here. So what we just saw Lambo do was, instead of injecting in the main with the first queen, he injected at the natural, and that means the drones have a little bit less distance to travel. It is just technically better, but here Marine noticed the inject and he jumped into the main base to try and get something done. It ended up all being moot because the Lings were in position. Good job from Lambo, but a neat little switch up, very subtle, but a neat little switch up in the early game.
And I think realistically, as much as we've been talking about all week about, hey, Lambo, his ZVT is practiced, it's good, it's legitimately scary to his practice partners, this is a series where Lambo has not been favored and really does not have a good win rate against. In fact, here Marine is one of Lambo's #1 rivals. It's a significant map disadvantage that Lambo's running into here. And yes, it's a new patch, it's new maps, it's a lot of practice. Historical performance does not predict. Ooh, this Overlord doesn't get much of a scout, and it's gonna go down. That's Lambo's supply block for just a little bit. He's got 3 Overlords on the way, but well, he can't build much of anything right now.
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a mistake right there to turn it around, because I mean, he sees the double gas. I guess if he counted the gas, which I'm sure he did, I'm sure he clicked on it, so he's probably thinking, okay, I've got the info. But this is something that's a little bit of a problem for him. And we have been talking about mech this whole time so much. This is a BC opening with a quick third gas. I think Hero Marine might end up going battle mech here. That is, it's not confirmed yet, but that's what my spidey sense is telling me.
And Steadfast Grespon is such a good map for mech play, right? Because you take that 4th base, it dominates the bottom left side. If we're Hero Marine, it dominates the bottom left side. So yeah, mech in particular on a map like this, you take one position and you start to get multiple bases out of it, which is exactly what a Terran player, what a mech player wants to do. And there we go, 4th gas coming down here. You're right. And this is such a switch up. Yes, we've seen Hero Marine. He's a big battle mech enjoyer, but even still, he's not one of these Terrans we think of as a mech player. You know, he's not a Gumio. He's not a Maru sometimes. He doesn't, to me at least, he's not top of mind when we talk about this mech play.
No, certainly not. But if we rewind to a couple weeks ago, and the reason I'm excited about this, nice transfuse by Lambo, by the way, in order to save this Overlord. Good job. You never want that Viking racking up really more than 1 Overlord kill if you can avoid it. I mean, he'd love to get 0, but that's a pretty difficult thing to stop, because you do need to have the Overlords at least a little bit in position. By the way, great Overlord spotting this Hellion rotation. But Hero Marine, to go back to my original point, he was able to take a series off of Raynor, off the back of Battle Mech in one of the weekly cups a few weeks ago. And he is looking really good with it, so it's an exciting concept to me. Meanwhile, we've got a big Hellion run by at the 3rd base. Only gets 1 drone somehow. The Queen's well positioned here, 5 Queens. And despite this little attempt from Hero Marine with the BC blink into the natural, so far this is being handled well by Lambo. He does have 3 Queens on this 4th base. And with just 1 BC, this is going to be enough to push this back for now. We don't have Yamato Cannon yet, despite the fact that there is more of these units. I love the addition of a couple of Banes in case there's a deep dive. And even though actually nice snipes right there from Hero Marine. He gets all 3. Still, because of the Baneling's existence, he couldn't dive in, and the Queens get some good damage.
Oh, and you're right, Steadfast. You talk about mech, right? About how cool this battle mech idea is. Zerg players are saying they don't really have a good answer to it right now. That is exactly what we're going to see. Magfield Cyclones are on the way. Of course, they do just 10 more damage to everything they lock onto. Now with the change, Blue Flame as well. That is where Hero Marine's going. And it seems like Lambo, as the Queen will go down, his response is going to be Hydras, which Not that great against Blue Flame. Hellions are going to try to dive into the fourth base here, and this is finally a position here where he's getting some of the damage he's been looking for, but you got to be careful. He's going to get run away on the right side, and he's all trapped. All the Hellions are going to go down. Well, the Queens, actually, they don't take any damage at all, and that means the Battlecruiser cannot jump on top. Yeah, Lambo loses 7 workers, but it was from a 75-ish worker count, not the end of the world, and he knocks down the map control of Hero Marine.
Yeah, getting the capture on those Hellions is actually really big. It was a nice shot, by the way, from Hero Marine, so he still trades out the Hellions better than it could have been, but that was a really great kill and will actually stymie the momentum a little bit. It's only single armory, by the way, from Hero Marine, so this is old school battle mech, where you just get the armor upgrades, and it does mean that he is going to go very hard on this battle mech here. Now, I wonder if Lambo, when he decided to go for the Hydras, knew it was mech. I don't think so, because he did get that Carapace upgrade, and that's really not the kind of upgrade you want against mech. But I'm pretty sure he knows now, because, yeah, there we go, the +1 missile. Oh, it started for a moment, then he cancels it. He wants the quicker hive. That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. But he got a Roach Warren. He got the infestation pit for that quick hive. I think he's identified what's going on. Although, oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, 7 Roaches. Roach Hydra could actually be an interesting solution to the battle mech.
And instead, okay, so hold that thought, because the battle mech tries to run forward. A Queen is good transfuses there. I guess there's one world where you get Carapace first, right? If you're going Hydras to deal with the battle cruisers a little bit, battle cruisers, yeah, similar idea, right, to carriers, where they do a lot of damage, or a lot of small bits of damage very quickly. So armor is really important in that situation. As for right now, the Spores, they're not doing the defense they need to. They're all going to go down. Queen's very slow on the exchange here. Meanwhile, at the front, great lock-ons on top of everything. Lambo, he's going to lose a couple Queens. And here comes the battle mech army, but he's got to run away because the Lings are starting to close things out on creep. But that's what you want, right? You play on the edge of creep. You play it a lot like Bio. You trade and trade and trade and trade. And every time the Zerg has to run back, you get a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, something just killed 20 SCVs.
Oh my goodness. It must have been a Bane run by. Yeah, Bane run by looks like it came in on the third base. But can Lambo deal with this push right here? These Cyclones are really starting to get difficult to manage. It is a 20 army supply lead right now for Big Gabe. And you know what? We talk about 20 SCVs going down. He's already back up to 70 SCVs. He's on a huge economy. This four command center setup. And while the lock-on will not kill his hatchery as quickly as it used to, oh, he's actually just going to back away instantly. Looks like he wants to focus maybe a little bit more on the BCs. This is only 2 BCs for now. Third one's about to pop out, but they are really getting some great work done, and they are making things very difficult here for Lambo. The only thing, upgrades aren't actually great. Oh, he's going to lose one of the BCs. Well, he'll kill a base, but he could have just teleported that BC right out. That's a little bit sloppy. Oh, and then, oh my God, the Hellions take a terrible route, but unfortunately for Lambo, he's not able to punish. Lings were actually looking to collapse on this army, but Hero Marine just has so much stuff and a surround. It needs to be Banes.
Well, here come Banes at the front, but they're all going to get targeted down. Lings on the backside, though, getting on top of a couple of these Cyclones. And this is as good of a fight as Lambo is going to look to find. In fact, no, he's going to get them all here. BC teleports on top, but when there's nothing on the ground, what are you saving? There's nothing here. 11 Hydras are on the way, and I guess, actually, there's not a lot of anti-air here right now. If you're Lambo, he's got 4 Hydras. Queens are going to get, Battle Cruisers are going to get abducted. Spores as well, but it's still taking a while to knock these down. Even still, it seems like the battle cruisers will fall, and this is a fantastic defense coming in from Lambo.
It is an extremely strong defense. I said he needed the Banes, but it looks like the Hellions were not able to prevent those Lings from really getting on top of the Cyclones, and I guess the Hellions died very early at the outset of that engagement, and now Hero Marine is on the ropes here. He's on 96 SCVs, but he's down 70 army supply. How can he possibly hold on? He is going to need to kite for his life. He did add on some tanks, and he's getting some more, but he's only on 0-1. And there's Vipers out. I think Lambo might just kill him right here.
Yeah, 0-1, well, actually 1 tank right now. Battle Mech is great so long as you're the one that has agency on the map. You're the one that puts pressure on the Zerg. When Cyclones run into a corner steadfast, there's not a lot they will do. Widowmine is going to go down. The Planetary is getting good damage. And we talk about, Cyclones only so good as they're not put in a corner. there is still plenty of room on Grespon that they can kite away. So Hair Marine actually holds on fairly well, just playing on the edge of things. This was probably the best situation Lambo was going to find, and he gets 8 SCVs, he loses his entire army.
Yeah, he loses a lot right here. He still has the 50 army supply lead, but we do have to mention a lot of it's in roaches. I thought for sure that was going to go better for Lambo than it did. We do see a Ling run by coming on in, but as Hero Marine gets up to this heavier mech style, I mean, things are going to start to look very difficult for Lambo if he can't close it out, and he has not been able to close it out. And all of a sudden, it's now just a 20, make that 15 army supply advantage, and we've got Hero Marine going into Ghosts. This looked so promising for Lambo, but he didn't wait for like more Banelings to try and smash down the planetary. He just kind of went without a lot of Viper energy as well. Oh man, it's so tough because he felt like he had an opportunity, and it looks like he did. He will still get some nice abducts right here, and that abduct nerf is not going to affect this type of army until the ghosts hit the field. 3 mech units do go down, but so many drones on the right side fall, and now it is just 59 drones for Lambo. He's going to replenish, but that means the aggression, well, it's going to have to fully stop at this point because he needs to rebuild those drones.
Yeah, look at Lambo's bank as well. He's got not a lot of money here, so these trades he's taking are just not ever going to be worthwhile. And Steadfast, it's kind of funny. When we look at this new battle mech style, you look at it, it's like, okay, well, you know, lots of pressure, but it's almost... This is going to be a weird comparison, but bear with me. It's almost like a Phoenix Charizard type of idea, right? Where any fight you take, you better be damn sure you're going to win because you cannot run away from it. Yeah, it's not because things are getting lifted.
Yes.
But again, we're seeing that happen over and over again. These new Cyclones are just killing everything. Used to be, okay, the roaches are going to die on the backside. EMP there, it hits, what is that, 4 of the Vipers? There are 6 here, but here is Hero Marine's opportunity. Going up forward, abducts on a couple of the Cyclones, but that's only a couple. So on the backside, yeah, the base might not die as quick as possible, but now there is that strong back line of tanks. The flanks are not going to be nearly as good as they might otherwise be, and now that is a dead third base for Lambo. And one thing I've been thinking about is this happens, like, where does Lambo, he can't transition now, doesn't have the money. What is the transition out of this? Is it just Roach Ravager, Hydra, Viper? There's got to be some other way to make this happen because Hero Marine continues to increase his tech. It continues to develop into the game, and it doesn't seem like Lambo can do so. Yeah, he gets some tanks here, but Hero Marine's still on 98 workers. You know, he can replenish anything he loses. He has, what is this, 5 bases on the map right now. Lambo economically behind, tech behind. What is his move?
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, I was like, oh, please don't suck it to death. Please. What is Lambo's move? I don't know. It doesn't feel like he has one. He's so far behind in economy. I'm sure if you bring up the income graph, it is going to show a tragic situation for the Zerg player. And this is just looking so rough. We've got Grespon, the map, like you said, it's so good for mech. That base in the middle was held as a planetary, and it really, like, that was the big opportunity for Lambo in that game, was after he surrounded the Cyclones and taking down that base. If he takes down that base, recharges with some Banelings, and gets in and kills maybe the 4th base as well, then we're looking at a drastically different game, but he was not able to break through. Now Hero Marine is on such a great tech setup. Snipes, a couple of them do get canceled. We don't see any EMP. Honestly, I think you just use the Ghost for EMPs. I don't even think you worry about snipes. The Cyclones and tanks will handle everything. Like, you just got to make sure you don't get abducted, you don't get blinding clouded.
Actually, Steadfast, that was super cool. So you saw the Ghosts go forward. They were exposed. But I think it was just a little bit of bait to actually hold that thought. Big surround coming in from Lambo. But Hero Marine, he's just going to back up. And there are these 4 tanks right here. EMPs, they actually don't really hit the Vipers. That one's going to be massive, though. But not before the blinding clouds are there. So there's 1 tank now. Even still, snipes are going to go down, playing around with the line of sight. Hero Marine loses his tanks, but look at the supply. It's back up to 200 immediately. And the base went down as well. Wait, did the Viper kill that?
Oh, I think it might have. I saw it stop sucking. And then I think he maybe had it shift clicked another one. Regardless, I think this base might have fallen anyways, but that is not the kind of way you want to lose this game. Jeez, that is painful. I'm actually going to just take a quick look before we get into the other game.
Actually, we can do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, that's pain.
Unfortunate. That's really not where you want to be. But folks, you know, you got another shot. Everyone always has another opportunity to. That's why we play best of threes. And realistically, I think that was a game that Lambo was not in the best situation in, regardless of what was going to happen. But Steadfast, you know, one thing I want to point out. You talked about those ghosts and how you probably don't need to use them for snipes, right? It's all about the EMPs. I think that was a bait from Hero Marine. The ghosts were very exposed on the front line. They drop snipes. Lambo runs forward. He has to cancel the snipes, right? You know, you run forward or you run away. Regardless, it gives position. And then Hero Marine canceled it. Like, some of those were canceled, sure, because of the damage interaction. But I think a couple of those, Hero Marine just canceled them. He ran away and he got a pretty good trade off the back end. I'm not confident, you know, this could have just, I may be thinking into it more than there is, but kind of looked like that. So I'm going to be the new changes, right? Because you can cancel snipes now.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that is actually a really nice quality of life change for Terran players. And it doesn't get talked about a ton, but it's a really high value situation, you know? Mm-hmm. Whenever you're able to cancel those snipes. Now, obviously it came at a big cost. The snipe nerf, being able to get away from those snipes, it's a pretty big deal. But yeah, we're still kind of like waiting on things. But like I said, I really think the star usage of those ghosts was the EMPs in that specific situation.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because like being able to prevent the Vipers. So we talked about not knowing what the answer was. Lambo's solution in that scenario was like 6 Vipers. He was looking for mass abducts. And you need a lot of abducts against someone who's building units like Cyclones, pumping them out off like 8 factories off such a huge economy. But if you can't get those abducts, if you can't, you know, keep forcing the Terran to trade and never overwhelming you, I mean, you're just going to have such a difficult time.
Yeah, that you will. But Steadfast, part of what happened there was a product of the map. Crestfon is looking like it is going to be a very good map for mech play. But we're moving on to Dragon Scales. And Dragon Scales, if Crestfon's a good map for Terran, it's a good map for mech. Dragon Scales is kind of the other way around. So we're going to have to see whether that is going to be what happens, whether Lambo can swing us to game 3. Because right now, folks, we're down. Well, we're going to get into game 2. Oh, there we go. In the upper left, folks, in the blue, he's down a game in this series. And realistically, his spot in Group D on the line. It's Lambo.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right for Mouse Sports. He's looking to punch a ticket into the playoffs. It is Hero Marine. And I'm pretty sure if he gets a win here, he's pretty much locked up. He's almost definitely going to make the playoffs at this point. Yeah, no one. Yeah. I'm willing to pretty much go out on a limb and say it's very likely at the very least. But we'll see. I'm not 100% on that. At the very least, this it would increase his percentage chance to like 90 or 95%. I feel.
Yeah, it's very hard to fall out of a group, to not at least make the playoffs on a 3 series win score. It's happened before, actually.
Yes.
We had some weird situations where there was like one player who lost every single series, so you kind of had a free win, not a free win, but then you had 2 players that were 3-2, and then map score meant was it Lambo that actually was on the downside of that last year, 2 years ago?
I can't remember, to be honest, not off the top of my head. But you could be right.
Someone,
yeah, it's happened before for sure. Just like how sometimes players can advance with a 2-3, which is what happened with Ryung, and how Showtime unfortunately got just narrowly edged out of his group. Oh, that drone was almost too late. That drone was like 1 second away from being too late there. But Hero Marine, even if he saw it, which I'm almost certain he did, because he's a good player. He's got that multitasking. He did the math on the trajectory, and he was like, okay, it's a little too far away. Nice grenade, good dodge on the grenade, but no, he doesn't force the spore. Almost does. But, gotta be really careful with that Reaper. That was 1 shot away from going down. Yeah, something I would have really liked to have seen on this map because of the openness of the third base out of Hero Marine. I think I would have really loved to have seen Proxy 3 racks. We know that Lambo is going to look all over the map, but he actually didn't check all the way up to this top location. I think I would have really preferred that, but I don't want to get too much into it since we're already into, the later stages of the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I can buy it. Certainly, Proxy 2 rack seems to be very heavily nerfed on the new patch, right? With how workers are that much more effective fighting units. But by the way, if you were interested, that last happened and getting 3 and 2 and failing to advance. The last happened in 2021, where it wasn't Lambo, but it was a Zerg. Solar went 3 and 2 in maps, 6 and 6 in series. And it's actually funny you mentioned Showtime as kind of the victim of Ryung moving forward. Showtime was also the reason that Solar didn't advance, because Showtime was 0 and 5 in that Group A back in 2021. So apparently, if there's a group with Showtime in it, you get weird advancement scenarios.
Yeah, it usually takes someone either going 5-0 or 0-5 for certain stuff to happen. Sometimes a weird double 1-4 can make like I think 4 players can then finish 3 and 2. I'm not a statistician. I keep doing the math thing and keep flubbing it, but we're not going to get into it too much because we've got ourselves another battle cruiser opening. And you know what? We see Nathanius in the chat, and he has blessed us with the power of the cattle bruisers. Shout out to him. This is nifty. This is nifty to see.
It's a lot of fun, but the thing is here, Steadfast, we're seeing a bit of a different version of the BC opening compared to last game. Last game, very quick third gas, right? Going to 4 gas. Behind that, it was mech, pretty obviously mech from the beginning. This is most likely going to be BC into bio. It's only 2 gas. We're going to have to see what exactly here. Oh, as I say that, double gas on the natural.
He just took them, yeah.
Oh, I know. Like
it's still unclear. Probably going to be mech, because, no, I think
it's 440 double gas. It's mech. It's 100%
yeah. But to be fair, right up until that point, he hadn't taken the gases, and it was hitting that timing, where you need to take those gases if it's going to be mech. I like this very much because you gain so much map control with those Cyclones, with those Hellions. If you keep building Hellions, you don't have to worry about the fact that your third base is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. You just are easily able to, control the map. The Blue Flame Hellions make Ling run-bys very difficult to deal with.
Now, Steadfast, the one thing we are a little bit worried about here, right, as we talk about how this game is going, is the fact that Lambo is going roaches, but it's not early enough, and the battle cruiser teleports into the main base. There's not a big roach counterattack opportunity. Again, they're only popping now, so it's all about defending against this. 1 queen is going to get low. It's not going to go down. 3 workers have fallen, but take a look at the third base. Hellions are not able to dive in. Seems well defended there. Roaches, again, they're not going to run across the map. They're not just going to go do the thing where you kill a Terran because they went battle cruisers, but it does mean the 1-2 punch of Hellions in the third battle cruiser in the natural does not find purchase.
Oh, look at this. Okay, we have not seen a Spire startup. I heard rumblings about a German taxi recently. Hang on, we got a Hellion run by trying to come on in. Oh, it's a fake double Evo. I am almost certain. Wait, hang on, he just built 6 more drones. Did I just get bluffed? I thought this was going to be a German taxi. He's building 3 queens at a time. He's got 9 queens already. This feels to me like it is going to be a big roach all in.
Yeah,
there it is. There's the Overlords.
Yeah, Deutsche Bahn in the German matchup here. I don't think I know I've seen this once or twice in ZVT because it is that ZVP matchup. The question is, Herman going to be ready for this? He does not have mag field whatsoever. He's got 2 battle cruisers, third one on the way. Cyclone is only just now starting to get made. But Steadfast, this is Dragon Scales. This is a short map. And with the lack of tanks, with almost no Cyclones on the field, they're just getting ready now. It's a bit of a problem. And the battle cruiser count is not enough to dominate the queens. And of course, with the lair being done as well, you can poop creep on top of things. Yamato cannons on the way. You point that out. Again, all of these things, it's an investment in the future, not in the present. Now, 1 Overlord will go down at the start. It feels like you've got to kill them before the creep goes down. And now the tuber's going to get started here. Here comes the army moving forward.
Oh, the hot pickup. He hot pick up the queen right there with the Overlord. Oh, that's so sexy right here. I love that Hero Marine gives up the base. He knows how committed this is. It is a big commitment. The creep is dropping. He needs to get some of those tumors down. Some good kiting so far coming in from Hero Marine, but he's only got the 2 Cyclones, so they're actually not getting very much damage done to this army, and the creep is really starting to encroach forward. That's going to allow for those transfuses. We do have Yamato Cannon sneaking up on the production tab, but it's not done just yet, and Lambo is swarming forward. He hasn't broken his opponent just yet, but it is getting mighty darn close.
There's a wall here, Steadfast. It's going to take a while to get through that. And yeah, Yamato Cannon is just about done. My only question for you, though, is that's going to be good luck on there and a couple Overlords. It's tempting to Yamato the Queens. It's tempting to Yamato the Ravagers. But I feel like you almost just need a Yamato the Overlords to remove some of that creep spread as the Roaches, again, they try to find their way in. But that is, actually, that's so smart from Hero Marine. He lowers, or he raises every deep but one, so he punches everything up. It's hard for the Roaches to run forward, and he's doing such a damn fine job of holding this that it is rapidly starting to hit a point where it feels like he will be able to hold after all. Yamato Cannon is done. Magfield is done. We're going to see Yamatos there down on top of the Queens, blowing them sky high. Trying to dodge one is Lambo, but he doesn't find the right Queens, and now the Battlecruisers, they feel very comfortable sitting on top. One will have to teleport out, but there is very little anti-air here now. Cyclones, they're going to keep cutting backwards. And you talk about the Deutsche Bahn, that German taxi. Well, it needs road repair. There is nothing left for Lambo. He's going 1-1 attack out of this. But what stops Hero from running across the map?
Not a whole hell of a lot. We do have some money being banked up for the Corruptors. That's great. But how do you deal with the 10 Cyclones that are making their way across? This is going to be almost impossible to hold. It is going to take a miracle for Lambo to get the hold. I love the scan on the high ground says, hey, where are the reinforcements? Are they coming forward? The answer is no. Big Gabe survives the incredibly well thought out all-in, but Lambo just does not have enough to hold for the counterattack. Excellent moves here from the German Terran, and he will get another victory, it looks like, against his fellow countrymen. The Cyclones, they're swarming into the natural. The Overlords running in terror, but 4 of them will fall. And we are going to see Hero Marine locking up a playoff position, it looks like here.
Yeah, it seems like Lambo had some sort of counterattack on the other side of the map and got 16 SCVs. But yeah, it doesn't matter. At this point, Hero Marine has done far too much damage. The Corruptors, hey, they get a Broodlord. That's great, Steadfast. You got Cyclones in the main, and yes, so they will probably eventually go down on this round, but 20 drones have gone down. Actually, you know,
Go Gadget Super Drones.
Yeah. It's like, I'm like, oh, you know, no, it's Copium. 70 supply to 117. Hero Marine he's got Blue Flame on, it actually just about done. He has 3 bases. He does need to deal with his creep spread. That's a bit of a problem, but he's got his 4th base on the way. He's going to take it at the forward position. And as nice as it is for Lambo that he really didn't lose that much infrastructure, and he was able to knock down all the Cyclones in the main, it's going to take a lot more than that for him to have a shot here.
I mean, yeah, so, like, that's an impressive hold that Lambo even cleaned up the army. And I am truly amazed that he was able to do so. By the way, his creep spread, yeah, like you said, it was covering a lot here. But if Hero Marine doesn't need anything to do anything other than blink across the map with the BCs, target down, Yamato down the 3 Corruptors, and the game just ends. There are no Queens. There's only 2 more Corruptors on the way just now. He doesn't even need to blink forward. That's the other thing. He can just send them forward. And that will be the end of this game. There is nothing Lambo can do to prevent it. He is going to try to fight on because this is most likely his tournament life on the line, and you can't blame him for it. Corrosive Vials actually do land and really pummel one of these BCs, but even if they'd hit all 3, the Spore Crawlers on their own probably wouldn't be enough. Oh, no, there we go. He dodges the Corrosive Vial, and there it is. GG gets called. Hero Marine will put himself to 3-1 in series. Lambo, unfortunately, falling to 1-3.
And, you know, I do like... Lambo is given a lot of credit, right, as one of these really cerebral players, which is true. And I do like at the very end, I mean, the game was over, but you saw him, the moment he saw the Yamato go up, he drops Biles because the battle cruisers, they're just stuck in place. You can't do anything, to the point where I almost wish Hero Marine hadn't even dropped the Yamatos. Like, it was 3 Corruptors. You didn't need to. You just put your, granted, it didn't matter at the end of the day, but you put your battle cruisers needlessly at risk doing that. You know, it's, maybe there are a couple more Ravagers and the battle cruisers go down and, you know. At the end of the day, though, you're right. It is a 1-3 Lambo now, and we have had series before or groups before where someone advances 2-3. But this group, with how good Mara's looking, with how good Hero Marine's looking, with how good Beyond's looking, I don't know we're gonna see a 2 and 3 advancement here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, and he faces. I mean, even though Maru is not, he's not undefeated in this group. He's looked a little mortal. He is one of the most terrifying players, first of all, to ever touch the game. And his TVZ, man, it's good. Like, it is going to be really tough for Lambo to find anything he can do on that final day. But, we'll leave it to the statisticians for now. For now, we congratulate Hero Marine on an excellent showing and a very likely advancement into the round of 12. And I think maybe there might be an opportunity for him to still take first in the group. I think it's extremely unlikely, but maybe some weird wizardry happens. Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, I think realistically, you're Steadfast. Here, Marine, he 2-0'd that game. So that's good map score for him. Maru is +3. Here, Marine now goes up to +2. Maru is currently playing Classic, and I don't know if we have results for that one just yet.
We won't say them regardless, just for avoiding spoiler sakes.
Yeah. Point being, no, you're absolutely right. Maru is, who does Maru play on? Yeah, Maru plays Lambo tomorrow. It's like, I think really talking about this, Hero Marine holds the head-to-head, but unfortunately for him, head-to-head is like the number 4 tiebreaker. It doesn't matter nearly as much as map score. And because Hero Marine didn't take a map over Bjorn, like, doesn't matter about the series, but he didn't take a map, that makes it very difficult to recover from that, even if you do 2-0 Lambo. So, yeah, not looking all that great for first place, but still advancing onwards. And remember, Steadfast, Hero Marine, he didn't top his group last year. He was in the round of 12 when he made that incredible run. When he took down Solar, almost took down Raynor, made top 4. I'm not saying it's lining up, but I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's regardless, great showing from Hero Marine so far. Really impressive stuff. For now, I think we're going to head to a little break.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're finishing up with, we are finished up with Group D. And then it is going to be us heading to Group C for 2 more matches here on the B stream. And then we're going to call it a day.
Yep. So actually, in total, 6 more series on the B stream overall. But yeah, it's going to be DRG versus Special. And we're going to see some more fancy mech play. Remember, Special went proxy starport BC into 3-port BC. Yes, against Cyril yesterday, which was super cool. I want to see more. It's going to be fun to see what he has in store for us. And then after that, we get to see more of DRG's ZVZ, which was pretty good, right?
Yeah, it was pretty good. That is for sure. He was able to 2-0 Cyril in a just lights out ZVZ. Just absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, so I'm excited for that one, folks. 2 more series today, as Steadfast said. We're looking at Group C after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Master certified PC. Game like the pros.
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
Folks, I got some good news for you. Unlike previously in the day where we have a timer to another timer to another timer, this time there was minutes on the clock when the timer completed. So, you know, we're speeding up a little bit. And Steadfast, this is a fun matchup we got here. It's going to be DRG and Special. And that's a matchup where, well, first of all, that's a matchup where Special has been having some really interesting ideas about how to play the game.
That is certainly a way to put it. I think you could use the term insane or mad scientist even. I think any and all of those would apply because he has had some wild stuff so far.
Yeah, anytime I get to cast a game that is proxy BC into 3-port BC, it definitely puts a smile on my face. And the important thing here, by the way, we're talking, of course, the Cyril Special Series where Cyril, despite everything, he did win 2-0, but Special's played some more TVZs after that. In fact, he did 2-1 a laser yesterday. So from that perspective, like, okay, yeah, does this work against the literal reigning champion, one of the greatest players of all time? Yeah, probably not. But is it going to work against a player like DRG? Maybe more likely. Even as we do say that, of course, DRG is the player, the only player in 2 years of groups that has taken down Cyril in the group stage. So I don't know if DRG is better than Special or than Cyril, and Cyril's better than Special. Does that mean Special's better than DRG? Is that how that works?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Transitive property. We'll just go with it. Why not? But I mean, we do have to obviously take a couple of things with a grain of salt. With that, you know, for one, we've got a matchup like ZVZ, where especially the way DRG played was really in your face. It really appealed to his strengths, which is, you know, pure mechanics, absolutely battling it out. And that's not to say Cyril did poorly there. That game, especially game number 2, is kind of a sleeper for game of the tournament. That was such a ridiculously good matchup. But overall, I think there's a lot of weirdness that happens in ZVZ. In ZVT, it's a lot more pure mechanics, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We'll see. We're getting into it now.
I mean, Steadfast, you say it's just a lot of pure mechanics, not a lot of weirdness. Clearly, you didn't see the special games I watched. Anyways, folks, we're going to get into game 1 now. In the upper right, folks, in the blue for Storm Gaming, Juanito, it's Special.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom left for Team NV, it is DRG. And there is something very neat that has kind of occurred in this event, in this, you know, whole situation, which is that we have Special saying to Artosis. So Artosis, on his stream a little bit, he's like, man, like the first 2, 3, 4 minutes of TVZ, they're all rinse and repeat. He didn't say that exactly, but that was the sentiment of what he was saying. But Special has bucked that concept and has said, no, I'm going to open up double gas and I'm going to make this TVZ a TVT. And he's done that in, well, both the games he did versus Cyril, and he's doing it again now versus DRG. This is such a unique approach, and it's really neat.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here, too, is you talk about this as if this is, you know, something Special is doing. And, of course, this is certainly something that Special has been doing for a long time. In terms of, well, yeah, you know, I opened double barracks in the wall, and it's Reapers or something, and there's a fun build after that. But this is a build that certainly, or this idea is something that has certainly really started to take popularity. Back in Atlanta, when we saw Maru doing not the same one, but a similar one, double barracks in the wall, get Reapers, build 2 more barracks. It's kind of funny, actually, we haven't seen that build in Valencia at all. But it's kind of cool, right? We see Special's been doing this for years, and it's finally started to be something that we see that is not just the Mexican Terran.
Well, I mean, as far as the actual builds are concerned, the 2 racks Reaper, the 2 racks like 3 Reaper opening is a much more like much more, I think, within, you know, a standard deviation in terms of the weirdness. This, though, this is like completely out there. This is literally like something that, you know, Up a Tree Zelda will do on his stream when he forgets that he's not playing against a Zerg and he's actually playing against a Terran. Or sorry, he forgets that he's not playing against a Terran and he's actually playing against a Zerg. You know, it's out there. It is a weird setup. Going for the 3 Reapers. Now, it actually got some good work done versus Serral, but part of that was because, you know, it hadn't been seen. Serral wasn't expecting it. Now, in this game, DRG obviously saw the VODs. He is looking for this, and we got Special. He's going for the same thing he did in the previous game. It's a proxy starport, and I think this is going to be proxy BCs again.
Okay, so if this is not 3 BC, or 3-4 BC out of this, I don't even want it steadfast. Like,
I don't even want it.
No, 1 BC is boring. It's blasé. Who cares? Yeah, it's not 3-port, you know. That being said, for right now, though, we don't see that fusion core going down immediately. It's going to be a Liberator instead. And while you still can go battle cruisers after this, and I don't remember whether Special went for that or not, certainly getting the Liberator here does open up some interesting ideas that don't have to wait for that massive build time of battle cruiser to start finding value.
No, he did go for the Liberator on Neo-Humanity. Neo-Humanity. And he actually got some decent work done with it. Like, I think he killed a couple drones. He denied mining time. He got some good work done for sure. And you know what? It is entirely like I said that for sure DRG has checked the VODs, but maybe he didn't have that much time. You know, maybe he was focused a little bit more. I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure he probably looked for it. Oh, just barely getting the depot raised there in time. Meanwhile, a couple of drones are going to fall. Yeah, it's the Liberator in the main base that is the culprit. Getting 4 drones, nothing really happening at the front, but a little bit of a distraction and a fair bit of lost mining time. Not bad on this Liberator. And if you consistently micro it, which we know that Juanito is capable of doing, it can be really strong. Now, here's the problem. Yeah, DRG, he knows it was too fast.
Yeah, that's not really super optimal there. So, yeah, certainly. You have this situation where Special gets a Liberator out. You know, did he actually get the Raven out, or did that get canceled?
No, not even really that close, to be honest. It was pretty far away from finishing.
So now this is a Special that, yeah, he's a Liberator on the map. He got some damage done as the Hellions are going to try to dive in, but there really is not a lot to kill on the mineral line anyways. And now what is he going to do? Okay, we saw his build get blown up against Serral. He did have to rebuild, and he still got damage done. That's not what's happening here, though. And he is going to go mech behind this. What type of mech is it going to be?
I am not too sure, but I for a second I was like, oh man, this is really cool. He waited for the Overlord to get out of vision before he started the factories. He did not. So it's now 2 factory. Special's actually floating a little bit of money. I wonder if the lift on the... Yeah, no, definitely the lift on the starport has kind of thrown off his setup. I think... Oh, he does get a couple more drones in the main base with the Liberator. Meanwhile, Hellions and Reapers trying to find some openings at the front. Some great grenades here to separate off one of the Queens. And he will get the kill there just before the transfuse can come down from DRG. So overall, good stuff. But hang on, wait, how did that Ling get behind the wall? It put in a lot of damage on that. How long was that there? That must have been there a while. Behind this, though, DRG, he knows it's mech. Now we get to see a mech player from... Man, Special's floating a lot of money. And he's supply blocked. Oh, boy. His macro is not doing fantastic right here.
Oh, and he builds a couple more supply. Even after dropping the depot top hat, he's still supply blocked. It's a little rough. But this is interesting, of course. We asked ourselves, what type of mech is this going to be? Is this going to be what you're calling heavy mech? Is this going to be battle mech? Well, for now, it's going to be battle mech. 2 Cyclones are on the way. We see Magfield. We see Infernal Pre-Igniters. We see Blue Flame. And that has proven to be a strong style. We saw Hero Marine just 2-0 Lambo with it. But those were games where Hero Marine was at least even, if not ahead, out of the early game. And
yeah,
that's not what this situation is.
No, it certainly isn't. We did see another Liberator squeeze out of this proxy starport. So, I mean, you know, Special, he's doing a lot of things. He's all over the map, and he's paying attention in multiple locations. Lings, by the way, are hunting for this starport, and will they find it? Oh, man, there's just a tiny bit of vision where it's not. And this is annoying. This is annoying when you're constantly having to do stuff like this, hunt around 4 buildings. Oh, is he going to get back before these Hellions? Yeah, he'll be able to get back in time, and the Roaches will cover this little entrance, so good defense. Oh my god, and This is the little starport that could.
Hyperflight rotor banshees.
Oh my goodness. I would love that. That would make me so happy.
I'm joking, but I'm actually rather serious. That does strike me as the type of thing Special's going to do.
Oh yeah, it totally could. And he loves microing lots of units at once. That's why he likes this this battle mech style. Hold that thought. We are going to see a lot of Hellions moving in here. There will be a link counterattack on the third base. That random Hellbat morph, that had to have been a misclick. But there is not a lot of defenses here. With the couple of Blue Flame Hellions, actually, hang on. He hold positions. Nah, he's going to be fine. The SCVs, he does respond in time and they get back into the fight. But it forces the battle mech squadron back home. And that gives a little bit more time for DRG. He's now got his second Evo chamber researching the attack upgrades. Okay, for a second I was like, did he kill this base? I saw drones long distance mining and was like, did I miss something? No, they just were, you know, derping about. But we got tunneling claw roaches and infestors. That is going to be a good answer to battle mech.
Yeah, you have two options, right? When you're talking about what spell, because the Zerg does need spellcasters to deal with this, at least to time it out.
Ooh.
And you have two options, right? Oh, was Cloak canceled? Or did Cloak?
No, he just hasn't started it yet. It might just be like an insurance
Cloak was on the way.
banshee.
Cloak was canceled here. Cloak was 50% of the way done before we went over and took a look. So, and he's going Ravens behind us instead. That is... Special doesn't really seem to know what he wants to do. But yeah, Steadfast, we're talking about spellcasters. You have two options. You have Vipers, you have Infestors. Both kind of allow you to deal with the battle mech. And it seems like, again, that this is going to be DRG's option. Is a couple Roach hit squad into the third base. He's going to be able to deny this fourth. At the very least, that's not bad to start here. And Special has still not been able to put... Oh, okay, he's not even going to deny the fourth. Okay, into the natural instead.
Oh, I much prefer this. Yeah. I would have loved to see like 6 roaches, 3 into the main, 3 into the natural. But I'm good with this too. I'm good with just, you know, getting right up into the main base. Because at the front line, that's where your reinforcements are rallied to. You know, that's going to get dealt with instantly. But if a big fight I would have loved to have waited till there was a big fight. Or, you know, use this and then try and jump on the battle mech. Oh, preemptive scan comes down. But Special not necessarily paying attention right here. He does try and smash into the front, loses a few lings. The Raven will be very handy against these burrowed infestors. But there's no neurals, so they really can't do anything aggressively. They're going to be much better defensively. Oh my god, that's 2 scans used on this Roach. And he didn't find it. Ay.
Nah, it's going to stay alive. And Steadfast, it's kind of interesting here. We see these Ravens come out. This is something that Maru has apparently been doing in his mech games, where he's not going mass Raven. He's getting 2. 1 or 2. And what this gives you, of course, is creep control. And it means you're not worried about burrowed units all that much if the Ravens are spaced properly. But also, it means that Zerg...
Kill it.
Kill it, please. One more shot. Finally. 3 scans, 750 mineral... Or what is that? Like 600 minerals going down. But anyway, yeah, so you get the Ravens for the detection, right? For the ability to control creep. But the even more important thing is it means you kind of, every fight you have an anti-armor missile. It means the Zerg really struggles to fight. And yeah, Special was realizing, okay, he's on 3 bases. He's got his 4th base on the way. It's time for it's time for the ghosts, right? It's time to have...
Oh, I'll hold that thought. We'll talk about it in a second. Oh, this does not look like a great fight here for DRG. Anti-armor missile is going to land on the army, really shoving that back. That's a nice defensive setup here from Special. And the thing about mech, oh man, you said it before, this feels a little bit like Phoenix Charge Lot, where if you don't win the fight, you lose a lot on the chase. But what I wanted to point out, sorry about that barracks, didn't mean to cut you off, is the fact that he lost the barracks before he started up his 6th, 7th, and 8th factories. So now he's there we go. Now look at this.
Okay,
he could have started those a while ago, but that's actually going to really hamper his production here. Oh, we are going to see a fungal growth coming on in, but attacking up the ramp is not the wave. This is going to be a very expensive fight for the Zerg player.
And again, Steadfast, we're just seeing what they're talking about. You get the 2 Ravens, and yeah, I mean, he drops a scan when there are Ravens there, questionable. But they are strictly there for the anti-armor missile. And a Zerg that has a -2 armor, when it is a Zerg that does not get Carapace upgrades anyways against mech, we see what happens. You cannot take the fight. Hellbats end up being good against Roaches before that 3-3 setup. It just does not feel good whatsoever. So DRG, he's back to the drawing board here. He's got a Greater Spire just about done, adding in Vipers. That's going to be a great little bit of Ling run by. This position for Special in the middle of the map is terrifying. That being said, though, DRG, he takes the fight in the middle of the map here. Bailey's running into tanks. That's not really what you want. even as the tanks do get cleared up, this is expensive.
It is very expensive, but Special left the tanks on their own, and that is a big no-no for a mech army. Now, fortunately for Special, DRG did not get the final corrosive bile to take down that 5th tank, but getting the tank count as low as he did, he set the tank count to just 2. Special, with the loss of those SCVs, the loss of the mining time at the 3rd, he just took a huge hit to his economy and his production. And DRG, he is really cruising here. Something else, usually by this point in a mech versus Zerg game, the Terran's already on 2-2. In this case, he's got 1-2, but his +2 attack is still a ways away from completing. That's a big power spike for those mech units. I am feeling not too great about this for Special, but this army is all clumped up. We do see that anti-armor missile landing once again, and the Hellions they're gonna benefit a lot from it. But I think the lack of the +2 attack is really hurting him here. And DRG, he will get driven back. He's going to lose actually quite a few of these units to the Cyclones as Special transitions back into the Cyclones here. He's really cleaning this army up hard.
And Steadfast, remember, you're talking about this missing +2 attack. In this mech composition is he wants to make extra sure that he knows what's happening on the right side. But you talk about this composition, actually +2 armor is by far the more important upgrade, specifically because this is such a spellcaster damage army. Yeah, attack upgrades for tanks and for Hellions are great, but let's be real. What's the important unit in this army right now for Special? It's the Cyclones. Cyclones,
yeah.
They don't benefit from attack upgrades at all. You just want to make sure they stay alive. And that did allow him to make sure he stayed alive. He was in a great spot. Bonus damage again for, well, the anti-armor missile just makes it a little easier. But now, does he have the tech to deal with these Broodlords that are coming out? If he gets lock-on, sure, but Broodlords are siege units, Steadfast. It's a lot harder to actually get on top of them.
Yeah, and they're a lot faster than they used to be. DRG, we don't think of him as a super spellcaster Zerg. We think of him as a, mid-game Zerg. And it's going to be up to him to get some good work done with this. The Ravens could actually interference matrix these 3 Vipers. That might be the play that Juanito is looking for, and that could be a high impact play. We're going to be keeping an eye on this. This is a scary looking push from DRG. There they are. They're the interference matrices. He gets them down on the Vipers, cancels and prevents the blinding clouds. Big lock-ons onto the Broodlords, but the tanks are not sieged up. Special just did not siege up his tanks at all. He said he didn't want to, and he's just going to tap out. That was a very confusing engagement for me.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that, and it looked almost like a fight that Special was winning. I guess
almost.
At the very, weird game.
Going into it, it looked like he was going to crush that fight.
Right? Especially with the anti-armor missile and everything, the Broodlords went ahead, and they weren't protected. Cyclones got big lock-ons. You have Hellbats there that deal with the Broodlings. The Baileys came crashing in, and that was a little more problematic, but it didn't feel that bad for Special. I guess at the very end, we start supplies starting to mess around a little bit, but I don't know. That was weird.
That felt weird. That felt weird because I feel like if he literally even has like 3 siege tanks sieged up just a little bit further back in that fight, I think he massacres the ground army. And then he's probably got like 6 or 8 Cyclones left over. And he's going to be able to take down the Broodlords when there's no ground army left, Like it's not a simple win necessarily, but it is a win that I think from that perspective, it probably goes in the favor of Special. I think he just miscontrolled the army, because the whole point of getting the interference matrices on those Vipers is so that there's no blinding clouds, so that there's no Viper abducts. Like that looked like it was a very survivable push. And if anything, that looked like it was setting up to be a great fight for Special.
I mean, yeah, it really did. Again, lock-ons on the Broodlords, anti-armor missile on the army. You disable all the spellcasters. Yeah, it looked really good. And we also got to point out, by the way, DRC won that game. His infestor control left something to be desired. He got like 8 infestors or 6-8 infestors. They got 1 fungal off. They just all died. It was not the value unit that you were looking for. So I don't know, maybe he changes the way he chooses to approach this this style coming out of this. Regardless, folks, we do have our second game of this series. DRG is up 1 in a interesting way. Let's see now if he can make it 2. And the bottom right, folks, in the blue. Down a game in this series. It's special.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Team NV. Can he deal with what's coming? It is DRG. Yeah, that was... I mean, I know, like, there's a lot more to a game of StarCraft than how things look. But from the eye test, it really felt like that was swinging heavily in the favor of Special. I'm you know, my brain is a little broken and fried from that. But fortunately, Special is going to do us the service of saying, you know what, Steadfast, you sound a little tired, you sound a little tuckered out. Let me just go for a proxy 3 racks and just end this game one way or another very quickly. And DRG, he's looking around here. Ooh, if he continues on this path, he is going to see this. However, by the time he sees this, it'll already be hitting, and he actually changes direction on the Overlord. Oh. Okay, this is actually much better for him because he's going to angle now in the correct direction, and he might actually see the Marines beforehand. Actually, he's going to see the SCVs super soon. Oh, this is very good. The only thing, if he doesn't realize it's a proxy 3, actually, never mind. He's going to see all 3 racks. Special didn't hide the third. Wait, hang on. Does he?
He doesn't need to see the 3rd racks, right? The positioning of this tells you that it is a 3 racks. If it's a 2 rack, they're right next to each other, right? But because there is that gap and he sees that extra barracks behind, he's going to know. At least we assume he's going to know that this is that 3 racks. So DRG gives up the natural. He's building a queen on it, sure, but he's got a roach point in the main second gas as well. And he's going to play for the retake. Because, you know, it's CSGO tournament happening on the other side. He's playing for the retake on the side here. He's not trying to go for the initial defense.
Yep, and against the proxy 3 racks, that is what you want to do. Against the 2 racks, you need to hold that expansion. Against the proxy 3 racks, you don't. You absolutely do not. And yeah, no, you are right. He looked at this and he figured it out. 3rd barracks actually got repositioned to the top side from Special. Very interesting to do that. It kind of makes sense because it provides a bit of a sim city, but oh, now he's lifting one of the barracks to fly it home. Okay. Well, you know what? He's seen that there's no contest at the natural, so this actually makes a ton of sense to me. I think it's a pretty smart move. The one thing I'll say, okay, once you see these roaches, you've got to get out of the natural expansion pretty quickly. A lot of Terran players will make the mistake of sticking around too long. They lose too many Marines, and then they die to that counterattack.
Now, it's actually kind of interesting here, Steadfast. We've been talking about all the ramifications of the patch. We're seeing one right here. It takes so much longer for the Ravagers to morph, and actually great target fire there from Special on the... Oh, yeah, he actually knocks it down. And on one base, Ravagers are very expensive. They take, 12, 14 seconds to build. Bunker gets salvaged, and now DRG runs to run across the map, but he already lost a Ravager. He is...
Ramp?
Oh, he's gonna get another roach here, and you can't save him like this anymore. Damage on the, even if these Marines go down, damage on the Ravager like this is so key. What does Special have at home? 2 Marines running pell-mell back at home. There are already a full bunker.
Home.
Yeah, this is a great situation.
This is fantastic, and he avoided the exact situation I was talking about, which is when you delve too greedily, too deeply, and you end up reaching into the cookie jar just a little bit too far. Now he's on a natural command center. It's done. This Overlord is a problem for him because now the corrosive biles, he doesn't have any gas. He's going to need to be repairing this for a very long time. Oh, that's so smart. That's so smart. Special, you big-brained man.
This is just... Special plays enough mech that he understands that his barracks can lift and can go scout things. You knew this is what he was going to do. He has 7 Marines. He has 2 bunkers. There's no world where DRG realistically breaks this. So now, DRG double expanding, right? He's taking his natural 3rd at the same time. He does have, again, proving the Special knows that you can scout with your barracks. He does have the barracks in the main. But at this point, I mean, the world is Special's oyster. This has been a 1-base Zerg. He went double gas. He built 5 Ravagers, 4 or 5 Ravagers.
This is greedy.
He's going to get an Overlord as well. 1 Marine's going to fall, but you can run right back to the bunker. It's still super valuable. And DRG supply blocks.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
wow. Sorry, go on. I'm just like, you know, emoting. Like, I didn't expect that to supply block.
Yeah, the question now is like, what the hell do you do if you're DRG? you're so far. Okay, the supply's still one story, but it's supplies of Ravagers. That doesn't really matter. What the hell do you do here if you're DRG?
That's a really good question. It's a super uncomfortable position. And I talked about the first barracks flying home. I thought that was an insurance policy against the, pardon me, against like some kind of weird, you know, counterattack, the Ravagers just running at you. What I didn't think about is what it just achieved with being able to dislodge that Overlord. Special, such a smart player though. He's always thinking about, okay, how can things go wrong for me? So let me cover that. Let me check that avenue. And he's just in such a great position. He's ahead on workers for the moment. Literally just now, DRG passes him as Special is landing his third command center. I just want to put it in context how far ahead economically Special is. It's a big lead. And to answer your question about what can DRG do, I mean, this is maybe the best move. Get super greedy with the 1-1, but he's supply blocked again at 66 of 66, and he was sitting on a lot of larva during all this.
Yeah, it's looking rough. Now, I guess the other interesting thing that we see Special going for, he seems to like mech. You know, mech seems to be good at this matchup, but first of all, it's Dragon Scales. It's not the best mech map for it, even if Hero Marine did win, but also mech takes a while to build up. So instead, he's going to go for something that allows him to be aggressive ASAP, but even still, Banshee's on the way. He can take the mech out of Special, but he can't take Special out of the mech. That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I got it. It's fine. This is a nice little additional insurance policy from Special. He did see, you know, that there wasn't anything too crazy going on. His floating barracks saw that there was a good worker count, but he didn't get to see for sure that there wasn't like a big roachling attack coming on forward. So it's just a nice way to, you know, really make sure for not too much cost that he's going to be fine going into the mid game. Now, DRG, he does have the advantage on Dragon Scales that this third base is so wide open. We've talked about it all weekend. We've seen Zerg players really taking advantage of that. DRG, by the way, will confirm that his bio. If he wasn't sure, he knows for sure now. And I think he probably had a good idea since he was going for this 1-1. Oh man, DRG supply blocked again at 97. He does have Overlords, or sorry, 98. He does have Overlords on the way. So it's not going to be a brutal block, not like some of the others, but I mean, it's very clear that he's been significantly discombobulated in this game.
Yeah, not only that, he is losing so many of his supply structures. A couple Overlords have gone down right around the point where, you know, he doesn't want that to happen when he wants to pump a bunch of units. So it is a little bit awkward. And Special for now, he's got double medevac on the left side, pushing forward.
Move command.
But yeah, okay, so he's going to be able to pick these up, but still, Marines go down. That's a good start for DRG. Certainly, I mean, if we use that as a metric to how to get back in this game, it is... he needs to do that like 50 times. But it does force DRG, or a Special, away from DRG's side of the map, and that buys time for maybe some Baneling speed, for Banelings to morph, for the, well, we're not going to see more Ravagers, for more creeps to spread, for DRG to put Lings on the map to counterattack into Special's third, and we're starting to see why this map is actually just so good for Zerg. You can't stop the counterattacks.
Yeah, especially not if you shoot your own SCVs there with the siege tank. We're going to see these Marines getting on in here. Is there actually enough for DRG to hold nice target fire on a couple of those Banelings there? They don't have speed just yet, and Special, he just keeps kiting. He'll be able to take down these Banelings. 2-2 is still a very far ways away for the Zerg. Oh, nice target fire right there from Special. Grabs two of the Banelings. The Banelings are really the only thing keeping DRG alive at this very moment. And if Special can get all of them, do we have more Banelings on the way? We got two more about to pop, but DRG is, or pardon me, Special is doing a great job. However, it seems, oh man, the stims, they are really starting to take a toll. And actually, it looks like he stimmed everything to get across the map. Another huge stim out of Special, but Bane speed is still not done. These Marines, oh, now they finally get reinforced by this one siege tank. And this is looking like Special might just do it right here, right now.
A couple more Banelings are going to morph here steadfast. That's what DRG needs. And the supplies aren't even all that bad. Tank shot comes in, I think, maybe from the high ground. And yeah, okay, Marines keep running. Yeah, oh, that's a great tank position right there. DRG has to deal with it. It's so hard for him to take the engage. Natlings get on top of it, but he's got to stay away. Marines are going to arrive on the counter, but no, the tank does fall down. There's one tank here. And the Banelings get a great connection on the right side as well. So DRG, he seems to be holding on. And remember, he got like, oh, great hot save there on the tank, but even still, it's not sieged up anymore. DRG breaks the back of this push of Special, and he lost, what is that, 15 workers on the other side? He's up 2 upgrades as well. Hive's on the way. DRG kind of seems to have stabilized in this game.
Yeah, he did. That one Baneling got like, it wasn't in, like it didn't connect on the Marines, but it died in range of the Marines. And I think it was the siege tank that actually killed them. It got like 6 of them. Now we see a nice concave of Queens and Ravagers on these tanks. Meanwhile, the 2-2 Ling Bane getting in on top of this bio. And you said it, the momentum has been broken for this push. The back has been broken on this push. It was so close to Special snowballing the game right then and there, but now he has to back off. He needs to chill, and he needs to redraw his battle plans because he is not going to win this game right now. He, at the very least, needs to wait for his 2-2. The thing is, by the time that 2-2 is complete, we're going to see Hive done for DRG. He can start up his 3-3. He can get up into Adrenal Glands. DRG is still not in a great spot economically, though. Special is on 74 SCVs. I still think I like Special's position, but considering he was a hair away from winning the game, it's not as nice as you'd like to see.
Steadfast, if you look at resources last year, it's actually not all that bad. It's 800 in favor of Special. So
yeah,
from that perspective, it's like, yes, okay, so DRG has, his economy's not maybe where it wants to be, but it's not like he's out trading massive Bailey connections as well, so Special is going to have to back up with those 4 medevacs. At this point, maybe the drop of the main base is going to find something, because DRG has just been playing lockdown defense. He's going to take more than some Queens, though, as Special tries to get in the spawning pool. Knock down that Adrenal. It's not going to happen. That is a very low medevac. You got to get away from that.
And that is the low H, or fully loaded medevac, lowest HP. DRG, if he puts a Queen, like 1 Queen on each corner of the base and is paying attention, he might be able to just knock that out of the sky and kill 10 supply. As it is, this is what, 15 supply that's just captive in the top left. Special, like we've been saying, his economy is still good, and there's no 3-3 yet for DRG. He did add on a few more drones during a brief lull, which is of course a great decision. But he does need to still find some more. It looks like the drop actually did make its way into the low ground at the natural, but Special takes the fight on Creek. Huge Widow Mine, Crouching Tiger, hidden Widow Mine, getting 7 Baneling kills right there, and. Oh, well, it looks like this Spore Crawler with 2 kills. It killed both medevacs. Oh, that is an MVP Spore Crawler. Still, Specially starting to find some momentum on the left side again.
Man, Steadfast, DRG did such a great job of dealing with almost all the Widow Mines, but is it that last one that got like 5 or 6 Banelings going down? Widow Mines are going to go off once again. DRG running into a bit of a struggle here, but he's still going to try to run forward. It's not a good decision, and Special, again, develops his production. Adrenal is not done until right now. Vipers don't have their energy. Widow Mines, again, they're going to try to go off. He kills his own Ravager with a Bile, and he's just not handling these Widow Mines well whatsoever. Yes, more Banelings are going to get made, but Steadfast, there's no detection. There is nothing that prevents these Widow Mines from just sitting here and finding value after value after value. Marauders are joining the army now, and we've been praising DRG's defense.
Nice Sunburrow.
How he's been able to make things happen. It's starting to seriously snowball in the manner of Special here.
That it is. This is getting really tough right here. We do have this Widow Mine, goes for the Mind Drag, almost gets it, but not so much. Another one just narrowly avoiding the Mind Drag is Special. We do see some Parasitic Bombs taking down all the medevacs here, and that actually might be enough for DRG to maybe get out enough and hold this. But these Widow Mines, they're so difficult to see on creep. You need that detection in order to be able to take those out, and the minefield is so bad. Really nice splits from DRG against these mines, but that's a big mine right there. Liberators do show up, and there's only 1 Ravager left over. Oh, these mines. Oh, he's retargeting it. Retargets on the Queen. I think I would have preferred to see the Banelings getting killed, but it's going to be fine regardless. He gets the Spore before it can provide that detection. Overseer's finally showing up 16 years late. Oh, wow, another nice Mind Drag, but another big Widow Mine behind it. This game is so Vipers. Razor's Edge.
Oh, Widow Mine on the backside.
Viper does die.
Yeah, well, Liberators and Mines kill a Viper. That should never happen. And look at the supply now, Steadfast. It's 30 army supply up. DRG's economy's fine, but the resources lost here is starting to get really bad. And let me tell you a story. It's 3-3 bio, 2-2 Ling Bane. That is a story as old as time. It is the inflection point, and it is starting to really work out well here for Special. Even with the Adrenal, this base is going to get broken, and 81 drones, who cares? Because DRG does not have the base to mine out of it once again. Little mines are, they're going to kill Broodlings. That doesn't do much for you. But it seems like we talked about DRG breaking the back of Special's push. DRG, well, he suplexes himself, and his back gets broken on the backside. this is a special that is looking like he's going to drag us to game 3.
It is certainly looking that way. He has himself a great parade push going. Finally kills this left side base. DRG, though, he gets in on top of this exposed third base once again. And that's a lot of SCVs getting picked off. Still, DRG needs a hell of a lot more, and he needs to buy time. He needs to find money for that 3-3. Great split against the Widowmines on the left side. But with Marauders tanking in the front, with, as you said, that huge 3-3 versus 2-2 advantage, it is just so difficult for Ling Bane to go up against this setup. We do see a nice parasitic bomb on those medevacs. That's actually going to be one of the medevacs dying with some units inside. This will be a good cleanup here for DRG in the main base. Still, oh, is there? Yeah, there was a Liberator on the right side. Looks like it found 4 drones, forced a bunch of lost mining time. It's such a huge supply advantage. Now, DRG has done a good job of spreading creep on the right side, but there's just been so much chaos during this game that he hasn't been able to really take advantage of it. And now Special will clear up a ton of this creep. And this is really feeling like the noose is tightening. This DRG must hold this base.
Yeah, it's a 5-base Zerg versus a 5-base Terran, as the Biles are going to... Oh, no, the Widowmines again! It feels like if you're a Zerg player and you're in a position like this is a nice run by from DRG, but if you just start eating Widowmine shots like that, it's almost a mental thing. It feels like you can't stop. Another base is going to go down. Bailey's trying to show, hey, they get Marines in the corner. That's not bad. But it's now a 4-hatch Zerg against a 5-base Terran. And as good as this cleanup might be for DRG, as good as the counterattack, knocking down the reinforcements, it doesn't really matter. He does not have the money, or he's got a decent bank, but he will not have the money to sustain this. And that's the really big problem.
Yeah, big problem. By the way, Special finally realizing he does not have that concussive shells upgrade in the late game. Something that is actually super handy against Ling Bane, and specifically Banelings, when you're going for a heavy Marine Marauder mine composition. Being able to slow down those Banelings, and even sometimes slowing down the lead Zerglings that might be going for mine drags, that's actually really handy. And we've seen DRG has gotten some pretty clutch mine drags. Anything that makes the engagements more complicated is obviously a good thing for the Terran player. Well, makes more engagements more complicated for the Zerg is a good thing for the Terran. We're going to see these Widow Mines. Oh, they burrow. Oh, he did not have detection. He fortunately manually detonated those Banelings. But that was so close to being like another massive Widow Mine shot.
Well, it is hard here for the Terran to find his way on the high ground. We're going to see parasitic bombs. Oh, these medevacts are so low, they're going to hot pick up. And Special's not splitting. Special, you got to split here on the right side. At least the medevacts are somewhat alive. No, it's got so many units. It's
6 HP just before. Still, it's DRG down 50 supply. And while Special is not able to close this game out yet, he's still been taking trades that have been good enough to keep the momentum up, and he's slowly but surely shutting down the creep all over the map. Now, we're going to see a lot of Banes connecting on creep. Once again, this has been a problem in this game. Special has taken a lot of engagements so deep on creep after he's cleared the creep spread out. As well, a lot of reinforcements have been kind of caught on move commands. He's doing a great job in this game, but the fact that he hasn't closed out is a really nice testament to the tenacity that DRG is showing. But some good spreads back here from Special are going to be able to draw the army back in. And he will be able to get he'll be able to get these Ravagers that have been a big nuisance. Does walk into a Corrosive Bile, but Widow Mine's getting another Viper on the retreat.
And another one goes down from the Stim Marines. It's crazy. I'm looking at that fight. It's like, okay, supplies tells me one story. You know, 100 armies supplied at 50. That fight kind of told another. That was far more than DRG hit any right to get, but he did overextend a little bit. I think he was trying to chase Special to the point where he could bring his Vipers forward and punish all those medevacs and maybe make something happen with that, but you know, you run a little bit too far, and then the retreating minefield was just far too much of a problem. These Lings, they might run into something too. Baileys, they have to run past the Marauders, and those Marauders are over stimmed, so it's actually a fairly decent connection even still. That being said, you're out of Baileys here, DRG, and that's kind of a problem. But the base is still alive, and the Baileys are going to get done in just a second. Vipers have energy once again. Somehow DRG is still kind of making this hold happen. It doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be happening, and at the end of the day, it should push through. But the fact that I am questioning whether Special is going to break a base when DRG is down 80 supply is kind of bonkers.
Where is Special supply? Like, there's a lot of it coming across the map. He's got 15 mines just strewn about the map. So that's like 30, now 34 supply that was just all over the map. Ultimately, he does get the win there, finally grinds it out. But yeah, like a big tip of the hat right there to DRG for holding on when, let's be real, he was dead from like, what, minute 10? Maybe even minute 8, it felt like. Like, he was so dead for so long, and he made a great showing. Yeah, you could argue he was dead after he didn't get anything done with the counterattack of Roach Ravager.
I'm not going to argue it. I'm going to say it. Like, he was. You double gas, you build 5 Ravagers, you let your natural die, you get nothing. Your opponent already is a command center command center mining. Yeah, you're dead. I mean, okay, the game still has to end, but you are in a game losing situation. 99 out of 100 games. It's not even going to be close. And that's you talked about this earlier, Steadfast. That's one of those games where you win it and you look back, you're like, I don't feel good. that's not a feel good victory there.
Well, I mean, it is and it isn't, right? Because DRG did fight his way back there, but Special never actually lost control of the game really at any point. There was one situation where the game evened out for a little while, and we actually saw DRG had the upgrade lead, but even then, all it did was buy him a little bit of time to get back to an economic position where he could go toe-to-toe, and by the time he got those extra drones out, Special had caught up in the 2-2, he had his 3-3, he was able to push over to that left side base and started getting some really great trades with the mines. I mean, I'm looking at this group, and if DRG, or well, if Special can beat DRG, can convert this to a win, he's going up against another Korean Zerg in the form of Solar. Special's he's got an out in this group. He can advance potentially.
Steadfast, I admire your copium. I really, or your opinions. But let's be real here, okay? You talk about that game as if, well, even when DRG equalized, no. DRG was on 80 workers. His army was supply was in a good spot. He had better upgrades. The problem, he just didn't have detection. Like, you look at that, and if we're looking at a Raynor in a similar position in the mid game, he's dodging those mines. He has the detection that he needs, and it's not a question. He comes back in that game, he probably wins it. That was not a question of DRG not even equalizing. It's a question of DRG losing thousands of resources to Widow mines that he shouldn't lose. So I appreciate what you're saying, but it's the Widow mines. Or the shots. But folks, we're going to get into game 3 now. It's going to be Grisfon. It's a big map. Let's see what Special has in store. And the bottom right, folks, in the red. He took game 1, and oh man, he held on a long time in the second one. DRG.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Psystorm Gaming. It is Special. Now, okay, I want to talk about series prep right now, because we've got, so it will come down to if Special can win this game, because if he can't win this game, it's going to be really tough. We do have a gas pool, by the way, out of DRG, which is going to be, if he commits to like a decent number of lings, it could be a speedling play. I think it's just defensive against the potential of a proxy 2 racks, and I'm pretty sure that's how he's playing that. Yeah, he's already pulled off gas. Could still be a commitment to like maybe 12 speedlings or something. Regardless, he is going to see this fast factory play again. I wonder what we're going to see from this, but it feels like with the Zerg going a little less economic, the Terran going a little less economic, both of them focusing more on early tech and early units, just a little bit more than usual. I think this is an advantage for Special, just a little bit, but this is going to be weird. I'm not sure really how this plays out. For now, though, I kind of want to talk about what this could lead to in the next series. If he plays against Solar and Solar kind of looks at this, I wonder if Special is going to have something that looks very similar to this and is like a complete mix-up that he can throw against Solar.
But the question is, how much does that matter, Steadfast? Yes, if you're Special here, you need to win this game and you need to beat Solar. But you need to win this game.
Yes.
If you don't win this game, it doesn't matter what happens to Solar, right? So, SCV, Hellion should get the shot. There we go. SCV stays alive, ring around the rosy. But yeah, you need to win this game. So as much as you want to talk about series planning, everything else, what matters at the end, like, no, you're throwing your best build out here. You got one build that's, you got to win the game. You go for it. But we should talk about, by the way, on Gressfon here on the left side, Special did go for the low ground buildings, but unfortunately, that means his reactor, his tech lab are going to be exposed. And that is something that committed Ling pressure, Roach pressure, something like that. By the way, DRG heavily supply blocked at 36, building 3 overlords at a time. That is something that we would think DRG might be able to punish, but for now, 3 Reapers into the main.
Yeah, and this will be enough to two-shot drones right here. We see that he misses one of the shots, but he will still get the kill on 2 of those drones. That was actually an unfortunate situation right there for Special, because he kind of missed an opportunity. He actually could have potentially gotten like 4 drones if he hadn't, you know, wasted a couple of shots on the spawning pool. If he hadn't missed that 1 half shot, because it meant that he... So the way Reapers work is they fire 2 shots with their pistols, and there's actually like a microsecond delay between the shots. So if you micro back a little too early, you can actually cancel your own shots. But still, nice little find. Gets a couple of workers. DRG though, oh no drones at this third, so he's kind of fine. Oh, nice grenades. Is this a real? Did he? Oh no, he went for the Raven. Yeah, this is a fake cloak. Okay. This is neat.
I swear we've seen more fake cloaks in this in Katowice than I've seen in years. Like, you used to see fake cloaks all the time. Oh, let me fake it out, whatever. And then it just stopped happening because no one would. Cloak is worth it for in Legacy of the Void economy. It's always worth it to get cloak. It's not that expensive, and no one opens anything other than Banshees off a tech lab on the starport, right? He is letting this complete, or at least he's letting this last a good long time.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense because he's not only going 2 Ravens, he's going 3 Ravens. This is a very confusing play, and I really hope he cancels that soon because it's cheap, but you don't want to get it for nothing. 100-100 in the early game it's still a lot of resources to just throw away for nothing. Okay, well, it's good.
Telling you, three Raven into Hyperflight Rotor Banshee. You get cloak first because it's worth it.
I would be on board. Why not?
I mean,
I actually think Hyperflight Rotors is super sick.
It sounds like I'm memeing, but that is absolutely the type of build that Special would throw out at us, especially in an elimination game.
And you know what? You might say to yourself, Beowulf, you're crazy. That's wrong. Well, you're wrong actually if you're saying that, because Special literally went proxy BC into 3-port BC. Oh, those grenades kind of working against him a little bit here. He will manage to avoid the surround, but actually that ends up going kind of fine for Special. He's going bio though, and yeah, no, that was just a mistake. He just got the cloak. He just let it finish. That's really unfortunate. And he does have 3 Ravens though, setting up for auto turret harass. This is actually such a nuisance to deal with. I really like this play here. Ooh, nice job from DRG though. He's got these Lings in position, but having to deal with auto turrets dropping at like 2 or 3 bases at once is really annoying. I'd actually like to see the... Oh, we are going to see how many drones go down. Oh, the Hellions pairing in with this.
That's actually massive here. How many are they going to get? 6 workers go down. Great actually response here coming in from DRG. Yes, he loses 8 workers, but it felt like that could have been so much more as now Raven comes in from the left side. No links to the main base, though. Drones are going to get pulled in time, and it's going to be another dead worker. This is, again, significant economic damage coming in from Special. And I kind of like the situation he's in. Like, yes, getting cloak isn't great. It's expensive if you're not going to do anything with it. But it feels like DRG is playing this as if he thinks Special is meching it. I mean, fair, he got 3 Ravens. We have 1-1 ranged on the way. We have a very quick infestation pit. But it's bio from Special. It feels like the timing he's going to hit with like 150 supply is going to hit like a sledgehammer.
Yeah, it feels like it could be particularly strong, especially with the 1-1 upgrades. Ooh, DRG. Okay, he gets on top of this pretty quickly. Only loses 1 drone and a Zergling there. Raven does show up with the main push. He's going to be able to deny a tiny bit of creep. Oh, Special got to be a little bit careful. He sees the roaches now, and that should cause him to go for maybe a quick second factory here. Oh, his armory is a little bit late. Actually, that's actually very late, and that's going to nullify a lot of his upgrade timing advantage that he's gotten for himself. The chip damage coming in from Special is really nice, though, with these Ravens. Like, setting them up between the bases is such a great play. It's really strong. However, the Hive already halfway done. Did we see Infestors? Yeah, we did. We saw 2 Infestors being added on here. This could be very scary for Special if he's not prepared.
I mean, he's got 2 Ravens. He can just shut them down, right? That's what those are for, clearly. But the push comes out here. Files are, well, Special's actually just going to stim right on through it. He's got vision. Auto turrets on the right side trying to snipe something. The Fungals, well, they're not going to go down just yet. Auto turrets don't get anything. In fact, both Ravens, one gets very low and one goes down. So, fun idea there from Special. He's going to have to back up. This didn't work.
No, I don't want to be too critical of anyone, especially Special, who I'm a big fan of. I don't understand what those auto turrets were about. I don't think they had any potential to really add any value to the fight. Whereas I do think, unironically, that the interference matrices on those Infestors could have been much more high value. Instead, he kind of loses a Raven for free. Now, this is a nice Doom drop into the main base. There's not a lot here. A lot of Queens, but the Spore is not well positioned. Queen's going to get gunned down. Great move from Special moving into the main base here. He is going to find all 4 Queens, and we'll get some pretty solid trades against these Lings and Roaches. And as long as he gets out of here as the overwhelming force shows up, he's going to find himself in a nice position. No, don't lose the medevac. He's focused on the front line. Will actually kill off the 4th base here. And there's a lot of siege tanks. Ooh, but the fungal growths.
Oh, that was
still. This is so good for Special.
That was a great dodge on the second fungal. Just nothing came of it. Roach's Ravagers trying to get on the tank, but there's a line of tanks here. So DRG is actually, he's just not about to. He is going to lose that 3rd base. It's going to go down. And now it is a 3-base Zerg versus a 3-base Terran. Special adding on, well, he has the 4th command center, adding on those 3 additional barracks afterwards. 2-2 halfway done, but this might just be the death push here. Special sitting up 40 supply against a Roach Ravager player. The Infestors get nothing done. They run by, and Special keeps his hopes alive. DRG may have killed Cyril, but Special kills DRG, and he keeps his hopes alive here in Group C.
Bam this Dorito to celebrate Juanito's huge victory there. That is massive. I'm going to be honest with you. I saw his play yesterday with the proxy BCs, and I was thinking to myself, there's no chance. Like, he came in, and he's just not going to be looking that on form. And even that Game 2 victory was like, oh, man, like, there was some opportunities that DRG was able to take advantage of. But, man, oh, man, did he ever turn it on in Game 3. Talk about turning on the Jets when you need to most.
And steadfast. Oh, by the way, folks, please close your ears if you don't want spoilers. But this match has even further implications than we even thought it would, because I'm gonna give you all a second. Solar.
If you don't want to avoid spoilers, you can mute.
Yeah. Solar 2-1 to Cyril. Cyril is now 1-2 in groups. He plays Hero for the final game of today. There is a world where this is, because of everything that's happening here, Special gets out in 3rd place. Cyril's now down to 4th. Like, this game right here, we talked about Special being able to advance, but this is potentially now Special advancing over Cyril, despite how that series went, despite how their series went.
That actually has me speechless. That, you talk about things that we did not predict at the World Championship. You got Hero Marine beating Maru in a TVT. You talk about Cyril losing to DRG yesterday in a ZVZ. And we said it. We said that this, especially after that series, I said even going into it, I was like, this is a pretty dangerous group for Cyril. But now it is not just a dangerous group, it is a potentially lethal group for him. He still has to play Hero, who is the only player, I believe, Raynor is undefeated in maps, but Hero, who has one of the best results in the entire business, and he is probably one of the favorites for the whole tournament. And then a Laser, who is one of the most dangerous opponents that you could cherry pick for Cyril from the, below top tier level of player. And by below top tier, I mean like absolutely top tier, like the players that we look at and we're like, okay, these players can win a world championship. They can win a dream hack.
Yeah, it's getting spooky. Now, I do know that a Laser and Hero are tied up 1 apiece on the mainstream, so I don't know what happened in that game. And in fairness, Cyril, even if he has struggled in ZVZ in recent years, especially when you know that Solar and DRG and that Korean Zerg Kabbalah were just prepping for Cyril. Like, he had the biggest target on his back of anyone at this Katowice, probably. Despite that,
yeah,
Cyril's ZVP has historically been upwards of 75%. It has been very good. But of course, the thing is, this is hero we're running into. This is a hero that did not drop a map in PvZ from, what was it? Pretty much after King of Battles 2. So what was that? March of last year, upwards until he lost that semifinals to Dark in 5 games. He didn't lose a single series in that time, and he's not lost too many since then. His PvZ over the course of 2022 has been as good as Cyril's ZVP was. Well, maybe not quite as good, right? It wasn't, what was it, 76 series, right, that Cyril didn't lose. Regardless, his PvZ has been approaching that level of dominance. So a mortal Cyril running into a hero that is actually saying that, you know, on the new maps, the new patch, PvZ is even better for me than it was on the last patch. Yeah, PvT is a little rough, but PvZ is even better for me on this patch. I mean, all I know is once we do a DRG laser, I am booking it over to the arena to see what happens.
Oh, I think a lot of people are going to be. That is going to be the final match of the day. And to say it is the most anticipated is 100% correct. Like, it doesn't even matter what has happened up until this point. We haven't had any of I would say there's 5 players going into this, and Wax Angel agreed with his, power ranking going into it. There was 5 players that we said were the favorites to be world championship. 4 of them got their own group each. Dark got his own group. Raynor got his own group. Maru got his own group. And then the 2 players from those remaining 5 that were paired together was Hero and Cyril in the group stage. And I think everyone would agree that it is the most anticipated match. And now, instead of potentially going for maybe first place in the group, it could be Cyril. Well, it is Cyril fighting for his life in this tournament. Actually, if he loses, he's okay. It's gonna depend a little bit on what happens with Solar versus Special, but like, this is getting weird, man.
It is, and he plays a laser. So I think I know where you're getting at. Like, he might end up very low in those group standings. You're not wrong. He plays a laser tomorrow, who historically has had his number. Like, these European Zergs, we talked about the Korean ZVZ, right? But a laser is just a weird ZVZ player. And because we know the Europeans, they don't practice ZVZ against each other all that much at all. It's a super volatile matchup. And I'm not sitting here, again, I'm not cheering for Cyril to lose. The playoffs are a far more interesting situation when Cyril's playing in them. But the concept here of Cyril going 2-3, maybe even something, maybe going 1-4 in the group, that's so far off my bingo card. I gotta fly back home to the States to go find one.
Yep. The bingo code, bingo card is in another area code, zip code, postal code, whatever you want to say. It is not even, no one had that. I don't think there was a single player that had Cyril even being in the being in the conversation as maybe finishing last place in his group. No one had that.
All right, so we're talking about this, by the way. Good news for Special, though, or for Cyril, though. Because Hero he just 2-1'd a laser. That means now that he's sitting at 3-0. And one of the scenarios where you can advance 2-3 is because you have someone that's at 5-0 and then someone that's at 0-5. It becomes a little bit more possible in that circumstance. So a laser now 0-3, Hero now 3-0 in series. It shrinks the gap in the middle a little bit. But regardless, folks, we have more series to play. We can spend all the time we want trying to figure out what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, writing all the fan fiction we want. But what matters is the games that are going to get played. So we're going to be moving into DRG versus a laser, which is also a matchup that has playoff implications. If DRG doesn't win this, he's also going to be knocked out, probably. But we're going to do that one, folks, after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going no, we never ever leave, run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going no, we never ever leave, run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going
Welcome back, folks, to our final series of the day here in Group B. And Steadfast, what the hell is happening in Group C?
I mean, it is... To say that we didn't expect it really doesn't cut it. Because not only did we not expect this, no one could have even seen this coming. Serral at 1-2 in series, 3-4 in maps, and in a situation where he does not control his own destiny as to whether he gets out of this group. It is up to DRG and Solar deciding what is going to happen in this group pretty much.
Yeah, it's getting dicey. But Steadfast, the thing is, we're looking at a ZVZ, and yes, DRG has shown incredible form. The Koreans in general have shown incredible form, but a Laser's no slouch, and he plays a very different style. Early game, knife fight in a phone booth, not this late game thing that we saw Serral lose to. And in fact, this is their first meeting in Legacy of the Void. There is no history here. It's not like when we talked about DRG versus Serral, where, well, yeah, Serral wins the best of 5s, but DRG wins the best of 3s. This is their first meeting. And I guess the other thing we got to talk about, of course, is Laser has played a couple more ZVZs, right? He's played 4 total maps going into today. DRG only had that 2-0. DRG has a little bit more film to take a look at. But there is, again, not a lot of history between these players.
No, there's not a lot of history between these players. But I think the biggest thing that we have to talk about is the fact that these two players are punchers. They are brawlers. They are not the kind of players, someone like Special, who we've seen has been kind of like, especially in that last series, almost like a drunken master where, like, you know, trying to get on top of him is very difficult. Somebody like a Big Gabe, who is an incredible strategist and comes out with some really great pre-planning. Somebody like Komaru, who's an extraordinary defensive specialist and just a really good crisis manager. Somebody like Serral, who is like a truly defensive specialist as well and relies heavily on that scouting, getting great information. No, these are players that will ball their fist up real tight and just try and smack you and knock you out of the game. And seeing the two of them going up against each other, this is going to be nothing short of a straight up brawl.
It is, and Steadfast, you know, that's actually, we haven't talked about this all that much, but it occurs to me. You know, you talk about Serral, and we talked about it a little bit. You know, Serral is this player who, he understands the game better than anyone. He reads the game better than anyone. I wonder, it's a lot of it can be attributed to ZVZ and being the way it is, but I wonder how much of this is the fact that we're on a new patch. You know, if the game is played differently, your reads are going to be slightly off. And if you are a player that relies on droning to the very last second, to having the perfect hold every time, you are, that may be playing into this. And maybe I'm just reaching for answers, but specifically considering how Sarah plays, that might have a little bit of legs to it. But folks, we'll let you think about that a little bit and let you percolate on that Steadfast as well, because our first game of this series is ready. And again, we talked about it, absolutely massive implications. So folks, first game is on Ancient Cistern. We're going to get into it. In the upper right, folks, in the blue, he is the Serral Slayer. His ZVZ is looking incredible. For Team NV, DRG.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom left for Team Liquid. One of the 2 remaining Polish players, can he rally and give himself a chance in this group? It is a Laser. And you raise a really great point about the game being a little different and not entirely figured out. If you ask most of the pros, they say, okay, not a lot changed. But there are some things that did change. There are some timings that are now different, maybe styles that are viable that weren't viable before, styles that were viable that are no longer viable. We're going to see some very interesting tweaks over the coming months, but for now, players don't have anything. Well, that's not true. They don't have some new things figured out. So we've even seen an evolution of the TVT meta already, where some players are saying, you know what, I don't want to build as many Ravens. We've seen Maru adjusting by adding Liberators into his late game composition in addition to those Ravens. we're just seeing a lot of evolution. And in those situations, players like your DRG, like your Solar, well, I guess a little bit less so Solar, like your Laser, like your Ragnarok, kind of these ground and pound, less spellcaster focused Zerg players trying to win a little bit earlier in the game, maybe mid game, later stages of the mid game, early late game. They're going to do a lot better. And we're seeing that already reflected in the group standings.
Yeah, and Steadfast is also interesting. Last thought here before we really start talking about this series. Cyril, his late game dominance in part is his incredible Viper control, always winning the Viper abduct battles, making that happen. Vipers were nerfed pretty severely here. You can't double abduct anymore. You cannot rely on those razor edge trades. And we saw that happen, right, in the late game, in that game that DRG won game 2. So, I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But for now, this is a different ZVZ. This is not likely going to go to that late game. And if it does, that'd be kind of cool. Third base on the way for both sides. For now, it is a pretty mirrored matchup. That being said, of course, a Laser, he's opting for the Baneling Nest early. Is this something DRG goes for as well?
Almost certainly. These maps, the third base is so far away, especially on a map like Ancient Cistern, which, by the way, everyone is called the green map because it's green. And honestly, for me, I think it's my favorite map. I'm a little bit disappointed to hear that some of the pros are not a big fan of it, but it is very far away from the third. And the natural, while you can wall here, and there's actually a lot of room behind the edge of the creep to like wall back to your base if you do get speedling flooded, it's still not a comfy map to try and go for a 2-base play. And man, we got to talk about this. Laser's put a lot of damage into this hatchery. Lane speed will complete here for DRG. He's going to get the jump on a couple lings, but it looks like a Laser will be able to get out of there. That's kind of nice. Both players building just a small swell of lings, but neither one of them dropping a Baneling. Usually when you go for this, like, you know, 6 to 8 to 10 ling setup, one player or both players even usually drops at least one Baneling in order to make sure that, you know, they're secure, that they don't die to anything. But oh, there it is. There's that safety Baneling coming in from DRG. But it's very interesting that neither one of them does that, and it kind of attests to the fact that they're living on the edge, you know?
Steadfast, yeah, living on the edge very much so, but also living on the edge in terms of builds. Ooh, a Laser starting to flood a couple lings here. Lings and or Banelings morphing in both sides. The one on the left, I think, is in DRG's division.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. DRG deputizes over, but I don't think he knows about the position on the right. And as the Laser starts to move forward, that's a lot of lings that he's made. So Banelings, they're going to try to find their way into the third. Not a lot of drones here, actually, but DRG's not paying attention. So they're going to get 4 workers. Ooh. You'd like to see more. Of course, there's just nothing there, as lings are going to try to find a next couple. So 5, 6 workers going to go down. Careful of the Banelings here, Laser. You got to be careful. The Banelings, 2 of them go down on not all that much. And this is a lot of pressure coming on in from the Polish Zerg. Queens are going to start to fall. And honestly, 5 workers, 2 queens. If you get out with the rest of the lings, that is worth doing. Behind this, it's 2 gas. It's a lair very quickly, but I'm getting a little worried about the timing coming out from DRG soon enough. His lair is slow, but his +1 range is very fast.
It is very fast, but he lost 2 of his 3 queens, which means his injects are significantly delayed. He's not rebuilding the queen either. He started to in the main, and then he canceled it in order to start this layer, and he is going to push this back from a Laser for sure. But a Laser will get the much faster layer. The main problem right now for Laser is the fact he does not have an Evo, and DRG's already got this +1 missile done, basically. So that's a rather scary situation. We are going to see a bit of an attack coming on forward. This might be a you better not be going Muta's attack, and hoping to kind of punish the potential of that. A Laser says, uh-oh, I might die here. Wait, did he just cancel? He just canceled his Evo in order to build a spine. Oh, this is actually really bad for him right here. But as I say that, 11 Banelings morphing on in. And this is looking very scary right now for a Laser. DRG, uh-oh. He might just break through right here. It's going to come down to the Banelings, I think.
Yeah, he's just going for it. So the Banelings, they come trundling forward on top. The Queens, the Roaches, ideally getting back to where the spines are, but even still, it forces all the lings back. So these Roaches with +1, these superior Roaches, they can take the fight. Even still, the Banelings don't get the connections they need. Ravagers morph, but it's 14 seconds. It takes too long. And a Laser holds on despite the tech disadvantage. Well, his lair's done now. He's getting Roach speed on the way. Actually, DRG was droning through a large part of that, so he is up a couple workers. But look at the army supplies here. A laser, he has freedom. He can either drone a lot on this supply lead. He can actually start to build a bunch of work or a bunch of roaches as well, run across the map. But for now, it's going to be a link counterattack. A couple more drones will go down. Regardless of where he goes, though, a laser's in a great spot.
Oh, he's in a phenomenal spot right now. DRG, I said that there was kill potential there, but a laser handled that so brilliantly. While the Lings were not able to contribute to the fight, he was able to prevent the Banelings from getting any big connections, and that was a big investment in resources. Resources lost is 600, almost now 700 in favor of a laser, and a lot of that is gas, which is a pretty huge deal in this matchup. The big difference, and it is a pretty big one, is the fact that a laser is down an entire upgrade timing. So his roaches are going to be much less efficient during the fights. The Lings of DRG are going to be effective for a decent bit of additional time, whereas for a laser, they probably shouldn't be able to get much done at all. As I say that, they actually do find this base rather exposed, and well, considering the fact that his opponent has +1 missile, being able to get even a drone pull is actually more than you'd expect here. But we got to talk about something else. A laser, he's going to take advantage with the tech, going for the Spire.
Yeah, I really like this coming in from a laser. Your roaches are down. You're not going to have that fighting strength for quite a while. But if you go into mutas, and by the way, this is, he got this when 6 gas was going down. It actually really doesn't tell you all that much. But if you, regardless, if this is mass mutas, if this is just the 8, it forces DRG to react and not spend his money just on this massive roach ball that will have those upgrades. So when you're behind, when your tech is not in the best position, sorry, not you're behind, but when your tech's not in the best position, you go for something else. You force a synchronous gameplay. You don't give your opponent the same win conditions you're going to have. As Bailey's find their way in, 12 workers go down. I did not see those coming in.
I didn't see them at all. I didn't see them on a minimap. I didn't see, there was no dropper lord, I don't think. They just walked right in, and the roaches were not in position. That's a huge find right there for DRG. But he isn't pushing as the mutas are being built. And part of the reason is this little Ling counterattack. DRG, he won't be able to take advantage of this +2 timing. Well, actually, hang on. With a small number of mutas, it does take a long time to kill kill roaches. So DRG might be able to get a kill on this 4th base. Defender's advantage for laser and a good concave could be the solution. But speaking of good concaves, that's a really great one from DRG to start things off. The Queens will be able to provide transfuse behind this. There is an upgrade lead, though, for DRG. I don't think he's got the numbers, though. The transfuse is going to help a lot. Now we see the target fire coming in on the Ravagers in the back line. Good job so far in the defense from a laser, and I think he is slowly but surely going to, well, just clean up everything, actually. It's not slowly or surely at all. It is slowly and absolutely. Quickly and absolutely.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You look at this. Yes, +2 is powerful. Steadfast. But those 8 mutas on top, they effectively give the lasers roaches +2. They, with all the glaives bouncing around and the damage they get done, it's just enough that the roaches, they get softened up. And it meant that fight went a lot better for a laser than it otherwise would have. And then, of course, your Ravagers, they don't have any longevity. They drop one set of biles, then they're all dead. In fact, it probably would have been better if DRG hadn't built the Ravagers at all. It's 100 gas each. They cost as much as a muta at the end of the day, and they're just not nearly as effective there. They get knocked out of the fight. So a laser gets damage done early. He holds on against the all-in, and despite the significant upgrade disadvantage, he's able to find a Game 1 victory, which now, well, first of all, that's good news for Cyril, right? If DRG won this series, and specifically if he won 2-0, it would have been a very difficult situation for Cyril to make it out, even if he did end up 3-2 in series. The other thing, though, is there's a path for a laser out of this group. If he does not drop a single map from here on out, he still has a shot. Well, that's a good start.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very narrow shot, but it is a shot. And at the World Championship, you take every chance you can find. And if he wins out here, it's like not even that unrealistic. He does have to 2-0 Cyril tomorrow, and that's a big ask. But beyond that, all he has to ask for is special losing to hero. That's not too far-fetched. That's a reasonable thing. So for the most part, he actually kind of controls his destiny. Should we remake
I don't. We can't. We don't have the.
Fair enough.
We don't have the power. Folks, we're gonna get into game number 2 now. Does DRG have what it takes to dash a Laser's dreams here? Or is a Laser gonna put it all on the line for 2-0 against Sarah tomorrow? And the bottom left, upper left, folks, in the teal. He is for Team NV, DRG.
And his opponent keeping his hopes alive by just a thread, but still keeping them alive nonetheless. It is Team Liquid's a Laser. This is actually particularly interesting because Cyril is rooting for a Laser in this series. He has to. He's got no choice. But it will then come down to him being able to beat a Laser tomorrow in order to make sure that he does advance. You know, like this is a really funny situation here. I cannot believe how messy this group is, and it's so exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the best part about this, by the way, we've been talking about how insane Group C is. The prospect of a Cyril not even in the playoffs as the defending world champion just boggles the mind. Well, the best part about this Katowice, and I don't know how much we can attribute it to the fact that players have a lot more time to prep for specific players because they only play 2 series a day, whatever it is, the new patch. Every group, well, not Group D, but every other group is just absolutely a toss-up. There are more players that can potentially get out of every single group, well, again, outside of Group D, than there are spots. What it means is, of course, we do have these games we're playing right now, but it means the, whatever it is, the 12 series that are going to get played tomorrow, they're going to be a lot of fun because they will matter so much.
Yeah, and even the Group D, which does have the 3 playoff spots confirmed, it doesn't have a guarantee on who will win the group. We do still have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place technically all being contended. Now, I think the chances of Hero Marine winning the group at this point are extremely low, but it's technically still possible. So any of the 3 can still win the group, and that's really neat. For now, let's talk about this game a little bit. We are going to be seeing the quick Baneling Nest out of a Laser. Vertical base from a Laser. Pocket 3rd for DRG. Once again, I mean, we're going to be expecting to see a little bit of Ling Bane play to get into the mid game just as a safety play. I wonder if a Laser might make the adjustment to get the faster Evo for that faster +1 missile, or if we're going to see anything a little bit weird, maybe with some fast Carapace timings. But usually that quick Baneling Nest means unlikely.
I gotta say, Steadfast, I know you were talking about, oh yeah, of course they're gonna go, you know, because the 3rd base is far away, but they're gonna go for Baneling Nest because that 3rd base is far away. But in all honesty, the mirrored Baneling Nest in ZVZ seems like it's not something we get all that much because, well, going for some sort of early roach play, something like that, is actually really powerful, and it seems to be in the meta for the most part, or has been in the meta for the most part, specifically for these Korean players. They'll try to skip the Baneling Nest, get a bunch of roaches, and go for something a little bit earlier in the timing, and that's a great scout there from DRG. Sees what's in the main base, sees 3 out of 3 drones on gas. Normally it's going to be a 2 at this point, but of course no lair on the way, so that, as I say that though, that's a pretty quick lair.
Yeah, but not only that, he sees drones popping out of the eggs. That is that's the golden scout, you know? You get to know, okay, I am good to keep droning. I don't need to build spines. I don't need to do anything crazy. He even sees the Roach Warren start. You did mention, yeah, the layer comes on down after he leaves. I like that decision from a Laser. Why give your opponent information when you can keep them in the dark? And it seems like DRG, seems like he's a bit of a fan maybe in this matchup right now, at least versus a Laser, of delaying his own layer a little bit. And that's a little bit surprising. Meanwhile, he is building a lot of Overlords. I wonder if he's going to go for another big timing. How much larva does he have? He's got
that fast
5 larva. Yeah, he's going to go for some more aggression.
That fast. Look at the gas count here. That was a quick layer coming in from a Laser. He's going up to 5. He's going up to 6 gas before the 5-minute mark. This is a Muta play coming in from a Laser right now, and it is a greedy as hell one. So we're going to have to see whether he's going to be able to survive. That's a great Bailey connection, but 8 workers go down in the 3rd. That's actually
2 great Baneling connections.
Yeah, but you know, that's not all that bad when you're talking about an early Muta play like this. It's all about getting up to 6 gas. Realistically, your mineral count at the 3rd doesn't matter all that much. It's all about getting the gas count. It's all getting as many mutas as possible for first glance. But here's the problem. DRG moving out on roaches right now before Lair is done. It's just a roachling bane timing, and there are no spines on the way. You need to get those spines started immediately once you scout this out. And a laser, he hasn't even started. Yes, he has a roach horn, but steadfast, I worry those are going to be too late.
I think they just might be, and he is not building spines right now. A laser needs spine crawlers, in my opinion. There we go. He drops 2 spines now, but I think he's underestimated this attack. And I said it in game number 1. The attack that DRG was going for was a muta check. And you know what? DRG does the exact same attack in game number 3 and game number 2. And this time his opponent is going for those mutas. And in this particular case, well, this is going to be a dead third base almost for sure. The Spire has finished, but he doesn't have money for the mutas. He's trying to get out enough ground units to contest this. He is really exposed behind all this. Oh, the wrap around the queens. Idiot queens. They got the roaches trapped in with them. And now we are going to see DRG. He sees the spines in the natural. He's going to back away, but he starts up +1 carapace. That's going to be great against the mutalists. And oh, a laser should have canceled those roaches. He's going to lose them as well. This is a huge lead for DRG. And these mutas from a laser are going to need to do so much more than you can reasonably ask of them.
Oh, and they can't, because the mutas cannot move on the map now. They cannot do the counterattack. They cannot do they have to help you defend right here. And as it links the roaches, the Ravagers, they find their way on in. One spine is getting low. It's going to go down. Second bile, well, second spine is going to get pretty low as well. And as the workers continue, the mutas just can't do enough, Steadfast. It's just not going to happen. 12, 13 workers go down. A laser on 35 drones. He's down an army supply. In fact, the Spire might even go down. Here's the roaches. They beeline right on top of it. So the 1 tech lead, the one little bit of a hope, a dream that a laser had in this game number 2 is dashed like the Spire goes down. And at this point, I mean, a laser is still in this game. He is not left just yet because, again, his advancement is on the line. But the amount of stuff he has to do with these mutas he will not be able to remake is an impossible amount.
Yeah, he is so far behind in the workers. And at this point, with him having lost his 3rd, I think the correct call, now it's so difficult to make this choice because you do not expect an opponent to overdrone in a situation like this. But I think what he should have done is just gone non-stop unit production and just gone for it. Just absolutely go for it. Hope and pray that you can somehow maybe break through, because that was a pretty dedicated attack from DRG. And especially, I was going to say it, I do not like the idea of him attacking into the natural with 2 spines, that much roach, and the mutas out. But obviously it worked out from an economic perspective, as DRG is far ahead, 20 workers and a base ahead. But I think the only opportunity really for a laser was to try and all in. Now, I think since he's not all inning, he needed to do something kind of like maybe silly, like a bit of an NA special, and just go for instant lurkers. I think he had to do that. But even if he had, DRG is looking for that right now. I think he's scouting to make sure, like, okay, do you have anything you're not supposed to right now? Are you being too greedy? And the answer is no. But that just means that a laser stays super far behind.
Yeah, in fairness, Steadfast, muta into lurker has been a thing in the past. It has actually been the dominant way to play at certain times, but that is a meta that was a long time ago. That is when hiveless lurkers were actually much better than they are. So yeah, +2 is on the way here, coming in from DRG. In fact, he's got roach speed, he's got hydra speed, he already has hydra range. Maybe if a laser had like triple expanded or something ridiculous. I do want to talk about, though, that idea of just a laser all-inning across the map. He didn't have the production for it, right? You lose the hatch like that. He'd already spent a lot of his larva on units that died. He was down upgrades. This is probably, it's still a, 5% chance to win this game. This is probably a higher percentage play, even as it just really feels horrible. Because, again, there was a 0% chance that he runs across the map and kills his opponent. Maybe here he can keep his opponent back far enough that something happens. Again, unlikely, but it's a better shot than running across the map, at least as far as I can tell.
In my opinion, the game going longer makes it without going for those lurkers. If he goes for the lurkers, I actually don't mind the move too much. But with him going for the lurkers and just trying to catch up and be like, okay, my Muta Harass is going to carry me today. And to be fair to a laser, he may have thought that was a more dedicated attack than it was. So he may have thought that he could catch up in macro a little bit more easily. So like, and by a little bit more easily, I mean he wouldn't have needed to do as much. But I feel like it was maybe, you know, like a 5% chance to win with the counterattack, maybe even less than that. But I feel like with this, if DRG executes correctly, it's like a 0% chance, you know? Like I don't think DRG is going to eat the biles. This is so much Roach Hydra. They've got the speed. They've got 2-1 upgrades versus 0-0. The concave is great, and DRG will take down a laser, and he will, I think, now put the final nail in the coffin on a laser's chances.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that eliminates a laser. And what a game to get eliminated. What a gamble to get eliminated on. You need to win every game from here on out, and you gamble for 3 base, like it was like 60 drones as he dropped the Spire. The greediest build you could possibly go for in this matchup. And you just hope DRG doesn't hit you with the timing when he has been going for these Roach timings. Like, that's just one of the things he does. I understand like you play maybe against the way your opponent's perspective of you, but you play against expectations. But that was just insanely greedy to the point where it almost didn't make sense.
I mean, the thing is, I get it, though. I completely get it from DRG's perspective, or sorry, from a laser's perspective, because your opponent just did the exact thing that he did the counter to the build that you now do. So you're thinking to yourself, that just fell on its face. There's no way he does the same attack, the exact same attack like that again. So I actually don't blame a laser for, you know, expecting that DRG is going to deviate from a build that failed, because what is the textbook definition of insanity? It is doing the same thing, repeating the same thing and expecting different results. So I don't blame a laser for thinking that DRG is going to do something different. However, it backfired in the biggest way possible, and it ends up with a laser losing that mind game very hard. Big shame. And it's a rough way to get knocked out.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we'll talk about that more in a second, folks, because our third and final game of this series and final game of the day is ready. Royal Blood, a much shorter map for Game 3. And the bottom left, folks, in the blue. The same idea 2 games in a row, but it worked the second time for Team NV, DRG.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid. He's still playing for seeding. He still wants to get that money, get that bag. It is Team Liquid's a laser.
And Steadfast, we talked about the build, right? Why in the world would DRG go for the same idea, especially when it didn't work in Game 1? But those Banelings at the third, those were the trigger, right? He got 8 workers, sure, but more importantly, he saw the double cast on the third base. There is nothing. It's before 5 minutes. There is no other build that gets 2 gas that early in his EVZ. You know it's Mutas. So that was around the time he was thinking about getting a lair. That was around the time he would have been going for something that would have developed his tech. And instead, yeah, you see how greedy your opponent's being. You scout it. Of course you're going to go for the Muta check.
The thing is, I think he had already decided to go for that build, and that was just like the confirmation, like, okay, it's right to commit, because he did build a bunch of overlords all at once. He didn't get that super fast layer and cancel it. He just went. He just said, full send, I'm going. You're not going to stop me. That's it. By the way, we see something a little bit interesting out of DRG. I don't know. Did I just imagine that? I think I just imagined that. Was there... Okay, I thought it said 15 of 16. He transferred an extra drone down to the natural. He transferred an extra drone down to the natural, right? I think I'm crazy, but...
Yes?
No?
Honestly, I looked away.
Okay, I think I'm going, I don't know, blind in my old age or something. The main thing here is that DRG. Oh wait, what the? Do you see this? Did you see that? Okay, there was like a visual bug on the queen there for a second. DRG did not continue to mine with 2 on gas. He only went for 1, so his Baneling nest is a little bit later, but not a huge deal. Overall, will be the same opener from both players, back to back to back. A laser, ooh, does get the, oh, and yeah, actually a laser gets the much better fight there. However, DRG is able to kill one of his opponent's Zerglings, so he doesn't end up with a 1-for-0 trade, and you know, he still will take a little bit of damage on this hatch. So that's kind of nice for a laser, but I mean, it's small potatoes early on.
Yeah, we've been talking about these ideas of muta checks, right? The timing, hope he didn't go mutas. But this is just an APM check, same idea. It's just the annoying notification on your third base. Your base is being attacked. Okay, well, thank you. It's 1 link, I don't care. But there's a chance it might distract DRG, mess with him a little bit. For now, though, again, these are mirrored builds. And I don't think we're going to see a laser go for something for what he did in game number 2. I mean, maybe it's highly unlikely that DRG goes for the same build 3 times in a row, but are you willing to bet your series on it?
Well, I've got something pretty big here. Okay, there is a player named Targa from the eons ago. This is a big 2-gas Ling Bane all in. This is a huge commitment right here, a huge dedication. This is just going to be DRG saying, hold me or don't. But I am going to try and kill you right now with Ling Bane. The Baneling's at the third base. One of them will get barely canceled. The other one does complete. Nice wall at the natural. Oh, Baneling, okay, is looking for the Lings. Gets an okay connection, not great. Couple of Banelings hitting on the Queen, not exactly ideal. But we are going to see the Banelings getting canceled here. And DRG, he is probably going to kill his base. Already 6 drones going down. He's going to get, oh, nice last second split. And actually, there's enough Lings here. Pretty decent Baneling connection for a laser. A laser might be able to hold this third off of a little bit of miss micro from DRG, but actually, no, not even close. There's no Lings left. Yeah, this is a dead base. And now behind us, DRG, he's just going to be ahead.
Yeah, dead base, dead queens, dead banes, dead everything. And okay, Lings are going to try to find these queens as they move forward, but with the broodlings there, you got to back up. Maybe there's room to reinforce now, but at this point, it seems like DRG's backing up. And by the way, Steadfast, he realized he got as much damage done as he needed to. He's droning up. There are 4 overlords on the way. And what do 4 overlords mean? It means a ton of roaches on the production queue. So yes, DRG, yeah, he droned up a little bit, got himself to 43. That is not where this aggression is stopping. 10 roaches are on the way. Banelings are morphing in on the left side. At least I think that's where they're coming. Yeah, Banelings morphing in on the left side. DRG, he does not want a laser to come back into this game. He does not want to give him the opportunity. These roaches, these Banes, they're going to try to put an end to this game.
Well, I actually think these roaches, for now at least for DRG, are going to be mostly defensive in nature because he did see the roach warren for his opponent, and he's worried about a potential attack. It could turn into a counterattack. I actually did get supply block there a little bit. Oh, the Baneling's very sneaky. Baneling's into the natural. They get 5 drones right there by DRG. Very nice. Sorry, I knocked something off my desk and distracted the crap out of myself. But it looks like you indeed were right. 11 Banelings on the right side. This is going to be a huge attack coming on in.
Oh, Steadfast, you're right. It's a defensive build coming in from DRG. Defensively by, of course, oh, God! Okay, it doesn't actually change all that much. Look at well, actually it does.
Yes, it changes a lot.
I'm looking at the supply. I'm like, wow, it's still massive. No, the army supply is very equal now. And with these queens at the front, transfuses can make a big difference here. What a move coming in from a laser right now. He shuts down so much of this, but even still, it's a terrifying attack coming in from DRG. He's had more larva for so long, but Defender's advantage is going to carry through. And Steadfast, the supply kind of lied for a second there. At least it got to me. That was absolutely massive. And notice what a laser did. He let the Banelings finish before he blew them up. He only had 2. 3 Banelings are what it takes to blow up a cocoon. It's 2 when they're done. So he let them complete before the Banelings connected, and that was every little bit of something that DRG had.
Was the sickest move I have seen in a ZVZ. That was so cool. My God, I've never seen a player actually execute that and get every single baneling with just 2 banelings. That was picture perfect out of a laser. Now, we've got to mention a laser is super far down in drones. He is way behind in economy. But if he were to actually flip the script and go for the aggression right now, he could have maybe gotten a huge counterattack and gotten some damage done. Instead, he is droning behind us, and he's going to try and play catch up again. And I just don't think, well, I mean, if he goes right now, he can still maybe do it. He's got the much faster roach speed. Hang on. That is actually a big advantage. +1 is not yet done for DRG. Oh, no. Okay. Ooh. That, thinking of banelings, that was another baneling that was almost huge. And during this, these lings are actually going to be really important here for DRG to try and hold. Oh, as I say that, he is going to lose a few of them. There's no +1 missile for a laser, so those lings are at their maximum efficiency, without having like +1 melee of their own. There it is. There's the banelings coming in from a laser. He is down 20 drones, but he is up an army supply. A lot of wounded roaches for DRG, and he's got a 4th base that isn't going to matter at all. Ooh, Baneling's going to try and get in on top of the drone line. That might allow him to macro. But meanwhile, the roaches from a laser, they're just flooding in. And there is more roaches on the side of a laser right now. He is looking like he could just take the game right here, right now. Is DRG going to be able to get out enough to hold? It doesn't look like it.
Steadfast, it looked like DRG's hands just fell apart. He pulled the roaches for the drones back. He tried to do something because roaches weren't getting microed. And it's all down to that Bailey connection. I have never been more happy to be more wrong. What a comeback there from a laser. What a play. And now Cyril is breathing a sigh of relief. His best friend right now is a laser.
That it is. I cannot believe those were the banelings from God to save Cyril at IEM Katowice. Those are divine intervention banelings. Because without those banelings, Cyril is in so much more trouble. Is he out of the woods? No, he is not out of the woods yet. But did that just give him the chance? Yes, it did. 100%. I have never seen banelings like that. And I mean, I'm not a religious man, but if you were praying for Cyril to make it through, I think your prayers were just answered.
Yeah, praying to Saint Una, but man, that was crazy. The presence of mind there to hold on the banelings to make sure that they show up like right as everything morphs. Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen it before. It's massive, and that was like what, 12 banelings going down. Yeah.
Was so many. I think it was 11 banelings that died to that, all 11 of them. And the big deal about that too is that instead of them being canceled, if it had been 3 banelings and he gets to cancel, he doesn't kill most of the resources. Most of it gets refunded. But as it is, he kills. That's so much money for 100 minerals and 50 gas.
Yeah.
That we're gonna bust out the calculator tool. Just fill for time for a moment, please.
It's 275, 275.
No, it's more than that because they get the cost of the ling as well.
Well, fair, but
So
sorry, cost of the baneling morph. So anyway, it's 575, 275.
Now it's even more than that.
No, it's not. It's actually. Anyways, we'll let you do it. I tried twice. I failed. But yeah, what a way to end the day. Like this is Katowice, folks. We have had. I can't think of a series we've had today that's been that is legitimately not been incredibly exciting. We had Mario and Bunny, where Mario was behind for probably 95% of total game time, and then he won anyways. We had Special play some awesome builds there against DRG, and apparently, by the way, plug your ears if you aren't watching the mainstream as well. Give you all a second. You mute me if you want to, but Special's taking a game off Solar, so that is in game 3 right now, where it's about to go to. I don't have the stream up. I can just see the score, which is again that's kind of scary here. If Special wins this, he's probably gonna get out of playoffs, maybe, or get into playoffs. We had the really interesting mech series with Hero Marine. I mean, it was a 2-0, but it was super cool. And that's forgetting the first half of the day. We've cast so many games that I'm forgetting what happened, but I don't think we've had a bad game.
You'd have to look really long and hard to see a game that wasn't entertaining, technical, or nail biting. It was one of three, and sometimes all three at once. What was your second answer? What did you say for the second one?
570, 575, 225, something like that.
You were very close. It's 550, 225 as far as.
I think actually that's what I said. But
okay. We'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. That's my bad. Yeah, it's 550, 225. So that's a lot of resources. That is a lot of resources. That's a lot of roaches potentially.
Yeah. No, 225 roaches. There's what? That's like 10. That's like 9 roaches.
225 in gas. Yeah, it's 9 roaches worth of gas. Yeah.
I don't know if that makes the difference. Actually, the big problem there, like, as much as it was a big move, the story at the end of the and yes, DRG couldn't make the defense or the all-in happen. At the end of the day, the reason that DRG lost on the counterattack was he was up 20 workers on DRG. He thought that that a laser was going to, or 20 workers on a laser. He thought that a laser was going to do what he did in game 2. Try to macro it out of it. When a laser just built units and ran across the map, you cannot go up 20. You cannot go up 20 workers against an all-inning player. That's just one of the rules of ZVZ. I don't care that you got the third base.
Yeah, no, it's you can't do that kind of thing, especially against a player that is geared up for a similar potential all-in. Obviously, it was a different all-in, but it was still a Roach Ling Bane all-in with the faster Roach speed. Like, DRG was so greedy on the setup, on the follow-through. If he builds 2 or 3 spines, if he cancels his +1 missile, there's a really good chance that he holds, even with the massive overdroning. But he didn't do any of that, and he just underestimated the potential power of what a laser had. And we didn't talk about it that much because there was so much to talk about during that game. But the Roach speed advantage for a laser actually let him really run on top of that. And you talk about DRG's hands failing him. Yeah, a little bit. When you get put under the gun that hard, it is so difficult to maintain composure and split your drones while you're being overwhelmed on the front line, and you can't even run away. So because the roaches were faster, he couldn't even just send his roaches away and run them away. He needed to really prioritize, and it's a very sudden panic that you find yourself in. Man, that is a pretty cool result.
And
Sorry, go on.
It is crazy that we talk about, the stress, right, of the moment, of your hands failing, of what the hell do I even, what is my focus? Is it the roaches? Is it getting the drones away? What do I do? This is a GSL champion we're talking about, right? This is one of the most storied players in Heart of the Swarm. He has been so incredible. So the fact that it happens to even someone like him is surprising, maybe not the word, validating, if you've ever lost a ladder game.
Yeah.
But you seem confused about something.
I'm looking at this, and I might be wrong that a laser's eliminated.
Oh.
I don't think a laser is actually eliminated.
I thought he had to win every map to get out. I may have done that incorrectly.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who said that, so that's on me. And I'm pretty sure that I did say that, so I just want to own that. I think he still has a chance. Because he plays Serral, who is ahead of him. DRG plays Solar, who he can still pass. And Special plays Hero. And Special, if he loses to Solar, he would go down to -1. A laser is currently at -3. He can pass DRG, Serral, and Special tomorrow. If Special loses... Okay, so it's going to depend a lot on external factors, but if Serral loses to Hero, and actually, even if Serral wins against Hero, a laser might still be able to make it through. It's actually, I think it's all down to Solar versus Special. The math gets so weird. But it looks like Special, oh my God, Special's actually, cover your ears if you don't want to get spoiled, but I assume you're looking at the mainstream anyways, because that's where Hero Serral is going to be afterwards. I think Special is currently winning game 3 against Solar. Well, actually, it's really, it's close. It's close.
It's a weird setup. The upgrades are super weird. Both players don't have +3 attack. But you know what, folks? We're going to actually close the day out because there are some incredibly impactful games that are going to be starting on the mainstream soon enough, and we want to send you all over ASAP. So, before we do close the day out, reminder that this is where the groups stand right now. Of course, it's awaiting two A-stream matches to really close out, but this is Group C and Group D. Group D, of course, is done. Mario on top. Mario Beyond Hero Marine, Lambo Classic, and Bunny are all eliminated, but still there's wiggle room on the top 3. Hero has not dropped a series just yet. He's going to play Cyril next. For Cyril's advancement in the group, he has to win that. It's getting tight. There are only 4 more rounds, and I guess, Group C needs to be done, but 4 more rounds tomorrow to determine so much. But steadfast, because I want to see what happens in that Solar Series, and I desperately want to go watch Cyril Hero. Any final words on our penultimate day of B-Stream?
I mean, just thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in so far. Like you said, we'll be back tomorrow with 4 matches to close out each group. All of them are going to be pretty impactful. I'm really looking forward to it tomorrow. But as for you guys watching, thank you very much. As to the players, thank you for putting on some of the most entertaining StarCraft we have ever seen. Thank you to the Cabal for fixing TBT. And thank you to you, Bamo, for putting on an amazing bit of production and putting up with my incorrect math on stream from time to time.
It's fine. I thought the laser bailing hit wasn't enough to change the game. We're all wrong sometimes. I think math is a little more acceptable. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for 4 more series to determine what the hell happens in this group stage.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Master certified PC. Game like the pros.